Hey everybody, welcome to episode 3 of the Ali Talks About Anime podcast thingamabob with Manny or whatever. So I did an oopsie this time. The whole last hour of the phone call I didn't record because I turned on my TV, and when I turned on my TV, the audio default device switched to the speakers on the TV, and then it stopped recording Manny through my headphones, and it started recording the audio through the TV, and Manny's voice was not being recorded through the TV, it was being recorded through my headphones, so Manny was not being recorded for like the whole last hour of the phone call, and that wasn't fun. But thankfully, that was like the ramble section, and it was like 4 in the morning, and we were tired, and we were barely even talking, and we were just talking about nonsense. It didn't even matter. It's not super important. Maybe we'll talk about it next time. We were kind of talking about the Cowboy Bebop live action and news and anime, but it really wasn't that important. It's not that deep. We got to have all the main discussions about the shows that we talked about. So yeah, all that stuff is like fully recorded. No technical difficulties with that. Just wanted to mention, like, if the ending feels weirdly cut and it just like stops randomly, that's why, because I realized that I didn't record like an hour of it. So yeah, thanks for watching if you've already made it 1 minute into the video. Love you guys, hope you enjoy.
You want a lot of facial hair.
You
want a lot of facial hair.
Yeah. Look at me. I look like I've looked like this for every episode except the first one. The first one, it's like the degradation of my mental state. First one, I have a lineup every single day. My hair grows, my mental goes down, and I consume anime. So much stuff, Manny. Okay, first off, we can start now. We're ready. All right. Okay.
Folks, this is episode 5 of Ali and Manny podcast.
I know. I'm very happy that we're doing this consistently. We have so much stuff to talk about, not just in like news too. They announced the release date for the My Hero movie, the Cowboy Bebop TV show. I might be jumping the gun, but did you see that? Yeah. Star Wars Visions is coming out this month. It's gonna be crazy.
Well, so first let's lay out what we've seen.
All right. Do you want me to go, or do you to go?
You can start.
All right. All I watched was Vivy, Michiko and Hatchin, and Megalobox season 1 and 2. I watched both of them because I never seen the first one. And that's it. I didn't watch anything else.
Yeah, that's solid.
Yep.
I watched Vivy, Michiko, Megalobox, Fate Zero, and Fate Stay Unlimited Blade Works.
Okay.
The 2 movies I watched were Interstellar.
Oh shit.
And Reservoir Dogs.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. I haven't seen either of those movies, but I know I haven't. I know. I think Reservoir Dogs is the only Tarantino movie I haven't seen. That and Death Proof. I haven't seen Reservoir Dogs and Death Proof.
Yeah, I've just been coming home from work. Usually, like, I only have like a 4-hour span coming from work. I have 4 hours to make food, take a shower, and go to bed. So,
yeah.
Like, those 4 hours, some days I was like, I'm gonna just start watching movies.
Yeah.
So I started with Reservoir Dogs, and Reservoir Dogs it's a 1 hour and 30-minute movie. So I was like, I can kill this quick. And it was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it.
Fuck. I wish I would be able to talk about it with you. I'll watch it eventually, maybe. If you tell me movies, I'll watch movies too.
Well, I'm gonna have to start watching movies because, I mean, since the Fate got 3
movies,
pathways, and they have a 3-part movie of the other pathways. So.
Yeah.
And I'm also thinking about watching the original Fate Stay Night. I'm into Fate. I'm interested in Fate.
So tell me about Fate, because I haven't. Because I talked about it on other episodes. I've talked about like how I tried it and how I didn't like it, and how the first episode was talky as fuck.
What did you see first? Fate Zero?
It was... Which one did I try to watch? Fate Zero is the one by UFO Table, and it does look good. There's one that's old as fuck, and it like looks crunchy.
Yeah, the old one, that's Fate Stay Night. Okay. That's not ufotable.
I didn't watch.
Zero and Unlimited Blade Works are ufotable.
Okay, so I watched Zero. I tried to watch Zero. I tried. And the first episode was just a nigga talking like the Holy Grail War. Like, I can't do this. So I tried it out.
I watched Unlimited Blade Works first. Mm-hmm. And, like, I was like, bro. I also tried to watch Phase Zero, too. But I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Bro, and it's funny because people tell you to watch that one first. Like, I was looking shit up. Which one should I watch first? People were saying, watch Fate Zero before you watch Unlimited Blade Works. You can watch Unlimited Blade Works first if you want, but watch Zero. And I was like, all right, I'm watching Zero. And I was like, what the fuck? The first 5 minutes are intolerable. I can't stand this.
The thing is with Unlimited Blade Works, I knew watching Unlimited Blade Works was less of a risk.
Yeah.
Zero was a little more risky.
Okay.
So I was like, even though this is the prequel and I should start with this, I was like, I'm gonna watch Unlimited Blade Works. And it's funny, for years, ever since I started watching anime, Fate has been a show I want to watch. And it's always, people always talk about the animation, great fights and stuff.
Yeah.
And finally, after 6 years, I've got into Fate.
Okay. Now, I mean, do you have anything to say about it? Because I want to know. Sell me on the fucking show.
Honestly, dude, Fate Zero, I'm trying to think in a perspective that, like, I watched Fate Zero without watching Unlimited Blade Works. But, I liked Fate Zero because I watched Unlimited Blade Works. Okay. I feel like you're not going to enjoy Fate Zero that much until you watch Blade Works. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Even though it's really good.
Really?
But the thing is, like, it's so on the fence for me. You feel me? Because there's so many good parts. There's also a lot of like, I don't know. It's weird because, like, Unlimited Blade Works, the fights are cool, animation's great.
Yeah.
The main character is fucking
when you're
annoying.
saying it's wait, okay, before you say that, when you said it's iffy, are you talking about Zero or Unlimited Blade Works? When you say that there are,
like, kind of both of them.
Okay.
I don't even know where I would rank it. Really, I don't know where I would.
But you like it.
I like this. I like some parts, and I don't like the other parts. Like, you know Tosca, the other girl?
No.
The pigtails?
No.
You've probably seen her before.
I've probably seen her before.
Search her up.
All right, I'm searching it up. Say her name again.
Tosoka.
Tosoka.
The thing is, too, have you seen it before?
Fate, Stay, Night, Tosoka. Oh, I've seen her. Yeah, she's in everything. She's gonna be in a fighting game.
She absolutely carried the Unlimited Blade Works. Like, she carried it. And her relationship with the main character, that was cool.
Remember what I was telling you, that they're like it's like a visual novel, so there's like a girl for each thing? Okay.
Yeah, I know in the games you see them fucking and shit. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking wild.
Oh my god! What the fuck? I did not know that. I didn't know they were porn games.
The game was like, it was just a picture and like text.
Yeah.
So like, you'll see the blonde girl.
Have you seen that before? Have you seen the? I've never seen it because I'm aware that they're visual novels, but I didn't know that they were porn visual novels. They probably are.
This YouTuber uploaded gameplay, and I was like, he censored it, but it's right there, bro. Like, dick in mouth, like, it's all that shit, bro. All that shit. I'm like, bro, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
The game be like, she grabbed my dick, blah blah blah, and it felt like it's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy.
There are a lot of Japanese games like that. There are a lot of porn visual novel games, but I thought Fate was not that. So it's a surprise.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Steins Gate was a visual novel, so I don't judge.
but Unlimited Blade Works. It's so weird talking about because like there's a big like reveal in the show that I don't know if you're ever gonna watch the show, but I don't. If I tell you,
yeah, I'm never gonna watch the. If you tell me, am I like never gonna watch it?
If I tell you, it's probably just gonna be like.
Oh,
it's kind of cool seeing it. Like this reveal was like, oh, this show's not that bad. Like really.
Okay.
I was like, damn, that's mad interesting. I'm not gonna lie. It was like really. It was like this reveal to me. It was like, damn, like this reveal carried the show on top of Tosuke carried the show.
Okay.
Saber and Unlimited Blade Works, the blonde girl. She's literally like, she doesn't do like she fights and that's it. That's it. Like she doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because in Phase Zero, she has so much. You find so much about her in her past and shit. Yeah. It's like people will say Zero is the best Fate because there's a lot of. It's made by the guy. I think it's directed by the guy who made Psycho-Pass. So there's a lot of psychological shit.
Interesting.
The characters are really interesting. There's a lot of strong beliefs. By Zero, I think Zero's really good. But if you watch Zero, you have to watch Unlimited Blade Works. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, and also, like, it's cool. It's cool for me seeing how Zero unfolded. Because one thing I like about Fate is that, like, a lot of characters are related, but they don't know.
Okay.
And things will happen. Some crazy thing will happen, but they don't even know they're, like, related. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was like seeing it in Zero, it was like, damn, that's crazy. They didn't even know. And that happens a lot.
So these are not continuations of each other. Zero is its own thing, and this is its own thing, but with the same characters.
It's Zero, and it's the same. It's the same thing. It's a continuation. Like Zero is the Unlimited Blade Works. The main character's dad, his adopted dad. And you see what he does in the Third Great War. You see how shit unfolds, and then like it picks up in Unlimited Blade Works, and you see a lot of callbacks to Zero from Unlimited Blade Works.
Okay, I see.
And you see where the main character's beliefs come from Zero, from his dad, and like because in Unlimited Blade Works, that the war in Zero gets referenced a lot, and I never understood it in Blade Works, but when I went back and watched Zero, I was like, oh. It's kind of cool.
That's why people say to watch Zero before Blade Works. But you're telling me watch Blade Works before Zero. Like Zero wouldn't have...
That's not what I'm telling you. I think... I don't know. I mean, if you want to watch Fate, you should watch... I think you should watch Zero, then Blade Works.
Okay.
But... Because you got to think from my perspective, I'm trying to tell you as if I didn't watch this one first. You know
yeah, yeah.
Alone, I think Zero is great. I think Zero is better than Unlimited Blade Works.
Okay.
But I don't think Unlimited Blade Works is that bad.
I would like to go from worst to best if I were to start watching these. I don't want to watch one and then watch one that's worse, like right after, if possible. Yeah. So, okay.
But the fights are cooler in Unlimited Blade Works. The animation is a little better.
Yeah.
The main character, he does some cool shit at the end, I'm not gonna lie. Like they have this before they do this little spell, he says, I am the bone of my sword. Then he's like starts like I am the bone of cause this is something that the antagonist says, I'm the bone of my sword. And that goes in tune with the reveal.
Yeah.
It's like the reveal happens, it's like boom. And it's cool as fuck. Plus there's a lot of small dialogue hints that happens by the end of Unlimited Blade Works that I didn't catch.
Yeah.
That I had to go on YouTube and catch on YouTube. I was like, damn, how did I miss that? And that was cool. But again, Fate Stay Night is pretty much it's Zero, right? Fate Stay Night, the original, is about Saber, right? And Saber and the main character's relationship. Unlimited Blade Works is Toshika and the main character's relationship. The three movies about another girl and the main character's relationship.
Yeah.
There's all these different paths, you know what I mean?
So you say they're different paths, but you said that the main character is different in each of them, right? Or is it the same guy?
In Zero, it's his dad, but in the other three,
yeah,
the three paths, it's the same. His
okay.
name's Shiro. So I'm gonna end up. Huh?
So what's Night?
Face Day Night. I don't know. That's.
But how can that be a path if it's a different character and a different like thing? Because the whole point of the game, to my knowledge, is you're playing as the dude and you're trying to fuck all the girls. But how can you fuck all the girls if you're a different guy?
What do you mean you're a different guy?
You're telling me that the dude in Zero is his dad.
Yeah.
But in the game, you play as a guy and you have to pick between 3 girls on who to fuck. And if you fuck one, then you replay the game and you fuck the other one.
That's so Zero's like the prequel of everything. The prequel of like everything. Like the main character, Shiro, he pulls up on the last episode of Phase Zero.
Oh, okay.
And then,
it's
Zero. From Zero, you can pick any path, pretty much.
Oh, that makes so much more sense.
That's just the backstory.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna end up watching the 3 movies.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I enjoyed watching it. That's why I finished it. I finished both series kind of quick.
How long are both of them?
Huh?
How long are both of them?
They're both 24.
Man, you're a beast.
I finished them quick. Because honestly, I was at work like, let's keep this ball rolling. Like I watched like I think I watched the last 12 episodes of Zero in like one sitting.
Holy shit.
Let's go.
You're a monster.
It's cool seeing things unfold in Zero, already knowing what happens after. You know what I mean? Even though you know what's going to happen, it's cool to see it unfold.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
I know, prequels can be cool.
Either way, like, if you watch Zero first or Zero last, you're going to get a different experience, which is, like, it's really just up to you.
Okay. We'll see. Unlimited Blade Works looks more fun. And I fucking hated the first 5 minutes of Zero. So I'm probably gonna watch Unlimited Blade Works.
Hey, the thing is, Unlimited Blade Works, the first episode is 40 minutes. And there's a lot of talking. But it is more understandable.
Wait, which one is the one that starts with like a dad and a wife and there's snow and then...
Yeah, that's Zero.
That's the one that I turned off. That was the one I turned off.
I turned that shit off too.
Yeah.
The thing is, Unlimited Blade Works is a lot more. It's easier to watch just because Tosca is a great character. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
If Tosca wasn't in that show, the show would be it'll probably be fucking ass.
All right, I'll check it out. One day, but it's 26, so I'm not gonna be. We're not gonna do one of these episodes, and then I'll be randomly like, "Hey, I watched Unlimited Blade Works." Like, a 26 episode is a commitment outside of this. That's why I only watched the things that I knew I needed to watch, because I don't got that kind of time. But
so there goes Fate. I think Fate's fun, and if I thought it was bad, I wouldn't go watch the 3 fucking movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. All right.
It's hard enough for me to put on a movie. Like when I watch Interstellar, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes. I had to like channel like my brain power to turn it on.
I'm so happy you watched a movie. I would love, because movies are so much easier to like watch. It's so much easier for me at least. I know it's a challenge for you, but for me, I can easily sit down and tell myself I'm for the next hour and a half, this movie is my life. I can do that like no problem. And movies are quicker to watch for me.
Yeah.
So like
if I'm in a theater, it's different, but like
that's fair. A lot of people are like that. Most people are like that. I bought Ninja Scroll on Blu-ray, so I'm ready to watch that shit whenever you're ready, because I know you have it on your watch list, and I'm waiting. I've already seen it, and I love it, but I'd love to watch it again.
Okay. Have you heard of Interstellar though?
Yeah, I know what Interstellar is. It's Matthew McConaughey. He goes into like the black hole or whatever, some shit. He's got a daughter, but he's
the basic plot.
I know that he goes to space and he's sad that he's going to space. Some shit like that. I don't really know beyond that. I know it's Christopher Nolan. I know it's kind of tenet-y and concept-y, and it's like fucks with your head. Bro, I can watch this shit like tomorrow. Like, I watch movies all the fucking time, Manny. I can watch this shit like as soon as possible.
I enjoyed that movie, man.
I am glad. I'm glad you did. I hear good things about it. I only hear good things.
I enjoyed that movie.
Fuck.
That movie was cool because I'm not like I love like I only watch because I love space stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the black hole. I heard the black hole took like one frame of the black hole took like 100 hours to like
animate
or
render.
Render. Yeah.
Yeah.
Took like 100 hours to render, and it was like
Jesus.
they're saying that scientists was like.
Neil
Interstellar.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was like freaking out about the movie on Joe Rogan. He was like, the black hole in Interstellar? That's actually what a black hole would look like. And he was like explaining it in detail. And I'm like, wow, I want to see the movie now. That sounds so cool.
Bro, I seen the black hole and I'm like, I'm watching this movie.
Yeah.
And I heard all the talk about it. I was like, all right, I got it. And it was cool.
Fuck.
It was cool.
Oh!
The movie's cool.
Have you seen Tenet?
No, but I don't
okay.
watch that. You know, one thing I'll tell you, like, I usually don't get sad at. I don't usually feel sadness with movies, but this is the part where the character cries, and I'm like, you know, the acting was so good. I was like, oh my god,
oh my god,
no way, like. It looks so real, like, bro.
Fuck. Really Matthew McConaughey is a good actor.
Yeah, I really recommend both Reservoir Dogs. That movie is cool.
Fuck, I'm so happy that you're watching movies. I will watch Reservoir Dogs and Interstellar. Those will be like the next two movies I watch.
But yeah, thing is, my next movies I want to watch The Good, the Bad, and Ugly.
That's like a trilogy of movies. You do not have to watch them in order, but there's like a trilogy of movies with like the same recurring character, I believe. And I
think it's Clint Eastwood.
Yeah. I want to watch that too.
That one's good. That was good. It has a high rating on IMDb.
Mm-hmm.
I want to watch the three Bad Boys movies just because I feel like I'm uncultured because I haven't watched those.
I feel very uncultured. I feel like I should have seen Bad Boys. Like, it's iconic. Yeah.
Tenet. What else?
Tenet's a mouthful.
I never watched Matrix.
Woo! Matrix 4 comes out like very soon.
I was only thinking about watching the original. Should I watch the 3?
A lot of people have mixed opinions. There's a lot of people that are like, this shit sucks, don't watch it. And then there's some people that are like, yo, it's good. And if you watch The Matrix, watch the Animatrix. The anime Matrix thing.
Yeah.
I fucking love The Matrix. Like, The Matrix is like one of my favorite action movies. Speaking of Matrix, I think there's like a Matrix reference in Vivy. I could be wrong, but I think there is.
Let's hold off on Vivy.
Yeah, okay, I know. That would have been a decent segue, but I know you want to keep talking about movies.
Let's talk about Vivy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Overall,
I
was let down.
Really? Continue.
Yeah. These YouTubers hype the shit out of this show. Literally, I watched this one YouTuber. His name's Echidna. He does ReZero. Like, he's a ReZero YouTuber, and I love this guy. Yeah. I love his ReZero videos. I remember when ReZero was airing, he would do like a breakdown episode. I'd be like, oh, I gotta watch ReZero, and I gotta watch his YouTube. You know what I mean? So I love this dude. So I remember he made the tier list of the best shows of the season, and he had a tier list at the top that says Vivy, and he has S tier. I was like, damn, Vivy's that good?
No, it's not.
I see a bunch of YouTubers talking about Vivy got a higher mile score, and I liked it. starting off, I liked it, but it did fall off for me. One thing in particular, like that those 2 episodes where they're in space trying to stop the hotel from crashing. I thought that was cool. I like those 2 episodes.
Me too.
After that, it was kind of like so unremarkable. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't think it's like the best thing in the world. There was something that you said on the last episode that I remembered where I was, my main criticism is like, there are so many things that are very similar to this that are like futuristic, dystopian, like what would happen if AI...
Right?
I said Blade Runner, I said Matrix, I said Ghost in the Shell. You do have to watch that. The fucking anime is coming out. It looks like shit.
Is Netflix doing it?
No, it's an Adult Swim. It's Adult Swim and Crunchyroll and Crunchyroll. Anything that Crunchyroll makes. Bro, oh my god, the trailer was so disappointing. It was so fucking disappointing. Like it ruins your soul. You know the people, you know, like you know how Ghost in the Shell, like the new Ghost in the Shell, like on Netflix, you know how that one like looks, how it's like 3D and it's like animated and it's like not berserk bad, but it's still like, you know, you're sitting there like, what the fuck, really?
Keep on action.
That is the people who made Ghost in the Shell and like Ultraman, like those 2 shows, they're making the Blade Runner show. And the trailer, Blade Runner, I don't know if you remember, I don't think you've ever seen Blade Runner, so I don't really have a point of reference to tell you what Blade Runner is like. It's not dubstep and like neon, like it's not, the soundtrack is not synthwave and stuff. It's not like Akira, like people like killing each other in neon lights. Blade Runner is primarily like the tone of it is like the soundtrack to Akira. I don't know if you remember Akira, where it was just like very minimalistic, like boom, 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 wah, 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 wah. Like,
hold on. I also watched another movie.
Oh, tell me.
You just reminded me. There's No Country for Old Men.
You watched No Country for Old Men? Oh shit! Again? Yeah, I've seen it. We talked about it last time. We talked about it on the first one.
Oh yeah, I told you I wanted to watch it.
Yeah, I already seen it. I've seen it ages ago. Yeah, I know what happens and stuff.
Yeah, and I remembered it because you said you talking about soundtracks, and that movie has no soundtrack, and it's great.
Yes, yes.
Nah, but we'll talk about that later on.
Yeah.
Blade Runner.
The tone of Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell are very particular tones. Like they're very atmospheric. They're very quiet movies. They have a soundtrack, but they aim to not get you pumped up. They just get you feeling the vibe of the world and the universe. And Vivy.
When you said pumped up, you remind me like cyberpunk.
Bro,
like that music.
That's a great comparison. Like cyberpunk is, you know, somewhat inspired by Blade Runner. Like Blade Runner is, in the sense, like they're both kind of the same ilk, right? You can both put them in the cyberpunk group. And cyberpunk is like it's like the most cliche, like by the books version that you can possibly do of that, you know, hardcore synth wavy, like, hey, you want to get a dick at the fucking porn store? You want to buy? Yeah.
The dubstep, the neon lights.
The neon, yep, exactly. Just like
the city is called Night City. It's really as basic.
As basic as you can possibly get.
Night City, like damn.
What was the point I was trying to make? What I'm trying to say, Vivy, what was I forgot, honestly forgot the main point what I was trying to say. Vivy is not a show that does things creatively, stylistically, to separate itself from things like, to make itself recognizable amongst the other crowd of series like it. There are shows that this is very similar to. You know, the concepts are very derivative of things like Matrix and stuff. Matrix, Ghost in the Shell, Blade Runner, Akira, that shit's fucking iconic. You put that shit in history books. No one's gonna put Vivy in a history book. No one's gonna care about this. This is...
Yeah. But I do give it a little slack because it was original, right? Original anime.
Yeah. You give it slack because it's an original anime? That's even worse. You had all the freedom. You didn't have any restrictions. You didn't have a manga to follow. You could have done whatever the fuck you wanted, right? Here's my opinion. I'm gonna like go on my like. I watched it because like I just decided, you know what? I don't want to just call Manny and only have seen Michiko and Hatchin. I'm gonna watch Vivy. It's only 13 episodes. I have time, and I just banged it out. And I think when I first watched it, I rescind what I said the first time. Like, I don't feel as if my original critiques were as valid now that I have like seen the whole show. I feel like it's even what I just said, like, oh, Vivy's not trying to be like Ghost in a Shell, and it's like not as good. I agree, it's not as good as those things. It doesn't try. One thing that you said, I remember, I'm back on track. One thing that you said in the last episode, I told you that Vivy doesn't go out of its way to explain its universe and the intricacies of it, and as a result, it's immediately less admirable than Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell. And you told me in response to that, like, well, you know, Mononoke is a show where you don't really know anything about the medicine seller. I think for a series like a futuristic dystopian, like what happened to humanity if AI took over kind of show. If you are going to have a show that is a commentary on a hypothetical situation and how it would affect society, then you are going to want to show every, you know, inch and corner of that universe, right? Ghost in the Shell has a 26 episode anime that explores so many different outcomes, so many different situations. What would terrorism be like if you could hack people's face? If you could hack people's eyes, what would it look like to be a terrorist? You know, if you could, yeah, exactly. Even Psychopaths, which is also like a basic concept. Psychopaths is way better than this shit, and it's almost samey. This show is not going as far as it can with the concepts that envelop its universe. It's a little bit of everything, but it doesn't take it far enough because it really wants to do this like AI singy thing where it's like an AI and she's trying to sing and blah 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 blah. And for what it's going for, I do not dislike it. Like, I watched it and I was like, this isn't Ghost in the Shell, but I recognize it's not really trying to be, and I can accept that. By default, I will look at it as lesser. It is automatically aiming for less. It's not trying as hard as that thing. So I will not give it as much credit as those other things. But I will give this credit in the sense that it was entertaining. And for what they were trying to do, where it's like, you know, finding the humanity in an AI, like through singing, I think it worked really well. And I would say that I honestly was very satisfied with the ending and like how it wrapped up. Yeah, I was. There were a lot of moments.
I would have been more satisfied if it just like when it ended when she fell, when she was singing on the stage. Yeah. If it just ended right there, I think I would have liked it more. But it showed her with it.
Did it not end right there?
No.
What happened after that?
Her by her piano with short hair, with all her lost memories, and the robot comes like, "You ready, Vivy?" And she's like, "Yeah." The show ends.
How did that happen again? Did they repair her? Is that how that worked?
I don't know. I didn't like that shit. Because the thing is, when she broke down, and it was like, Vivy, Flourite song, and I was like, damn, okay. And then I saw the true ending, and I was like, that was my face, dude.
Oh, shit.
I'm glad you missed that.
No,
How did you miss that?
Because it's forgettable as fuck. That's how I missed it.
It is forgettable.
Yeah. It doesn't really mean anything. The show could have ended when she died, quote unquote died, but she still died.
Yeah.
In my perspective, her AI, her humanity was in her personality and her memories. They literally say it in the show, like, I am my experiences. I am like what I've gone through. And she forgot everything that she went through. So I kind of saw it as like, this is a new person. This is a new life that's being born. Only from
the efforts that she made in the past. So like, I don't want to get super philosophical, but you could see it as like her daughter in essence, because it's like her body, and it only happened, that person could only exist because she died. So I thought it was like, all right, that's kind of cool. I don't really give a fuck.
You talking about the ending with the outside mall?
Yeah, I'm talking about the same thing. She is not that person. That's not her personality. She's a different. She's essentially a different person. She's reborn.
Remember when at the halfway point where she also forgot her memories?
She forgot her memories.
How did she get it back? How did she get some of her memories back?
The dude explained it to her.
Yeah, but he can't explain that again.
It's not the same. That person was literally a different person. They referred to that character that lost her memories. They referred to her as a different character. When she, in the middle, no, I'm talking about
the midpoint.
I'm talking about midpoint Vivy versus like normal monotone Vivy that we know the whole time. Midpoint Vivy that is like eccentric and like a normal person. That Vivy, they literally refer to her as a different person. And I really like their ideology.
I thought she regains her memories.
She does regain her memories.
She regains it.
But as she regains it, there's like a scene of her in her mind like room, like the classroom thing, and it shows like the Vivy that like is more eccentric and can talk more and has learned how to sing. She's like, I hope you figure it out. And she disappears, and the Vivy that we've been watching the whole time comes back.
Okay, yeah.
So I consider that to be like that version died, and I'm pretty sure she forgot the memories of that version. If she had the memories of that version, she would know how to sing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah. I can go on if you want me to, but I'm waiting for you so I can like bounce off. But like you
can keep going.
I
think
Manny,
I don't even remember what the fuck happened.
Bro, it's a very forgettable experience.
Hotel episodes.
Yeah.
After that, it was a blur.
The entire thing is a blur because it's unremarkable in comparison to other things. What it's going for conceptually is just so like, all right, whatever. And my impression of the show in the beginning, it maintained. Like I was being a little pessimistic last time, but like this time I watched it, I'm like, yeah, it's still gonna be whatever. And it was kind of whatever. It still was that. I did take notes.
I think with I had a lot of hype.
Mm-hmm.
From these thumbnails. Yeah, I guess that kind of.
I had no hype going into it. I look at the concept, I see the title, I see the poster, and I go, "This looks like a show that I would skip. This looks like something I would not want to watch."
But, I didn't watch it when it was airing. I seen it, but I didn't watch it. But another thing, I hate that they keep referring to her goals so much. Like, Vivy, don't you want to make everyone happy with your singing? They say like 3 times an episode.
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
I hated that shit, bro.
I feel that. It's very one note. It's super basic. There's nothing beyond that. That is the show.
Yeah.
It's...
That shit came up so many times.
Yeah, give me a second.
I made a little note. I was like, "Damn, she said that again."
Give me a second. I'm
not too.
Say again.
Something similar like that happens in Michiko Hatchin that I actually wrote down. I was like, "Damn, blah blah blah." We'll get to that later.
We'll get to that later. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna hang up and then call back because it's getting a little laggy for me.
All right.
There we go. Buttery smooth. All right.
Oh yeah.
Let me see. I honestly like. Okay, I'm looking through my notes and it's like low key coming back to me. Bro, did you watch it dubbed or subbed? That's one thing I want to ask.
I watched it dubbed.
Damn, it feels like a show that's so like. Feels like it wanted to be watched in like sub form. I feel like this because the singing is so integral to it. Like when they sang, they still sung Japanese, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, there was one time where the opening animation changed And I was like, oh shit, is this gonna happen every episode? And then it did it. I was like, the fuck? I was like, why the fuck did you do that? It was for like an insignificant episode too. I was like, yo, the opening's like different now, and this one's also like high budget as fuck. Like, yo, that's crazy. There's a lot of things I like about it. Like the concept, as one note and basic as it is, that's not enough to make me not like a show. You know, I can still like it, and I did. Trust me, Manny, I wanted to walk out of this show and start trash talking it to kind of like validate my point from earlier, but I'm not gonna lie to myself. I enjoyed it, and I like came out of it, and I didn't dislike it. It is forgettable though. Like I don't really remember a lot of it, and I don't think I ever want to watch it again.
No.
But I don't really dislike it. There's a lot of dumb shit in the show. There's a lot of dumb shit, and you can tell that they don't think about the things in this show as much as they think about these things in other shows. They don't. There are elements from everything, from other things in this. There are elements from Ghost in the Shell, where it's like, what would it be like if your soul was trapped in like a robotic body, and how can you express yourself when you're not even really a human and you don't feel the same things as a human? Blah 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 blah. You can get that better in Ghost in the Shell. What would it be like if, you know, robots kind of realized that humans were stupid, and that, you know, like if an AI was forced to, you know, govern society and come to their own conclusion on what they should do about humanity, what would they do? Psychopaths. Oh, what if fucking I'm trying to think of another thing, another sci-fi thing. I don't know. Steins Gate. What if we time traveled to the past and like we created another reality and we saved that other reality? You can get a better version of that in Steins Gate. This show is just a discount version of all these other things. You can get a better version of Steins Gate. You can get a better version of this in Ghost in the Shell. You can get a better version of this in Psychopaths. All these concepts, all of these things are so much more well explored in these other properties. Yeah. I'm a broken record. I'm saying like the same thing over and over again, but that's like
it's valid though.
It is, yeah. It's the main thing, and I think there were references to those things in this show. I think there was like a Ghost in the Shell reference in that show in Vivy. There was a scene where like a rock fell on her, and then like she stood on top of the dude, and then like a rock fell on her, and her arm got all mashed up, and I'm like, oh, that's just Ghost in the Shell. This Ghost in the Shell. Her arm got mashed up, and she's sitting there looking all pretty with her robot arm all fucked up. I'm like, wow, that's just Ghost in the Shell. And then there was another scene where, whatchamacallit? What's his face? Fuck. You still there, Manny? I'm seeing a loop right now. I'm seeing a loop of you eating the chip. I can't see you. No. Where'd you go? Hold on. There you are. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to do that multiple times.
AI batteries.
Huh?
You need to change your AI batteries.
Yeah, I got AAA.
I was a robot. And I was fucking trying to find my humanity through these conversations.
Bro, one thing that I got so many nitpicky things to say about this show, and I wrote them all down in my notes, so I guess I'll just start. There was a character in the show that was on a computer, and she talked like a normal person, but she was a robot. She was and she was in episode 1, and she's there until like the end. Like there's Vivy, and then there's someone on a computer. Like when the little girl is with Vivy, and the little girl is talking to Vivy, there's a person on the computer like, Vivy, shut the fuck up. You can't do shit. You don't remember her? You don't remember her? And I was like,
you know about like her AI assistant?
Yeah, like the one that turns off the lights in her room and shit.
Okay. Yeah.
What
that dude was annoying.
That character, the whole concept of the show is built around how Vivy is this autonomous AI that's unique, and she's like the first of her kind. But you have this autonomous AI that just doesn't have a body in the computer. The whole point of the show is that as Vivy gains more humanity and as she learns the nuances of like human conversation and like how to be social with people, she starts talking more like a normal person. That's why the girl with the yellow hair in the further episodes, and just as the episodes go on, they start acting more like normal people. Meanwhile, you have this fucking character on a computer that's talking mad normal the whole time. What the fuck? Like, did I miss something? Like, I'm so confused. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Maybe his kind has humanity already. And
what are you talking about?
Just doesn't. I don't know, that dude.
Then what would
so
be the
good.
significance of Vivy? Just put that nigga in a body. Like, I don't understand.
I don't know, Ali. This show's so weird. Like, literally, I don't remember.
Because there's nothing to remember. If you try to remember it like me, you're just going to be frustrated. You're going to be frustrated and you're going to be upset that no one else feels the same way that you do. And you're going to sit there and you're going to be like, man, this show is really stupid because of this, this, and this, and this. And you're going to have no one to talk about it with. And then before you realize it, when you don't have friends to hate something that you hate, you just forget it.
So.
Say it again. You cut out. Say it again. I need to hear you say it.
Vivy is ass. I mean that. Like, but you know how there's some parts where like the little robot will turn into like a CGI dog.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. The bear.
It's so out of place, bro. Like,
yeah.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he turn into a box dog? Like, because he's turned into anything. He turned into a box dog, like a box.
Yeah.
On like two boxes of legs.
I started realizing the show wasn't putting a lot of thought into it, so I'm not gonna put a lot of thought into it. I actually did, but I just accepted like this show is trying to do something else.
I did early, like I keep referencing that hotel episode because that was a lot of shit was going on with that episode, right? How like
the space cruise shit, right?
Yeah, you know how when the blonde.
Yeah, and she
took off the pink girl's head.
Yeah.
And they had different bodies, and the fight scenes were cool.
The fight scenes were very well animated. I loved all the fight scenes in this show.
I think the show looked great.
It looked amazing. I loved.
It had some CGI parts. It wasn't that bad though.
I didn't even notice it. You're saying CGI? Like, I can't even think about. I mean, I guess there was CGI, but like it was used in a way where it was like, I wouldn't want this to not be CGI. Like, it looks great because it's CGI. Like, there's like a scene where she like is like riding on the bear guy and he's like a plane and they're like flying through the island thing, and I was like, whoa, I fuck with this. Like, this is cool. Like, this is a visually captivating scene.
I'm not talking about that scene because I think wasn't he CGI and Vivy not?
Yeah, yeah, but he was just a box.
Everything else was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't even remember. I don't remember what happened in that scene.
Yeah, they were trying to destroy the islands because the girl AI was part of the island, and she and the dude got married, and then the dude was like, oh, she had to be part of the island, and then he was like, don't kill her, and Vivy was like, I gotta kill her. There were a lot of moments that really worked for me, bro. No bullshit.
Wait, was there a reason why Vivy can fight so well?
Yeah, he installed a combat thing into her brain. It was like the Matrix, like the fucking Matrix. They took kung fu and they said, you want to learn kung fu? They put a chip in the computer and the nigga learned kung fu, just like the Matrix. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of things that I liked about it, to be honest. Like,
there was not a lot of things I liked about it.
Fucking, I think conceptually the whole like AI trying to be human really worked for me. I think I was sold on that main thing. I know it sounds like cheesy, but like if a show like makes sense within its thing, I was giving this my full attention and I was watching it, and it got to a point where it was like everything that they're doing with this main premise of like AIs being like sentient and having consciousness and being able to ponder these things, it is doing that successfully. It justifies it by saying that Vivy is like the first of her kind. And I will give the show credit. This is something, it does have some really unique things. I love the dude that fucking, like, that Vivy saves in the beginning, and I love how throughout the series, over like 100 years, you see this dude like grow up, and you see him get older, and you see like Vivy interact with this guy like throughout her life. I fucking love that, and I love when the dude turns into like an AI. I was like, that was fucking cool.
I did like that.
Yeah.
I like how like different events took like 20, 50 like years.
Yeah.
And then the robot just come back and like randomly. I really like that.
That's what I liked about this show. There are a lot of movies, especially Ghost in the Shell and Blade Runner, that have this concept, this premise built around like, what is the meaning of life? What does it mean to be alive, right? And it basically asks like, yeah, this is an AI and we made it, but does that mean it's not alive? It's conscious just like we are. And this series asks those same things. It doesn't do it in a detailed and super, you know, philosophical, like, you know, make your brain stimulated for like years and years kind of way. It's not gonna stand the test of time like Blade Runner and stuff. But it does work for its 13 episode run. It works in the way where like I'm invested, and, you know, it's one note, but they get creative with it. They do a couple different things with it. They use the concept. They have other characters. They show what other characters would do if they like were sentient, and like, you know, the dichotomy between like how other robots handle it. It wasn't super consistent with every single character. But I thought it worked. And I really liked the singing aspect of it, because when you listen to a song, Manny, when you listen to music, you can feel like when someone cares. When someone is singing, you can feel like when someone gives a shit about like what they're singing. And you know, I like when shows integrate music like into the story, like a character sings the song and it like has like more weight. And the ending worked for me, because I'm sitting there listening to it and I'm like, yeah, like I can confidently say like the ending resonated with me emotionally. It worked in that sense. It's not crazy in the same way that other series are crazy, but it worked for what it was going for. I didn't like the Ophelia one with the robot that like quote unquote killed herself. That didn't really live up to my expectations. That shit was goofy as fuck. With the anime fight on the rooftop, that was like, that didn't make any fucking sense. I don't even remember what the fuck happened, to be honest. I feel like my criticisms are falling flat because I'm just like pulling a bunch of shit out of my ass that I don't remember. But I like the one on the plane. I like the one near the end with like where I like when she fails. I like when she couldn't sing and then the robot, and then like we go back again and they try it one more time. I like that. I like that.
I know. I thought that was kind of weird because like I was like, okay, if this outcome happens and they're gonna go back in time to stop it from happening, I was thinking to it like early in the show. I was like, I wonder how the ending is gonna be and how like it changed from the initial ending. You know what I mean? But then when it got to it, it was like the same exact thing. Like I don't remember anything changing from the initial. Right?
What are you saying?
I feel like I thought like.
Well, they said the AI at the end said you were doing all these things to reverse like the apocalypse happening like at the end of the series, and as you were doing that, we were doing a bunch of shit in the background to prevent you from doing that. Like we were doing shit to fuck with you. Because like they did it first. Like Vivy and the robot guy, they would do it and then they would be like, all right, let's do a bunch of other shit somewhere else to make it so that what they did doesn't matter. They said that in the series.
What did they do that like changed what they did though?
So like, so yeah, I mean, not in great detail, but like I can suspend my disbelief enough to believe it. So like, you know, in the beginning where they save the dude and it's like, if this dude dies, then they're gonna pass this law, and if we save him and we tell him like, yo, don't stop being a politician, don't like progress the AI naming thing, they thought that that would help like AI society. And then in the background, they were like, all right, let's get people to feel bad about this. And like the AI engineered it other parts of society in a way where the outcome would be the same, even though the same thing didn't happen. So in the next episode, they're like, yeah, we saved the dude, but it didn't really fucking matter. Like the same shit that happened before is like, yeah. So I fucked with that ending. Like I fucked with that twist. Yeah, I like that. I like that aspect to it. I thought that was kind of cool. I think honestly, Manny, like what really connected me with it was the main characters. I liked Vivy and I liked the robot guy. I liked their dynamic at the end. I know. I said I didn't like them before, but bro, I remember at the end where like Vivy like said something and the robot guy's like, oh wow, you finally learned how to make a joke. I was like, that's great writing. Like that's so fucking good. I thought that was amazing. Because it's like she's an AI and he was like saying that the whole time of like, you're not funny at all. You don't know how to fucking lighten up. And she gains so much humanity by the end of the series. She learns how to be human that like she's capable of making a joke. I thought that was really smart. And despite having a lot of smart stuff like that, and despite me really liking the two main characters, I don't know if I'm ever going to watch this series again. Like, I don't know if I'm ever going to like sit down and give it another try. Cause it's just so unspecial. And I think one of the things that really does it for me, Manny, is like the visual design, like the characters, the way they look, the fucking, the overall art direction is so basic. It's just like everyone looks like an anime girl, you know? Everyone's like, "Which studio did it again?" And I'm like, yeah, it's animated well, but it doesn't look cool.
You know how sometimes they had those when they like had Vivy like super detailed.
Yeah.
You like those? Like those little parts? I thought like
that was the best. Those were the best parts. I fucked with that a lot. I thought that was like, if they didn't have that, I don't think I would like the show as much. I thought that worked really well. What did you think of that? I liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
All right, let me see what else there is to say about Vivy. The subtitles were fast when the fucking robot talked. When the robot was talking, that nigga was talking at lightning speed, Manny. Lightning McQueen. I was like, oh my god, I had to rewind that shit so fucking much.
Well, if you ever watch Tatami Galaxy, get ready.
We gotta watch that eventually.
Tatami Galaxy is a speedrun anime, bro. The show would be 24 episodes long, but since they talk so fast, it's 13 episodes long.
Fuck, you're killing me, Manny. Oh my, I don't think they did an English dub for that show. Did they?
No.
They probably can't because they talk so much. Fuck.
The actor would have to talk in like 1.5 times speed.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought there were a lot of, I wanted to say like how I thought there were a lot of references to other pieces of media. And I kind of gave it a slack in that sense. Like I'm sitting here telling you how it takes bits and pieces like thematically from other things and conceptually from like Steins Gate and Ghost in the Shell. I think there were nods to those things. I think there were references to some of those series. There's this scene in like this corridor with like green tint and like giant pillars, and there's a shootout scene and the characters start doing fucking cartwheels and shit, and that's Matrix. That happens in the Matrix. And there's so many things like this that are akin to the Matrix. The Matrix is about AI taking over the world, and this is basically about that too, and them trying to like save it. There's a scene where a character hacks a dude's like goggles to make him see something that he's not actually that's not actually there. That happens in Ghost in the Shell. You know, that happens in Ghost in the Shell. There's the scene where her arm's fucked up and it gets like all fancy animation. And I'm like, that's Ghost in the Shell. That's Ghost in the Shell too. There's a lot of shit, Manny. There's just a lot of stuff that I saw that I considered to be like very, very derivative and like, you know, nostalgia baity of like other things. And I thought that was fine. Like I kind of considered that like kind of cool, where it's like, yeah, we're not trying to be these things, but we like these other things. It could be coincidence. It could be coincidence.
I was saying I never watched those movies, so I wouldn't catch them.
Yeah, I might be.
That's cool, though.
That might be not what they were trying to do. That might have been unintentional, but like you know, I like to think that maybe it was. Let me see. I'm going through my notes. Man, there were a lot of just creative things in the show. Do you know what Hatsune no Miku is? Hatsune Miku? Do you know what that is, Manny?
Sounds familiar.
Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid singer, and a Vocaloid singer is an AI, right? Like a computer like engine that you can program to sing a certain song. And there are video games with Hatsune Miku, like rhythm games that you can like press the PS4 buttons to, and it's like a robot that like sings a song. And the robot like has a personality, because while the robot can sing at different like tones on like a keyboard, you know, they have a certain voice, so it's like, you know, particular to them. And there are many different like Vocaloid singers, and being that this is kind of a series about finding humanity through song, I kind of drew a parallel with Hatsune no Miku and Vivy, because Vivy's character design is so similar to Hatsune Miku. You know, the girl with like blue pigtail hairs and the pigtails.
She has headphones.
Yes. Look up Hatsune Miku right now.
Oh, I spelled that.
Hatsune.
Yeah, I've seen her on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah, she's everywhere. She's got a bunch of video games, and she's like on a bunch of things. And I drew, yeah. I drew a lot of parallels with whatchamacallit, Vivy and Hatsune Miku, and I thought that overall the series was like drawing these parallels with Vocaloid singers, because it's kind of like you see them as characters. Like when Hatsune Miku sings a song, you don't think, oh, that's a robot. You think, oh, that's Hatsune Miku singing the song. So you find humanity through things that aren't even real, and that's kind of what Vivy's trying to do. And it resonated with me in that sense too, because it's kind of connected to this real world thing that is already very popular. And that was even cooler because there's other characters in the show that sing too. And there are other Vocaloid singers that aren't Hatsune Miku that have like different color hair and like have different costumes. So I don't know, I drew that parallel too, and I thought that was really nice. Let's see. I'm just going through all my notes.
I also think I've seen her. I think I watched this video with this dude just walking down the streets of Japan. Yeah. I think I've seen her on like a poster or something.
Yeah, bro. She's everywhere. She's everywhere. Bro, there was a scene in the final, you probably don't even remember this because like you don't even give a shit, but in the final arc where like the AI were controlling other AI with this like signal, there was fucking Elizabeth. Remember Elizabeth, the one that fought? She survived by the end of it. Like she's alive in like the final arc, and I'm sitting there like, why isn't she mind controlled? Like why is Elizabeth not mind controlled? Like I can understand why Vivy isn't.
I thought they said something about that.
Did they?
Also,
I wrote in my notes.
I remember asking something about that. I remember like thinking that, and then I thought something came up.
I remember I wrote in my notes, how is Elizabeth not affected by the AI control thingy? She is autonomous. She is only able to have a personality because she's autonomous. She came after Vivy. Contradictions, but I didn't answer it. The reason why they said Vivy couldn't be controlled is because Vivy is autonomous. That's what they said. And Vivy's like self-sufficient, so she can't be controlled or some shit like that. But it was like, Elizabeth, wait, never mind. I don't fucking care. I barely remember this show. It was so long ago. Yeah.
I'm trying to find an answer.
Answer to what?
Why Elizabeth?
Oh, don't worry about it, Manny. I probably missed it. There was so much shit in this show. Don't worry about it. Don't even bother.
I want to find it.
Oh, Manny, we can't be on this too long. We have so much other stuff to talk about.
For me, I think
it was fine. It wasn't anything super ambitious.
I definitely liked it more than me. You know what's funny? When you told me that you watched it, I was like, damn, I made Ali watch this shit.
Yeah. If I did not watch it, I'm glad I watched it. I'm glad I watched it. If I didn't watch it, I wouldn't be upset. If I could erase it from my memory and God was like, "Yo, do you care if I take this memory?" I'll be like, "No, you can take that." Like, I don't care. Don't take away Megalobox from me. Don't take away Michiko and Hatchin. I need those in my brain. But you can take Vivy. The thing is, bro, it's like, I like the show, but I don't think it's memorable or significant enough to warrant being in my head and like being like in my brain for that long. So I don't know if I should rate it high or not. But I didn't dislike it enough to give it like a low rating. I'm gonna.
It's not hitting the 7s for me. My ratings are completely different from yours. So.
That's okay. Tell me your rating. I think I'm done with what I want to say.
Like 7s for me are like, you just made it. Like you just made it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you just passed, like, being mid. Like, 6 is mid. Like, 6 for me is, like, mid or ass. Everything below that is, like, terrible.
Yeah. I feel that. For me, I you know, I've said this before, but I'll say it again.
6s are high.
Regardless of my personal feelings, I try to rate things as objectively as I can. I try to rate things based on their quality and based on how they stack up against everything around them. And I think Vivy doesn't really exhibit enough poor qualities to make me say that it's a bad show. I can't in good conscience say that Vivy is bad. I don't think it's significant enough for me personally to go out of my way to recommend it and be like, yo, you got to watch this. But no. I don't dislike it enough to give it a low rating. For me, it's a 5. 5 is like what I consider to be like objectively mid. Like this series is like, this show or this movie is mediocre in the grand scheme of the medium that it's in. I think there's a lot of worse shows out there than Vivy. I think Vivy's unspecial and like not something that I love, but there's so much worse. There's so much worse than this show.
Dude, they have an 8.5 on my anime list and IMDb.
This is why I don't believe reviews. This is why I don't trust that shit.
Like, I only look at their movies. Everything else is kind of like.
IMDb is not credible either, man. You shouldn't trust that shit
when I
either.
look at their movies list, I kind of agree.
I don't know. They be bugging sometimes. Fucking Zack Snyder's Justice League was in the top 250 for like a week. That's a no.
I know Joker, when Joker came out, it was like top 10 for little.
Yeah, bro. That's just how reviews. I love Joker too. So I can understand that.
It's in my top 5 favorite movies ever.
That's understandable. If someone were to tell me that Joker was their favorite movie, I would understand. And I would not look down on them. Because Joker's a good fucking movie, and I can see what value people derive in it.
I wish I watched it with you, like, because when he was doing the dance in the bathroom, I was like, this is the best movie ever.
give me a second. Hold on.
Because like that movie.
Hold on. All right, I'm back.
That movie, Quentin Tarantino said it too. He said, if you didn't watch that movie in theaters, you robbed yourself. Because the music was so like...
The music was... yeah.
I was like, yo, that is so true, bro. You will not get that experience if you didn't watch it in theaters.
What would you rate Joker? 10?
I don't rate movies.
Okay.
I I wanted to, but it's like, dude, I would have to rate so many movies I've seen before. And I don't know if I can, like...
Do that.
I might do it. Well, it's going to be a lot harder. So my favorite movie is probably Goodfellas.
Mm-hmm.
Goodfellas, Joker. I like Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
I need to see a lot of stuff, though. When it comes to movies, I'm uncultured.
Yeah, I understand. Joker's good.
Honestly, and No Country for... Oh, we can talk about that.
No Country for Old Men. Yeah, I wanted to say I give Vivy a 7. I gave it a lot of thought. I walked out of it and I was like, Manny, should I give it a 7? After the shit I said last week? I'll give it a 7. It's not that bad. I'm not going to remember it, but it's not bad.
Probably going to get like a 6.6 from me.
Okay.
I will never recommend the show. Yeah, for me, like, obviously it depends person by person, but like, if you're in the 6, if you're 6 below, you're not getting recommended. The 7s are up and get recommended.
I don't really have like a bar. Usually if I give something a 7, I'm probably going to recommend it. No bullshit, bro. I wouldn't go out of my way to tell people like, yo, watch Vivy, bro. But I would be like, if someone told me like, yo, the show looks like something I would enjoy, should I watch it? I would say yeah. Like if someone thinks that they're going to like it, I'd say watch it.
Well,
I watch it and I get why people like it. I understand.
I don't get it.
Well, I hope I articulated
maybe
myself.
It feels like 24 episodes, maybe.
That would have been ass. I would not have been able to sit through that shit. It was just the same shit.
Yeah, maybe if the episodes are as good as the hotel one.
That's fair.
The hotel one was fire. Don't get me wrong, that was fire.
I like that one.
But that shit was fire.
I give Vivy a 7.
Episode was on IMDb was the island one, the last island one.
I like the island one. I like the island one, and I love how the robots like were trying to resonate with Vivy and trying to throw her like a party. I love that. I love how like when they die, it's like this really sad thing because they like try to defend themselves, and there were a lot of moments that I liked about it. I feel so bad because I feel like I'm not explaining myself well, and I'm not articulating myself in the best way I possibly can because it's just been so long and I forget like so much of it. But it had a lot of moments that fucking hit me. I like when the dude married the AI girl. I like when the dude killed himself after marrying the AI girl. I like when Vivy fucking broke down because she felt so bad that the dude killed himself. I like when the little robot guys that don't look like humans acted like humans. I thought that was pretty dope. I liked when the guy grew up over 100 years and tried to kill Vivy. I thought that was cool. I thought the plane bitch was cool, and I thought the ending was dope. That's Vivy. Sorry, I wish I had more to say. I feel like I'm just wasting my fucking breath. Yeah, I wish I had more thoughtful. I didn't really think about this as much as I should have, as I did with Beastars and the other one. Whoop whop. I didn't dislike it.
Oh well, Vivy.
What would you? So you give it a 6.6.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give it a 7. It was okay.
Sounds like you like it more than a 7.
No, a 7's good for me, Manny. A 7 is up 2 points. A 7's really good.
Rush on a Vivy.
No. I don't remember that bitch.
You do.
I can't fucking tell you what happened in the goddamn show.
I like her design.
I guess.
There was nothing
special about anything.
I liked looking at her.
Yeah, I guess I did too. Bro, it doesn't matter. Like that was the one thing I didn't like about the show. Everything looks so like just anime. It was just everything just looked
Bro, the side characters look so
generic.
They look like they were in the most basic isekai anime, bro.
Everything about this show screamed basic to me.
You know what's funny? When I watched Fate Unlimited Blade Works, I forgot to say this. I had this feeling that I was watching it in like 2016. It's so weird. I feel like I was watching anime as like a first time viewer. It's so weird, but I was like, this is an anime. I can't explain it, but I was like, why do I feel like I'm in 2017 watching this show? It's strange.
I think that Fate is a series that feels like something you'd watch in 2017. It feels like a show that you'd watch at that time.
I should have watched it in 2017.
Yeah.
I had this feeling. I was like, damn, this is like
nostalgic.
Everything about the show is so anime. Like the main character is an anime character.
Right. Yeah.
You'll see if you watch it.
No, I know what you mean. Like it's tropey, it's basic, like in those conventions.
Yeah, the main character is tropey.
Mm-hmm.
He does some cool shit at the end though.
Yeah.
But yeah, No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about Vivy. Characters are cool. I like the bitches singing. On Spotify, their songs are under their character names. I thought that was cool. Like all the songs that the characters sing are under their names, which kind of reinforces the Hatsune Miku thing, because that's what Hatsune Miku and her Vocaloid guys do. I do think they put a little bit of thought into it. 7. All right, No Country for Old Men.
It's
been like 10 years since I've seen it. So I know the ending, and I know that opening scene where he kills the guy. And I don't really know anything else. But talk to me about it.
I love that movie.
Yeah? Go on.
Anton Chigurh is one of my favorite villains. He is like, if I made a villain, he would be like that guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like this, like a force of nature. I like how the characters like talk about him. I remember when the dude was in the hospital and the buddy came with the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
He was telling the main character, or main protagonist. He was like, you don't know what you got yourself into. And he was like, you're not built for this, are you? And you seen him get in a shootout with him, and he was like, he didn't die in his first shootout, with the first encounter, and like he's not scared to like go up to like the Mexicans, take their shit. And he was like, you're not built for this lifestyle, are you? And I was like, damn. And like the old cop was like saying, he doesn't understand like no crime because of Anton. And he's like, you can tell like the cop was so scared of this dude, bro. Then like the show, like, cause you know that, I don't even remember that one scene where like he was gonna enter the door where Llewellyn died.
I don't remember it. No.
He was gonna enter the door, and then like he was hesitating. Then he took out his gun, and then it showed Anton on the other side of the door with his gun up. And then when he opened the door, Anton wasn't there.
What was that? I don't remember it, but just tell me what it was trying to say.
It was like he was so, you can tell like his face. He thought like, damn, if I open this door, I'm finished. Because like, you know, they show Anton behind the door, but then he's like, he opens it and no one's there.
So it's just him being anxious. Like,
yeah,
like, it was, yeah. Yeah.
And it was like, and like,
see, that's shit. That shows like effort, like filmmaking wise. That's something that you can only express through the medium of film. And that's something that you can only do in that way because it's a video. And that's, you know, I mean, I don't want to keep connecting it back to Vivy, but that's something that Vivy like didn't do in a lot of ways, which made it very unspecial. That Ghost in the Shell and Blade Runner do. So yeah, that's why No Country for Old Men for a lot of people is like a 10 out of 10 classic film.
And I've seen so many like analysis videos on it.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much. I watched so much content on analysis. There's like one dude was saying how like the cop Llewellyn and Anton Chigurh, they all represent like 3 different types of movie genres. like the cop is classic Western. They're saying like, I need to watch the video again, but they're saying Llewellyn's a neo something.
Neo Western.
Like,
I don't know.
Not neo Western. But the video
neo noir. Neo noir.
Yeah. And it was like the classic Western can't keep up with this type of genre.
Yeah.
But then like, and then it gets reinforced at the end where the dude, the cop's uncle was like, because you know the cop always had this thought that like back in the day, the heyday, like everything was so simple. Like bad guy does something bad, cops come and solves it, you know. But now that he's faced with something like he can't fathom or like solve.
Yeah.
He's like I'm getting too old for this. Like then he's like thinking about retired. Then his uncle's like, nah, bro, crime in the world is always this fucked up. But now you're just so like now you have this mindset, and then like when he said you have this mindset that's like fucking with you, he was like, that's what I thought. Oh, this is no country for old men. It's not because you're old. It's because the mindset you have. And I was like, that was fire.
That is fire. Fuck. That's so thoughtful, Manny. That's so thoughtful.
Bro, I love this movie. And Anton Chigurh, like, you know, he has that the coin stuff.
Yeah.
And he's like,
call it. Flip a coin. And then like, what do you have to offer? What do you have to offer?
He's like, everything you've ever had.
Well, I gotta know what I'm gonna bet, sir. What I'm betting for.
Bro, and then it's funny because like Chigurh, he looks so weird.
He's a weird looking fucking dude, especially with the fucking haircut.
The haircut is so out of place. And it's like compared to everyone else he interacts with. That dude, that dude behind the counter was so scared. You can feel it, bro. Yeah. Like he was so. You can it's like he already knew he was dead.
Yeah.
And he was like so fucking scared. He was like, because Anton Chigurh was like,
bro, it's because the dude Anton Chigurh intends to kill him from like the beginning of the thing.
He's like, what time you intend to close the store? He was like, we're gonna close right now. He's like, you can close now. It's midday. He's like, no, we close now, sir. He's like, you don't close now. You don't close now. And he was like, is that your house back there? He's like, yes, sir. And he was like, eating his peanuts, like. That whole scene was great. And then he's, you know, the college shit, you know, he has a lot to do with fate, right? Because you remember the car crash scene at the end?
That's basically all I remember. The car crash in the beginning, yeah.
The car crash was like, because you know there's so much into the character. He's so good.
Bro, I'm so sorry that I can't like discuss this in more detail. I haven't seen the movie. I saw it in like 5th grade. Like that's how long it's been.
He is one of the best villains I've ever seen.
He's one of the best villains ever. He's like amazing.
I will never forget this character.
No one will ever forget this character.
He was so great. There's so much shit. Like everything he does is like, bro. Well, like I said, remember that one scene he's talking to the cowboy dude, and he was like, "Oh my god, this scene's amazing." It's one of my favorite scenes in movies.
Yeah.
This dude was like, you know, the dude's walking up the stairs. Anton pulls up with the sign and shotgun behind him. He's like, "Let's have a chat." They sit down. He's like, the dude's like, "You can have the money." He's like, "Oh yeah," and then he's like, hold on, I remember. He's like, I can take you to the ATM. 14, he's like 14 grand, all yours. And he was like, Anton was just like, oh, the ATM. I was like, and then the dude was like, he was like, Anton was like, I'm gonna find the money, the bag that the other character stole. He's like, I'm gonna find it. He's like, how are you gonna find it? It's gonna be brought to me and placed on my feet. And the dude was like, you don't know that? He's like, I do. and then the dude, the character, the cowboy, he was like, go to hell. And Anton was like, oh. What's wrong with this dude? You know, he was like, go to hell. He's like, Oh.
Bro,
I was like, what the fuck?
bro, because it's.
Wait, hold on. One more thing, and then he actually go ahead.
I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but just from the way you're explaining it, the way they write the character is like, and what makes him so interesting is that he seems so beyond everything that everyone says. He's not fazed by the things that people say.
Yeah.
He doesn't resonate. He doesn't care because it's almost, at least in his mind's eye, it feels like he can, at least to him, he can see the future and he knows everything that's going to happen. And he doesn't worry about things that other people worry about because he knows that they're not worth worrying about. And it's so real and like not cartoonish that people will go out of their way to make analysis videos and be like, yo, Anton Chigurh is so fucking insane. But I get it though. Like it makes sense.
Things with him, like people refer to him as a force of nature.
It's just like Griffith. It's on par with that in my opinion.
Yeah, I see this. A lot of YouTubers refer to him as a force of nature. Like you can't stop him, and even the characters, even like the side cops, like refer to him as a ghost. And like when they show up to a crime scene, you see it, like they'll be like, when they talk about what the shit he's done, he's like, yeah, he killed someone on the highway, then lit a car on fire, and blah blah blah. And he's like, he's just like a ghost, huh? And like, cause they never catch him. And then like another thing with that one scene when they're sitting down, the dude was like, he's like, do you know how crazy you sound? He's like, oh wait. He's like, do you know how crazy you are? And he's like, you mean he said, he was like, you know how crazy you are? And he's like, you mean the nature of this conversation? He's like, I mean the nature of you. And he's like, oh. and then
that's
another
so cool.
thing, and then it was like, then there's like a little pause, and then like you can tell the cowboy's anxiety was like rising, and then the phone rings, a loud ass phone, and he's like, the character's like, the cowboy's like, it's not that animated, but
yeah,
like, you can see his chest like poking out, and then Anton looks at him like Anton's like, oh, I got him, right? And then Anton looks to the side, looks back at him, and then shoots him. Picks up the phone, it's the other main character, and he's like, you know who it is. And then that guy's like, fuck off, you're not gonna find the money. And I think he told him, he was like, yo, I'm gonna give you an option. Just bring me the money, I'm gonna kill you and leave your wife. If you don't bring me the money, you're all gonna die. Then you know the kid that doesn't bring the money. Then the other character dies, and the job's already done. Everything's finished. He goes to his wife's house, sitting there in the corner of her bedroom. He's like, call it. He's like, just call it. And then she was like, because, another thing with Fate, he was like, no. Bro, go back to the cowboy scene before he died. He was like, it's a great quote. He's like, if the way you, this is not exactly what he said. He said it in a way cooler way, but he was like, the way you live, or he's like, the code you followed led you to this point of what use was the code, right? Like, if he lived, because there's another thing, there's more to it, but I don't remember. He was like, if you live this certain way and it got you to me about to kill you, then what was the point of that rule, But I forgot what he said after. And then it goes back to that when he's gonna kill the wife. He's like, call it. She's like, I'm not calling it. The choice, the coin doesn't make the choice. It's you making the choice. And he's like, the coin got hit the same way I got hit, like by fate, right? He doesn't mention it, but it's like fate. And then that leads into the car crash where like it's a green light. He's following the rule of driving. He gets in a car accident. And it's like no one says it, but he's like, if that rule got you to get in that car crash, of what use was the green light? Because you got in a car crash anyway. And you can tell, like, he's like kind of like flabbergasted by it. He's like, no way. He's like, no way. And then he just walks off into the sunset. And that was the last time you see him. But he was amazing. Like, he is one of literally, like, he is like perfect. Like, literally a perfect character. Like, for real.
I'm gonna fucking buy the Blu-ray right now. I miss this movie. I want to watch it again.
It was so, and the fact that there's no music, it felt so like, it sounds so real.
That's
and then
so
like
cool.
the end monologue with the cop retired, and he's like, I had a dream last night. The wife's like, yo, what was it about? He's like, it was me and my dad. And he's like, my dad's I'm older than my father by 20 years, so I guess I'm the older man now. He was like, I see my dad ride off to the sun, or like sunset, and then like I caught up to him, and blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. I forgot. He just said some good shit, and then he's like, then I woke up from this dream he had, from like the classic Western dream, like he wished he had. He's like, and I woke up. Then the movie ends, and it's like, when I saw it, I was like, that was fire. Like, because this show, like, robs you of so much action. Because, like, Llewellyn, the other protagonist, you don't see he dies off camera. Like, he's, like, the movie starts off in him pulling up to, like, a Mexican standoff where everyone's already dead. And he just robs the money.
Yeah.
But now you see him, he casually just dies like a side character off camera, and they took the money now. And it felt so real, like his life wasn't really all that meaningful. He's just another side character, and his death wasn't really that important to show on camera.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
If this was like a normal movie, he would have had a crazy shootout, the dramatic death, but they just rob you of that, and they rob you of a crazy ending. And the craziest ending is him getting a random car crash and walking away. I was like, bro, I love this shit. It's so different. It's so unique.
It's so
creative.
Thoughtful. It's made for people with a brain. It's made for people that want to think about the thing that they're watching and want to watch it again to think about it more.
Yeah, for sure. It's not that movie, bro. I can't. It's crazy. I can't recommend that movie to people. Like,
it's not, because a lot of people are not thinky people. You know.
Yeah, they're gonna expect that classic Western shootouts and bro, but I know they're gonna enjoy Shiger, but they're not gonna like get the cop. They're not gonna get the use of this code why they get you here. They're not gonna get the fate, the coin. They're not gonna get the character dying off camera or the simple ending.
Some people just don't get like complicated movies like that. They just don't get it at all. And you can recommend Vivy to them instead.
Ali, we live in a backwards world.
What is it? What does that mean?
That fucking Vivy is the thing I have to recommend instead of No Country for Old Men. I love that. I love the title too.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking about what you just said. I
can't recommend fucking. Literally, I can't recommend Steins Gate to people. Like,
you don't think that Steins Gate's like really accessible? Like, it's a complicated show, but I feel like they explain it a lot.
I don't think it's accessible.
Really?
I think it's easy, but like the fact that like the type of, not easy, but I think the type of show it is, a lot of talking, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I like, when I recommend shows, sadly, I have to recommend Shonen. Like,
fuck.
Because you're the only person that I could recommend a show like that to, or Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I'll tell people to go watch fucking Akame ga Kill or some dumb shit. It is what it is, bro.
I mean,
yeah, honestly, No Country for Old Men, probably top 3, top 5. One of the best movies I've ever seen.
I'm trying to buy the Blu-ray right now. Might have to. I loved this movie. I saw this movie, I think, in 5th grade. I believe I saw it in like 5th grade.
Yeah.
It was so different and unique. Yeah. All right. I'll save that for another time. But
if the use of the code brought you here, well, what use is the rule?
Yeah, I'm thinking about, because that's what I said about Vinland Saga when I was talking about Vinland Saga. Or I said it in the last episode where I was like, I want to recommend shit to people, and then like I have to sit there and I have to be like, okay, it's good. Like I can't criticize things with other people. And I'm trying to think about that. Like, why is it that way? Like, why can't people enjoy things like No Country for Old Men? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
I think some people just don't think about, they're just not thoughtful enough to be able to like digest abstract like media like that, you know?
I think that's what it is. It's so bizarre.
It's bizarre, and it like requires you to ask questions about it. It requires you to really sit there and be like, what the fuck did this mean? What meaning can I derive from this?
Yeah, because honestly, I really love movies and shows that are up to interpretation. And I don't feel like a lot of people are. You know what I mean?
Nope. A lot of people don't like to think. I don't get it.
Like me, when I don't get something, I'm watching a 30-minute analysis video like right after.
When I don't get something, I'm writing a 30-minute analysis video. Like I'm sitting there on my fucking notes pad, like.
I like when it comes to like interpretation, I come up with my own thing or possibilities. Then I like to see what other people say.
Yeah, me too.
I love reading paragraphs of people like, you know, Mononoke, the ending, man. Like,
yeah.
I love that shit.
Fuck, Manny.
Love that shit.
There's so many movies you have to see if you like that. You are in a different world. You need to watch Akira again. You like shit open to interpretation? Watch Akira. Akira's so good. Akira. There's this movie that came out last year called Children of the Sea. It's fucking amazing. It's so good. It's called Children of the Sea. I think it's on Netflix. It's an anime movie. And once again, it's a movie. There's a ton of fucking shit, Manny, that I gotta recommend to you. There's a ton of stuff. Berserk has a bunch of things that fall into that realm. That's why Berserk is so iconic. Because you gotta think about that shit. And when you think about it and you get it, you're like, you feel awoken. You literally will upgrade as a person. You will fucking level up mentally.
Even if I don't get it while watching it, if I get it in an analysis, I would still get that feeling.
Exactly. You still derive some semblance of value because this other dude put a lot of thought into it, and you're understanding his thought process. And by proxy of understanding his thought process, it's going to make you think about things the way that he thinks about things because, you know, you're getting that from him.
And then you're like, how did I miss that? You know, that makes you want to not miss things anymore.
It's the value of criticism. That's what makes YouTube videos like Alexander and, you know, the guy that you watch from ReZero, that's the value of that stuff. It gets people to like those things. You might not be this kind of person if you didn't watch like ReZero. I mean, if you didn't like watch that guy's YouTube videos and stuff, you know? I would not be the person I am today if I didn't watch the YouTubers that I watched like throughout high school and stuff.
Yeah, I think for me, it started with Alexander.
For me,
it started with like when I first got into anime, I watched a lot of mid, I watched a lot of ass.
Yeah.
And I thought that ass was good. But I just remember watching Glass Reflection YouTube, his top 20 anime, and it would have all the greatest shows. He recommended Steins Gate, Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, Fullmetal, fucking Death Note, and a bunch of Ghibli movies, and a bunch of shows that no one fucking knows. And I started watching. I was like, I want to be like this guy. Really, I was like, I want to be the guy who doesn't say fucking Naruto's the best anime. You know what I mean? And then I started watching those shows and like, damn, all these other shows are ass. And I think that's what led to me watching Alexander. And after watching Alexander, that's when my whole like thought process really like flipped. You know?
That's
I'm
so
grateful for Alexander, for real.
That's really cool. For me, it was Your Movie Sucks. He's a YouTuber. He's pretty big. He's pretty like iconic in like the video essay scene. And he's easily my favorite YouTuber. And like you said, where it's like, yo, this guy, the things that he says are like the best movies of all time are not the things that other people say are the best movies of all time. So it's so cool when you see like, cause he like he shits on like everything. He fucking hates like Marvel movies. He like doesn't like he thinks like a lot of things are ass, and it's like, I like that. Why do you think it's bad? But he's so good at articulating himself. He's so good at being able to explain why something is bad that you're sitting there and you can't even refute that shit, bro. You can't even sit there and be like, I disagree, fuck you. You literally can't say that. You'll look like a dumbass if you try and like say some shit like that. And I just love, and he doesn't even like anime. So when he says an anime is good, I'm like, yo, like it's verified. Like it's got that status. Yeah.
It's I just remember too that Alexander has some Fate Zero videos. I gotta watch those.
Yeah. When it comes to anime YouTubers, like anime like YouTubers that are like more thoughtful than others, Super Eye Patch Wolf is one that I love. He's not he might not be as like philosophical as someone like, you know, Alexander. He might not be capable of making like a well done berserk analysis like Alexander does in the same way, but his editing is really good, and he likes different things. He's a very unique person. He does a lot of jujitsu, so he really loves Baki and like fighting things, and he plays video games.
You say Baki?
That's the reason why I keep talking so
you
highly
say
about
Baki in my presence. No, but I really fucking Baki.
I know.
I really like Eye Patch Wolf, and I like his State of Shonen Jump videos.
Those are so good. Those are so fucking good.
I didn't know what show was it. I think Promised Neverland was at like top 3 at one point.
I was reading Promised Neverland before the anime dropped. I was reading that shit like by myself, and I wouldn't tell anybody. I would wait for the chapters, and every day at school when they would be like, all right, reading time, I'd read the new chapter of Promised Neverland. I'd be like, yo, let's go. Oh, like, and oh my God, Promised Neverland was so fun to read weekly, bro. Each chapter was paced so well. Each chapter had a good fucking cliffhanger. And Dr. Stone came out at the same time as Promised Neverland. So at the lunch table, I'm just like, yo. Everyone's out here recommending anime, and I'm just like, in like a year or two, there's going to be this thing called Promised Neverland. Don't sleep on it. Okay? I told you so. I told you. and then it came out, and everyone was like, yo, this shit slaps. And I'm like, yeah. Dr. Stone was not as good as the manga, which was a little disappointing, but people still like it, so it's whatever.
I think Dr. Stone is fun.
Yeah, it is. I'm glad it's not bad. It's just, I don't know, the stakes don't seem as high in the anime for some reason. Whatever. I love Super Eye Patch Wolf. I love Your Movie Sucks. I like movies more than anime. Once I kind of got hip to like, wow, like this is an art form that you can do so much with. Movies are so much more creative and so much more out there than anime. Anime is just kind of like in this little bubble. Even the ones that are good, even the ones that are like actually good, they're still kind of in this bubble, and they don't really like to break out of it. They're all like in this genre mostly, you know? It's so rare that you get like a good anime that you can like hold next to other things like that aren't anime. Yeah, that's why I stopped watching anime for a grip. But I'm glad that we're watching it. All the things that we watched this episode, Vivy, Michiko Hatchin, and Megalobox, all original shit. That's not based off of a manga. That's not tied down by manga pages. And they're all better for it. Say what you want about Vivy, but Vivy is good because it's not based off a manga. Vivy works because it's not based off a manga. And all the other ones do too. Film is such a more malleable art form because they're more creative. They get to do more. I mean, anime is film, but anime is a genre of film.
Movies are definitely more creative.
Anime limits itself. It doesn't get as creative. So when I see something that is creative, like Megalobox or some shit, I get really excited. That's why I watch Vivy, because Vivy's like an original thing, and they're like trying to do something different. And yeah, I still like anime, but I like movies more. So I'm waiting for the day that I get to talk about movies with somebody, because that's what I'm really passionate about.
No movie, I like anime more, but it's like no movie has hit me like how. So well, I talk so highly of Joker, Goodfellas, and No Place for Old Men or No Country for Old Men, but like they just don't hit me like
I'm listening.
Like JoJo Part 4 did. You feel me?
Oh yeah, I feel you. Anime is still good. I think I phrased myself incorrectly. Anime isn't bad.
I'm just saying how I feel. Like no movie that I've seen has hit me like my top 5 anime.
Yeah.
I'm not like my top 7.
That's
but
fair.
Also, I haven't watched that many movies, so that could be a thing. But no Country for Old. I need more movies like No Country for Old.
Coen Brothers. A lot of their movies are very similar to that. Fargo. There's a lot of movies like No Country for Old Men. Watch There Will Be Blood. You heard of that?
I have my list is kind of too long right now. I'm trying to get all the like popular, the well criticized popular out the way. You know what I mean?
There's too many of those, Manny. There's a lot.
I'm talking about
like the Taxi Drivers, the No Country for Old Men.
Bro, oh my god, I'm
going to see Taxi Driver in a movie theater on Friday, I think. I'm seeing that in a movie.
Next Friday?
This week. Sometime this week.
What day is it? Friday?
Friday. September. No, like next Monday? I think it's on Monday. Hold on, let me look it up. I found this movie theater that like screens old movies, and I've just been going to watch old movies at that movie theater. And there's it's right here. Friday, September 3rd. Yeah.
September 3rd, huh?
Yeah. This is it right here.
Guess what? Yes. I'm gonna be in Brockton that day.
What?
Yeah.
Manny, what did you say? What did you say? Look at me. Look at me in the camera, you son of a bitch. You're gonna be here?
I'm gonna be in Brockton on that day. And I want to watch that movie.
Manny, what the fuck? What the fuck? Listen to me. You listen to me and you listen good. How come you are gonna come to Brockton and not tell me? What's wrong with you?
I just told you.
Wait, why are you coming to Brockton?
I'm going on vacation.
For how long?
13 days.
Oh my god, you're gonna be here for 13 fucking days? And you weren't gonna fucking tell me?
Obviously, I have to tell you that.
You fucking nigger! Oh my god. Okay. Holy shit, I can't believe you're gonna be here. Oh my god. I'm gonna be able to see you. Manny, there's so many movies I'm gonna see. I go to the movies practically every single day. And, I watch anime. Do you want to do stuff? Do you want to do anything? I mean, you can come see Taxi Driver with me. I would love to do that. It's going to be at midnight, though. You better be awake, bitch.
Damn, midnight on a Friday on vacation. Taxi Driver is in my top 5.
I remember I said I didn't like the first time I watched it, so I want my opinion to change. I'm going to give it another try. It's been like 2 years since I've seen it. And I'm a big boy now, so so we'll see.
I love Taxi Driver. I love that movie.
Yeah.
I love Scorsese.
I love The Irishman. I fucking love that movie. That's like the Scorsese that I love.
Well, that's one of the most. That movie has like, yesterday we was talking about it at work, and I guessed it. I was like, that movie probably has like the highest budget out of any movie. And they searched it up, and I think it was true.
Out of any movie? Ever?
I could be wrong because there was a huge estimate because they were like saying the budget was between 140 and like 280, so they even know the true budget. So it's going off estimations
of how much it made or how much it cost to make.
How much it cost.
I feel like those CGI like, you know, Avengers things.
I don't think it's true either. I think it's up there.
Bro, Irishman is just a movie with like people talking and shit. Like
it's up there. It's up there.
I'm not saying it was a cheap movie to make.
If we went off the highest estimate people say, it would be like top 10.
There are so many.
Top 15.
I gotta look this shit up. This doesn't really seem highest.
No, I have the highest is Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean is the most expensive movie ever?
Yeah.
This is according to Wikipedia. Avengers Endgame number 3. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, Pirates of the... What? That piece of shit movie cost more than Endgame? Oh my god. Oh my god. Age of Ultron cost more than Endgame? That's so weird. That's so weird. Of course Endgame is one of the most expensive movies ever made.
Okay, this ain't... The Irishman had a budget of 159 million, but it's speculated to have over 225 million. So it would be up here in like the top 20.
That's such an
odd... isn't the movie is 3 hours, right? 3 hours and 30 minutes. It is a long movie.
But it's a movie. I don't know. I mean, unless they paid for the sets, like the buildings to be... There's... I don't know. I know a lot of other movies that put so much more effort into like... I'm not even gonna criticize this. I just...
No, they probably use their money better. You know one thing about
I guess so.
Reservoir Dogs? The budget of Reservoir Dogs was like only like 1.5 million.
Yeah.
And it was still great because people say it felt like a play. It did.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's so cool. I'm gonna watch it, Manny. I'll watch it.
What's the next thing we're gonna talk about? We went on a little tangent.
That's okay. I love tangents. The JoJo tangent last episode was like one of the best parts of that episode.
Yeah, we have a mandatory JoJo tangent.
Manny, should I watch JoJo before part 6? Should I watch all of it?
Why not? You have a lot of shit to watch.
I know, but there's so much stuff to watch. Like, I have to watch Attack on Titan, and I have to watch JoJo, and I have to watch... There's a lot of other things I want to watch, too. I want to watch Cowboy Bebop again before the live action comes out. I don't know if you want to do that, but I would love to do that.
You better watch Jujutsu Kaisen.
Oh, yeah. Does the movie come out? Not for us. I'll watch it when the movie drops. When the movie's about to come out, I'll watch season 1. That's when I'll watch Jujutsu. But I really want to watch Attack on Titan before the final whatever they're doing, the final season or whatever. I know.
You should have watched it weekly. Watching it weekly was so good.
I know, but it's too late now. I didn't like watching Attack on Titan weekly when I was watching it. I just like to binge that. I don't know. I wouldn't have liked to watch Megalobox weekly. As much as I liked it, you know, it depends on the show, bro. Sometimes I stopped watching Sunny Boy. I was just like, man, fuck this. I just want to finish it like in one go.
I never picked it up. Because you know, I always say Funimation has the worst streaming.
Manny, I bought the Blu-ray from Michiko Hatchin and Megalobox because I told myself like I cannot fucking watch this shit on Funimation. I can't. It's so annoying. I'm gonna kill myself if I have to watch all this on Funimation.
I say this every episode. It is the worst.
It's so bad.
Watch this anime. Fucking Funimation.
Oh, it's so bad.
There's another show I want to watch this season. There's another show I want to watch this season called The Case Studies of Venetius. Something like that. And it's only on Funimation, so I'm not watching it.
The Case Studies... The closed case? The case studies of what? Venetius?
Yeah.
What am I looking at? What is this?
Oh, I heard it was a sleeper.
Yeah, that's what you heard about Vivy.
This looks cooler to me.
The poster gives me Vivy vibes. It looks just like Vivy.
I think you're looking at a wrong poster. Is the poster you're looking at have a bunch of blue and gold?
Yes.
That's not it.
That's not it.
No.
The case study of vaginas, the case study of vajajas.
I didn't fucking. This is the poster.
Yeah, yeah. You just said blue and gold, and I said yeah. That's what I'm looking at right now.
This one.
No, that's blue and gold too. No, I get Vivy vibe.
This is not.
Look, it's a girl with a big swoopy dress, and it's flowing in the wind, and she's standing in front of the camera.
Bro, there's no blue. There's barely any blue.
The whole fucking sky is blue. The whole top of the screen is blue. Look at the blue.
It's fucking purple, dude. What are you talking about?
All right.
I said a lot of blue.
There's a lot of fucking blue. A good third of this image is blue.
If I wanted to explain this cover, I would have said, do you see 4 people in the fucking the sea, bro? Oh my God. I heard it was alright, and I wanted to watch it because there was nothing this season other than Tokyo Revengers and My Hero.
We need to fucking catch up, goddammit. There's other things that we need to watch. I don't know. I guess maybe
I can watch 6 shows a season and finish other shows.
That's true.
I've done it multiple times.
I feel like when I watch things weekly, I care less. I feel like I watch shit out of obligation. I understand time-wise how it's more efficient, but it's so hard for me to care about like 6 things at the same time.
I don't know. I can do it. I feel like my thing is like.
I also don't like giving Funimation more money than they deserve. I get so mad at that. Like, man, I'm giving you all this money just so I can watch this shit weekly. I'm gonna give you $8 for 1 month. I'm gonna binge it in like a week. I'm gonna cancel that shit immediately, and then I'll come back in like 6 months when the next show that I want to watch is done. I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong way to go about it. Less efficient.
I just think about it like by the end of the season, I would have finished like 6 fucking seasonal and probably like 2 fucking normal shows. I would have finished 8 shows this one season.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like watching weekly stuff. Tokyo Revengers is cool weekly.
It probably is. You probably remember shit that happened last week. You probably there's probably good cliffhangers. Sunny Boy was somewhat an overarching narrative, but it was also mildly self-contained, where it was like each episode is kind of its own thing. So I'm just saying, I remember like when I got to episode 4, I'm like, what the fuck happened last episode? And I was like, I don't want to rewind through Funimation's shitty interface to find out. So fuck you.
Why is their interface so bad? They have like the worst video player. Like,
because it was made by monkeys.
I can go on Kiss Anime and have an easier time on that fucking shit website. Like, it's crazy.
I had an old friend that I talked to on Discord back when I was in high school. And this friend of mine was actually older than me. And he had like a bigger YouTube channel. And I had a lot of respect for him. And he was like a sponsor of Funimation. And I was like, that's so cool. But he would always suck Funimation's dick. And he would be like, yo, the fucking streaming service is so much better than Crunchyroll. I'm like, are you smoking crack? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's okay if you like Funimation. They have good Blu-rays. They have a great selection of shows. But this fucking service is impossible. Especially on desktop. You are not allowed to have a bad streaming service on fucking desktop. Come on. Come on. Desktop is the premier place to have your service fucking work. I will say, when I was watching Megalobox, it didn't really fill me. I was watching it on my Xbox and I was like, alright, Funimation. You didn't fuck me up. I forced that shit to be 1080p. The quality never really dropped and I was like, alright.
We should go on the Funimation boycott.
My Funimation boycott is not paying for their service and buying Blu-rays instead.
I think Sony bought Crunchyroll.
No, Funimation owns Crunchyroll now, Manny. The Dark Ages are about to start.
Isn't that Sony? Doesn't Sony own Funimation?
I believe so, yeah. You want me to look that up? Or you want me to...
Crunchyroll, AT&T controlled Crunchyroll. Bought for $2 billion.
Nani?
I thought it was cool. Hopefully, bro.
Hopefully it means something good.
It
Sony,
has to, but
it's Sony. It's the Sony.
If they put that shit video player on Crunchyroll, I'm not watching anime no more. I was gonna watch more.
What's so unexcusable is that Verve is great. Like Verve is so fucking good. I don't understand why Verve is this like alternative that exists that's so much better than Funimation and Crunchyroll, and they just don't use whatever those niggas are doing over there. Like, you got a nigga down the street that works with you guys that has a better video player than you and has all your shit on there.
They should have bought Verve.
One thing that I love about Blu-rays, Manny, is that when you watch a Blu-ray, the quality will never drop. You will never have to worry about something lagging on the screen. And when I was watching Michiko and Hatchin and Megalobox on Blu-ray, it was really great because it felt like I was getting the premium experience. Every single show that we watch, if it's an old show that has a Blu-ray, I'm going to try and watch it on Blu-ray. And I want to watch JoJo on Blu-ray. Oh my God. If I get to rewatch JoJo on Blu-ray, that would be so fucking OD. Oh, that would be so fun. Because, like, you know, on Blu-ray, when they release a Blu-ray, they, like, fix some of the animation. Even for shows that don't have bad animation necessarily. Like, Attack on Titan, they went back and redid some of the animation for Attack on Titan just to make it, like, kind of better. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. So it's like you're getting the premium experience, like, the best version of the thing that you like. It's like, wow. I love Blu-rays. I could show you my whole Blu-ray collection if I could. But I got Megalobox right here. Look at this shit.
Sorry for that.
What the fuck is that? Let me not show you Megalobox. This was Michiko and Hatchin. Wait, webcam's over here. Oh, it's reverse. It's reverse. But shit's good, man. I love Blu-rays.
I think that's a good segue.
Yeah, segue.
Hatchin.
Michiko and Hatchin. One of the most unique anime I've ever seen, bro. At least in comparison to other anime. In terms of, like, this is different. It's like, wow. Fuck. This is such a fucking change of pace. I'm so glad. You're making a face. All right. All right. Say it, Manny. Say it to me. Give it to me straight. What did you think?
When I watched Michiko and Hatchin, I can't not compare it to Samurai Champloo or like Trigun or some show like that.
Okay.
And I don't think Michiko and Hatchin is bad, but for me it just didn't reach those heights. And don't get me wrong, those heights.
Why do people compare it? I can understand comparing it to Trigun, but it's so not Samurai Champloo. There is a overarching storyline that is developing in every episode.
But hear me out. Samurai Champloo, there is an overarching. They're both episodic. Even though, like, Michiko and Hatchin, there's more development to the main story. Samurai Champloo, I know they don't even talk about what's going on about the main story, but I just remember the Samurai Champloo episodes as being better.
They were
for an episodic show.
For an episodic show, its episode to episode like stories were more interesting, like back to back.
I don't think it holds. It's not even close to Trigun or Samurai Champloo, or it's nowhere near Space Dandy, if you ask me.
I don't like it more than Space Dandy either.
Yeah, because like I think Space Dandy, I need to rewatch Space Dandy. And I'm going to wonder. I think episode to episode for 24 episodes, I think Space Dandy is the best at it. Literally, I think it's the best episodic anime by far, easily.
Yeah.
It has the best stories. The only thing that competes with that show would be fucking Mushishi. Honestly,
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
episodic wise, I think it surpasses. It probably surpasses Samurai Champloo. And it's
I like it more.
It's on that level of Cowboy Bebop and Trigun. Like,
I haven't, bro. I'm gonna be real. I love Trigun. I haven't seen it in a very long time. I can understand why you'd compare it to Trigun, because I feel like the story is developing slowly in Trigun as the episodic things are going on. Like, it is episodic-y, kind of.
You know what Trigun right now?
Yeah, I'm talking about Trigun. It is episodic-y, but it is... The story is happening. Like, there's shit constantly going on. And in Michiko and Hatchin, it is episodic-y, but with each episode, you are learning something that is very important, and you are gaining new information that is pertinent to the narrative. Michiko and Hatchin is not a show where you can pluck an episode out of its run and say, like, all right, the show will stay the same. You can't do that with this show. You can do it with Samurai Champloo and Space Dandy. You can't do that with Michiko and Hatchin.
But I was still like, even with that, I don't know. I
saw when I was about to watch it.
I forget Michiko and Hatchin. Sadly.
Really, I feel the complete opposite.
Bro, it's like it started off so good.
Okay,
I really liked it.
Yeah,
but like I don't know, but when it kept going, I started just to not care about finding this fucking guy.
Really,
just so the ending. And no, it's one of those endings like, oh, we came here and nothing happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And again, I have to compare it to Samurai Champloo, because Samurai Champloo, they meet her dad, he dies, and they go their separate ways. I love that. I loved it, but with this show, it didn't hit for me. That style of ending did not hit. Like, I stopped caring over time about this fucking guy. You meet this guy I don't care about anymore, and then he's just like, all right, I'm out of here. And then she has a kid, and then that's it. I don't know. Don't get me wrong, there were great episodes.
I'm glad you're being honest. I'm glad we feel differently about this. It sparks conversation.
Yeah, bro, I have to compare it to those shows, and it's just like,
it's so weird to me because like a lot of people do compare it to Bebop and Samurai Champloo, but to me it's like not even really trying to be
for sure
like that in this. It's really Bebop and Samurai Champloo, especially the Shinichiro Watanabe like episodic joints like Space Dandy, those are literally in the first like 2 or 3 episodes, it's like, these are your characters, this is what they do, here are the adventures they go on. Trigun, Michiko and Hatchin, I'm trying to come up with other examples like them, like Gurren Lagann, Ghost in the Shell. Let me not use Ghost in the Shell. That's different. But you know, Trigun, especially Trigun, there is a story happening. It's kind of episodic, but it's not really episodic. They are going on many adventures, but there is like other things happening in the background of these adventures. Like, for example, let me go through the episode list on IMDb to try to articulate my point better. With each episode, it has a purpose narratively beyond just being like some filler shit. Like the episode in the beginning when it has like Michiko's flashback and they have to get Hatchin because she gets kidnapped by like, you know, the gang or whatever, and Michiko has to save her. In that episode, you're learning about Michiko's backstory, and you're learning about the gangs and how she went to jail, and you're getting development on like the orphanage and stuff. And then there's the episode where, you know, you're learning more about Satoshi, and it is kind of this self-contained episode because it's like, oh, this is a new adventure they're going on, but it's like a development into the story because you're getting this new main character that's very important in the grand scheme of things, and he plays like a very significant role, and there are so many episodes in this that are so impactful to me, bro, like that like resonate with me on their own because They are somewhat self-contained, but they do have like also significance in the grander scheme of things. One thing that makes Samurai Champloo and Space Dandy so good is because they're episodic, but they affect the story in very subtle ways. Like they affect the characters. Like a character goes through an experience that in a sense changes them, right? They don't change them enough to make their character act any differently than they did before, but they change enough in a way where you watch it and you're like, oh, like, you know, this character went through this experience and this is, and he's a different person because of it, even though you might not see him reflected in his attitude. Like, I always think about the episode with the blind girl and Mugen in Samurai Champloo. I always think about how that episode like impacted that character and how he changed from that moment and how that affected him, right? Like that, you know, that's an emotionally resonant thing. I always think about how in Cowboy Bebop, there's the first episode with the pregnant girl and how like she fucking dies in the spaceship and how that affects her. And there's episodes like that in this, you know? There's episodes, I love episode 7 where she's like flirting with the white guy. That episode is directed so well and there's so little talking and it's so like, it's executed so well without like being super direct, you know? It's conveyed like through the visuals and stuff. I'm kind of just rambling right now. The point that I'm trying to make is that I feel like Michiko and Hatchin is very different from Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo to the extent where like I wouldn't even put it in the same ilk as them. And like I like Bebop and I like Champloo more, but they're different. It's different to me.
I think really like they're like slightly different. I don't really think there's a big difference between them.
Give me 1 second. My dog is barking. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm back.
Yeah, I was saying, I only see a slight difference between them. I don't really think they're that much different. It's like, I don't know, I just see it as a journey. These characters went on a journey. And
yeah.
like for Samurai Champloo, the ending was kind of similar.
The ending was kind of similar to that. I love the ending of Michiko and Hatchin. I don't like it more than Champloo. I think Champloo resonates so much more. I love the idea that these characters might never see each other again, but it doesn't matter. That ending is so deep. Because like you don't want it to happen, but like it's still really good. Because it's like, yeah, we might never see each other again, but like we had fun.
I liked it too because they're just like, all right. Like, you're not there.
Yeah.
You're just seeing these guys like they act like they don't even care. It's like as they walk off and the music starts playing, they're walking through fucking Japan like.
Yeah, because they're good. Like there's nothing to be upset about, you know. Like where we had fun and we finished the mission and now we're done. And
but Michiko and Hatchin, like it wasn't bad. Like the ending, I'm talking about the ending. The ending wasn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like. Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not like it was like a realistic ending.
Yeah.
But the dude that they was going after, like, was such a like letdown. I think.
Well, they basically said
I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to be a huge. Wow! Oh my God! Like, Michiko, is that you?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's been running away from her.
Yeah.
So obviously, he wasn't gonna be like, I kind of seen this ending coming.
Yeah. They basically say it in the show. They basically tell you like that he's running away from her and
they
stuff.
let you know. So then, like when you see him, it's like I don't know. It just didn't hit me. I didn't feel it.
I understand. For me,
I mean, they had great episodes. I remember the episode where they had that female who was the strip club.
That was great. That's some shit that you would see. That feels like Champloo level. That seems like something that I would see in Bebop or Champloo. It feels synonymous with that. I love how she died at the end. Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what made it even better.
Yeah.
I like how Michiko was upset that she wouldn't help him.
Yeah.
Help her.
Exactly. And you know, like they don't reference that ever again in the series, and her character doesn't change in a way that makes you see her like any differently. Like she doesn't act any differently from that point on, but you can tell it impacted her, and it still happened in the show. Just like how Mugen like killed the blind girl, he was like, oh, why the fuck did I do that? Fuck. And just like, you know, Spike like killed the pregnant girl, or like the pregnant girl killed herself or whatever. That was the most shampoo-y like Shinichiro Watanabe episode of them all.
I definitely felt that vibe.
Yeah.
But I'll go on to some positives. Like, one thing, I like how each episode's dated. So you feel the journey a little more. Cause it'd be like, it started in like April, and it goes up to like a summer. I really like appreciate. I really appreciate that. It was like June 6th, but then the episode started. I liked how Michiko changed clothes every episode.
Michiko's outfits were very good. Like, not because she's fucking sexy, but because like it just worked. Like, it fit her character. She was just like a diva. I loved her outfits. I wrote that in my notes.
That's rare in anime.
Yeah, it is.
That's a plus.
You also have to take in, while we're on that,
every episode.
I wanted to mention, like, this show has like a very, like, if you're going to capture like that kind of culture and a character of that ethnicity that acts that way, you need to be conscious of how they dress. You need to be conscious of how they act. And there's so many anime that like, we're gonna put a black person in here, and like, I know how black people act. We're gonna call him Killer B, and he's gonna rap, and that's gonna be his thing. And it's just like, that's the black character we get. I guess that's the best we can do for this show. But this one is so real. Satoshi and Michiko, and like the entire setting of, I don't remember what they called it, Dios Mantra. I don't remember the fucking name, but it was like fictional Brazil. It wasn't really Brazil, but it was basically Brazil, and it was so real and authentic. And I do not believe that they did not go to Brazil at one point. Like, the person who made this show did not go to a setting similar to that and tell themselves like, I want to capture this setting. You have to like know that area in order to be able to capture that. And Michiko's clothings, you can't just slap some shit you see on Instagram onto a character and say that the character is like a diva. You have to understand what they would wear. You have to understand what they would be into. Big hoop fucking earrings, short shorts, and no shirt, and just a bra. And I thought it was very thoughtful and very well done, the character design and all of her costumes. And
even her hair also changes every episode.
Yeah,
and that was another good plus. It's cool. Like, she literally just looked different every episode. You know?
She looked like a human being.
It added a lot of character to her.
It added a lot of authenticity to the entire show.
I wish more anime did shit like that. Because that is so unique when it comes to this.
Yeah.
This media.
Mm-hmm. Did you watch it dub or sub?
I watched it dubbed.
The dub was fucking awesome. I fucking love the dub. I thought they were great. And it's, I'll go into it later, but you can continue what you're doing. I just wanted to say that I thought the dub was good.
Yeah, the dub was good. I liked her accent. I like how she said bitch.
Yeah.
Michiko was great. She was a great character.
She swore a lot. It was awesome. She was a great character. Yeah. She's the thing with Michiko, the reason why her character is so good is because she doesn't seem like someone that wouldn't actually exist. Like, she is like a diva. She is like a bad bitch, and it's like, don't fuck with me, don't cross my line or whatever. But just because someone is like that doesn't mean that they're a bad person. There's a lot of people that exist like that, but they're still good people, and they still have friends, and they still like chill and stuff. And Michiko is one of those people that will like punch you in the fucking face or like steal a beer from a vending machine, even though the guy's right there. Like, she will do stuff like that, but she's like not a bad person, and that's what makes her so likable, because she's like, I can relate. I can understand the character a lot because I live around people like that. My mom's like that. Like, I know people from school that were like that.
For sure.
And so many anime do that poorly. Like, this is a bad bitch character, and they'd be like, she's a bad bitch, so she's not a good person, and you should not like her. But I love Michiko in this show. And the writing, you have to understand that kind of person to be able to write a character like that. And the person who makes this show is fucking Japanese. How the fuck did, like, who did you, like, where do you live? Like, where did you live to make this show? Like, what movies did you watch when you were a kid? What culture did you grow up in? Where did you go on vacation? Like, it's just so, it's so insane that this exists. A Japanese person made a show about a black woman. Like, that's so cool. Michiko's great. She's awesome. Fully realized. Fully realized.
It is amazing. Like, everything, she definitely, like, carried the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, she's like a remember, like, I will remember Michiko.
I personally liked all the characters. I thought the main characters were awesome.
I thought they're all good. Hatchin for me was just like
whatever.
Nah, the thing is, I like her alone was whatever, but their dynamic was great. Their
dynamic was great. I fucking love her story of like how she's like in a place where like her parents don't love her and like all the kids are fucking with her. I empathize with that a lot. Like, I immediately fell in love with their characters and their struggles, and that's what had me connected, because they both come from such shitty places and all they have are each other, you know, and like they don't even really like each other, and then they grow to like each other. Like, I just like Hatchin because she's like an adult, basically. She has to be an adult. Yeah, I don't want to go on a tangent. I love Hatchin. I thought she was really good.
What I really liked is throughout like the second half of the show, like people were telling Hatchin like that she's like, Michiko's just using you to get to thing and blah blah. I like how like you watching it, you can be like, damn, that she could be just using her for a reason to go look like, oh, I have your daughter, blah blah.
Yeah.
So there's some parts throughout the second half I was like, damn. Imagine if the ending was her, Michiko using Hatchin. I was like, damn, that could happen. And a lot of it was referenced a lot. A lot of people was like, you just want to use Hatchin, and I was like, damn, that could be a possibility. If that did happen, I would be tight. But I like how you can genuinely see that she didn't like use her. You know what I mean?
You can genuinely see that she liked her and she loved her and she appreciated her. And that's crazy because like her character is like a bad bitch that doesn't really express like love and like affection in like cliche ways, you know? But you still know it. You still know that they care about each other and that they love each other, even if they fight and scream at each other all the time, you know? So all the characters are saying like, she doesn't give a fuck about you. She just wants you to get to the guy. And in a sense, that is true, but she still loves her. She's obsessed over Hiroshi, but she's grown to love Hatchin along the way, and that really works with me. That like, I empathize with that so much.
Yeah, that was sweet.
And that's kind of how, you know, if we want to compare it to the other shows, I think I'm not gonna compare it in a sense of like whether it's better or not. But when I remember Bebop and Shampoo being good because the relationships between the characters developed very naturally over time, and it really worked in like making you be convinced that they all like each other and they all fuck with each other after in the beginning they're not like fucking with each other. Michiko and Hatchin did the same thing, and I was like, good job, bro. That's hard. It's hard to do that, and it's not cliche bullshit anime writing. It's like, it feels like writing for like a movie. Like, it doesn't even feel like I'm watching a fucking anime. It feels like someone wrote a script for a movie. It's so, I feel like Michiko and Hatchin didn't even have to be an anime. I feel like this shit could have been a fucking movie, honestly. I thought it was very well written. And take into account, it's a dub translation. The Japanese niggas got their own thing, and the dub is so different. They fucking swear all the time in the dub. There's just lines that are completely different. The accents, yeah. There's so much effort.
Yeah, the dub was hard. If only
they don't swear in the Japanese one. They don't curse as much as they do. Like, because they literally, the dialect is different and the way they talk is different. So they had to like basically like rewrite the fucking script to have like I've never seen more thought and effort put into a dub than like Dragon Ball and like Bebop. It's one of the best dubs I've ever seen, honestly. I cannot watch the show subbed, in my opinion.
You definitely robbed yourself of that experience. Yeah, and that goes back to Cowboy Bebop. I remember when the redhead girl leaves the Bebop crew.
Yeah.
And you can like, even though she wasn't really part of none of the crazy missions and bounties and shit, when she leaves,
you can feel everybody's like sad.
Everyone's they're just at the crib like eating like eggs, and it's just like no one's talking. It's just like aggressively eating eggs. You can just tell like
everyone's like upset,
or they felt it, but they're not gonna outright say it because they're like grown ass men and shit.
Yeah.
But that's like I think
it's the same thing. It's the same. Yeah.
So all that Michiko and Hatchin, those two are great.
Michiko and Hatchin. Yeah.
So I'm looking at it.
Oh, okay. That's so I love that. That was a great analogy that you just gave. That was like a perfect like comparison to use.
Oh yeah, I just thought of that too.
Yeah.
So those are all great points.
Do you have any other positives? Let's get through all the good things and then we'll criticize.
I don't think I have any more positives.
Okay.
I like the beginning. The beginning was strong.
I think the intro is very strong. I got a lot of positives. For starters, the soundtrack, holy fuck, it was amazing.
I love the opening.
I love the this is so good. It's so fucking good. It's just it doesn't need words, bro. Shinichiro Watanabe.
It just shows her on the bike with a different color palette.
Bro, and it's like so reflective of that setting too. Like it doesn't seem out of place with the rest of the show. Shinichiro Watanabe was the music producer for this show. And Masaki Yuasa, the director of Ping Pong and Devilman, was the guy who did the ending animation for this show. So, you know, the nigga gets fucking wings. It's like, oh, look, it's ping pong. And then, you know, you hear Shinichiro Watanabe. Shinichiro Watanabe, he's the Bebop guy, Manny. He's the guy who did Bebop and stuff. And and he's very passionate about music. You know, he did Kids on the Slope. He did Carol and Tuesday. He's and the music for, you know, Shampoo and Bebop and Space Dandy, they're so integral to those shows. You know, the music matters a lot. If the music wasn't as good as it was, those shows wouldn't be as good as they were. So him being on this show, there was many times where I was being extremely conscious about like the music and the song that was playing in the scene. And I'm just like, this song makes the fucking scene. Like if this song was not playing during this scene, I wouldn't give a fuck about anything happening right now. The music just made the show work for me so much. I fell in love with all the music and stuff. I thought it was great. He didn't make the music per se, but he like decided who to, you know, make the music. He told them like what the scene needed it to be, like, you know, what kind of song you needed for this scene and blah, 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 blah. And he was the music producer. He controlled it. He's responsible for it being in the show at the times that it's in it. Yeah. I thought that was really, he was very good at that. And, you know, on the Blu-ray or on like, you know, YouTube or like just images, you'll see from the creators of Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop. And then people get really confused because they think, hey, did Shinichiro Watanabe make this show? And it's like, no, you know, Shinichiro Watanabe did the music and that's why they say Bebop. And then Samurai, the studio that animated Samurai Champloo animated Michiko and Hatchin. So, same studio. Yeah. But I just wanted to... Yeah, Studio Manglobe.
This Michiko and Hatchin, it came out in 2007.
Samurai Champloo came out in 2006, right?
I thought it was 2004.
Check again. Michiko Hatchin came out. Does it say it on the Blu-ray?
It came out in 2005.
Samurai Champloo?
Yeah.
That's cool. They also did Ergo Proxy, which, yeah.
I'm going to have to watch that one day.
Yeah, we'll watch it eventually. But, yeah, I thought the music was great. I mean, I got a bunch of positives, man. All right. Started the recording again. Should be fine. I have a lot of positives to give as well. I have more things that I could say.
Mm-hmm.
What else? The dub was good. I loved certain episodes. I loved all the characters. I love Satoshi. He's so cool. I love Satoshi so much, Manny. Did you not like him as much as me?
No.
Okay. Really?
Satoshi,
I mean,
that's the dude that's hunting, right?
the black guy.
Satoshi. Oh. I thought Satoshi was the... What's the dude? What's the guy there?
Hiroshi.
Yeah.
And Satoshi was the black guy that was his best friend.
The black guy.
Yeah.
I didn't get him.
Okay.
Why is he like beating the shit out of Michiko? I think I missed the part. If Michiko was like, if fucking Hiroshi was fucking with Michiko, why is he over here beating the shit out of her?
Because Michiko, I don't want to pull some shit out of my ass. I don't think he cared about Michiko ever really. And
yeah, but still, like, if you fucked with, I'm not gonna beat up your ex if I'm your best friend. Like, not even an ex. Like, she's desperately looking for your best friend, and you're over here just like damn, bro. Like, I was like, that shit got me. Like, I was like, what the fuck is going on?
That's fair.
Maybe I missed something.
I don't. In the moment, it didn't even feel off to me. In the moment when I was watching it, it felt very natural for some reason. I don't know. I feel like she riled him up in some way. I don't remember.
No, bro, because there was like
he expressed that he did not like her like out the gate. Like it was made clear like they don't like each other for whatever reason. I think that was like communicated to the audience. I could be wrong, but
bro, I don't know, bro, because that shit was like, I was like, what's going on? Like,
yeah,
like,
that's fair. I think they did explain it, but I'm not about to defend it because I don't remember it. I don't remember it that much.
Like, imagine Ali. I mean, like, I'm looking for Ali, and then like I get beat up, like, because I remember he told the other gang dude with the fucked up eye,
yeah,
he's like bring me Michiko, and then she came, like they beat the shit out of her, then they brought her to him, and he's already kicking her, like, and I'm like, bro, like,
I think he was just kicking her in that moment because she was pissing him off. Like
yeah,
she was
like, she's like, where's Hiroshi? I know he's still alive. And he's like, shut up. My best friend is dead. Shut up. I was like, what the fuck is going on, bro?
Now that you say it, I think he told her, he said first, Hiroshi died in a bus accident. Don't you remember? And she's like, no, I know he's alive. And he was beating her up because he was trying to like convince himself, like, no, he's dead. Like, shut the fuck up. He's dead. And I don't want to like, no, I really do think so. I don't think I'm pulling this one out of my ass. I'm not. Bro. I'm not. Because then afterwards, after he did it, he was like, I don't know if he's alive. Okay. Like that, like he said that afterwards. And it was like supposed to be like, it was almost an apology for like kicking her. It was almost like, in a sense, like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to come to fruition. I don't want to admit that Hiroshi's alive, because then I'll have to fucking go after this nigga too. Like I don't fucking know.
Bro, that is it. That is. I hope that's not true.
I don't like fine. That. All right. I think it's true. I think that's what they meant.
My friend is dead. I don't want to find him. And like, bro, like you see the way they came up.
Because if Hiroshi's alive, that means he ran away from Satoshi without telling him.
No.
Because Satoshi's mad. Satoshi gets so mad whenever anybody leaves. So Hiroshi had to leave Satoshi, or else Satoshi would have gone to fucking kill Hiroshi. And Satoshi's mad because Hiroshi was like his only true friend, and he felt like I want to kill this nigga, and he ran away from me, and he actually got away. Like, you know. That's why Satoshi like doesn't want to come to terms with the fact that Hiroshi's alive, because then he's gonna have to face this conflict of like, this nigga fucking, you know, broke my code, but at the same time, like, he's my best friend. Hey, I feel like what I'm saying, that I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Like, this is actually how I felt like while watching the show.
I need to know if that's 100%.
Okay, that's fine.
That doesn't, now that what you're saying, that it doesn't sound that bad, but
I felt like there was a lot of nuance to it. I felt like there was a lot of thought put into all the dialogue in this show. There was never a point where I was like questioning why characters were saying this or that. It all resonated with me like very well. I mean, are we going through cons? Like,
you was talking about positives.
Oh, I was talking about positives? Okay, I forgot. I'm just going through my script. Going through my notes. When I wrote this in my notes, the dub script is really good. It actually feels like people who would live in that setting would talk. It's not a cut and paste of the Japanese script. They change it in a way that makes it feel authentic. They swear a lot. They talk with an accent, and that I think people of, you know, that ethnicity would talk. The line delivery is like great. Yeah. I think it's really good. Give me a second. After watching the show, I realized I could never be a voice actor. That's what I wrote in my fucking notes. I feel like it's so hard to do that. Okay. I remember I started off by saying I love Satoshi. That's where we started off with, and we got off into that little tangent. I think Satoshi's just a really cool character, because he's just like the leader of this crime boss, and his backstory is like so interesting, and he's such a badass, and he doesn't let anybody fuck with him, and he talks like a black guy, and he like actually has like a voice that represents a black guy. The voice actor for Satoshi in the dub is like a first-time voice actor, and he's black, and it's like, oh my god, like, that's so cool. I think that's really dope. Like, it's not, you know, it feels real.
Yeah.
I love Satoshi.
I just read right here. It says Satoshi agrees to help search for Hiroshi after Hana strikes up a deal with him in exchange for not harming Michiko.
Yeah.
He agrees to help.
That's in reference to the last couple episodes, like the ending. That wasn't in reference to what we were talking about.
Why was he harming Michiko though?
I'm not pulling my fucking answer out of my ass. I'm standing by what I said. He was harming Michiko because he doesn't want.
But now he agrees to help.
What you're reading is about the ending. That's what you're reading is different.
No.
When he partners up with Hatchin.
Okay,
he didn't even meet Hatchin by that point in the series. He didn't even know about Hatchin.
But still, like, now he wants to search for Hiroshi.
Because he lost everything by that point. His crime syndicate's fucking gone, and now he just wants to see his fucking friend.
Now you want to see your best friend?
Yes!
From the other crime family 20 years ago?
Because he thought the nigga was dead, and he was using that as an excuse.
Now you want to beat women, and then when it comes down to you alone, you want to search for your best friend now.
Manny!
He's not getting the pass from me.
All right. He's a bad guy. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna like, you know, discount that. I just think he's cool as fuck.
Ali, put this in perspective. My friend, why are you looking for my best friend?
Manny, listen.
Boy, hey, I'm gonna help you find him now.
No, like, he didn't care about me.
No.
And his last scene in the show was when he was trying to.
He's done, bro. Fuck that guy. He's done. He was cool though. He had a great voice actor. He talked a lot of shit just to get fucking sniped, then killed in the back.
I love that ending. I love how he dies in the show.
Yeah, I like how he died. Get this guy out of here.
You don't think his death was cool because he defended Hatchin?
I liked his death because I wanted to see him die.
What? Oh my god!
Bro, you're not getting away from beating Michiko. That's not. I ain't forget about that one. I didn't think he was that bad though. I thought he was pretty cool.
Okay.
I just don't agree with his reasonings. But you can go on.
All right. I'll just say what I have to say about Satoshi so that we can just get him out of the way. I think Satoshi, I just love like the journey he goes on. Like what I'm saying right now about like how he really doesn't want to come to terms with the fact that like his friend just fucking left him like to be in this thing alone, and like he didn't want to like be a part of the crime thing anymore. He feels bad about that. He feels upset that like now it's just him and his best friend doesn't want to be with him anymore, and it makes him feel lonely and sad. And then when he loses the crime syndicate that he worked so hard to get, now he just wants to find his best buddy, just like Michiko and Hatchin do. And that builds on the whole selling point of Hiroshi being this great guy that everyone liked. And I love that idea. I love when you write a character that you don't see and you hype them up in that way, where it's like, you know, like Kill Bill in like, you know, in Kill Bill, like they talk about Bill so much and they hype him up, but you never see his fucking face. And then when you do see his face and you have that one interaction, it's just like a 15-minute dialogue scene, and it's great. You know, I love when that people do stuff like that. I love Satoshi as a character. I love when he goes to meet the fucking Asian guy and it's like a reincorporation of his backstory, and he's like, you know, make me laugh. I thought that was cool as shit. I love when okay, Manny, before we move off Satoshi, you have to tell me you thought that shit when he killed the white dude. You gotta think that was cool as fuck. No?
What white dude are you talking about?
The white guy that he fucked up his eye. You didn't think that was cool as shit? When he was like, you're gonna hold your breath for 10 minutes. I know you can do it. and then he's like, you got 5 more minutes. All right, get up. What do you mean? What did you think about that? I love that. If you couldn't already tell. I thought it was so well done. All right. Okay.
I don't even fucking remember it, so I guess it wasn't that good.
Damn. Okay.
Dude, fuck that guy. Talk about fucking Hiroshi. Talk about Hiroshi.
All right, last thing I want to say. I think there was a Quentin Tarantino reference where he saw the dude that he's hired the assassin to kill him, but the assassin didn't kill him. He saw the dude walking down the street, and he's like, what the fuck? And then he hit the gas, and I think that's a reference to Bruce Willis when he saw Marcellus Wallace. It's too similar to not like be it feels way too similar. I like it. There was a lot of like Tarantino-ish shit that like really felt like it was a thing in this show. And that's another reason why I liked it so much. All right, fucking fine. Let's talk about Hiroshi.
I usually don't stay up this late.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Hiroshi. I love the way they set him up. I said it before. I love how he's written. In the beginning, you think that he's going to be this, like, just like the Sunflower Samurai. You don't know what they're getting into. And then when you get into it, it's like, oh, wow, that really was it. That was kind of underwhelming, but I guess it doesn't matter, does it? I guess that's not really the point.
No, because we already know that this dude is just running.
Yeah.
I thought I thought there was gonna be some cool reason. Like, why? I was like, okay, look for this guy. And I was like, bro, this guy, blah, 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 blah. He probably has some crazy reason why he faked his death. Then it comes out, you talk to his last bitch he was with. Yeah, he's running from you. And then you see her calling him like, yeah, she just made her way to blah, blah, blah. And then you fucking see him walk into the train station all casually. And it's like, bro.
Because he's a baby daddy. He just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to commit to like. They said it in the show. He's a coward.
He is a coward. But I liked. Shame I shampoo. Like there was no hints. I don't remember there being like, this guy's like this, blah blah blah. It was like you don't know what's gonna happen, and when you see him, it happens. This guy, I already knew what was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Nothing surprised me. There's nothing like.
Yeah. I think what they were trying to go for, they might have failed at this, and I might agree with you on this. I think they still wanted you to believe that it wasn't gonna like. Actually, never mind. Take that back. Nah, they do straight up. Nah, never mind. They fucking tell you. They fucking tell you in the show.
They straight up like, yo, like.
This nigga's running away.
He's running. And like I'm like, okay, so
no
we already
bullshit.
know what's gonna happen. So look, Pete, that's what ruined the ending. It's like, so he doesn't fucking care. That's it. Like that's the whole point. He doesn't care. You're chasing this person who y'all care about so much. He doesn't care. Y'all meet him. He's like, oh yeah, oh. They're like, then they take their plane and fly somewhere. This dude doesn't give a fuck. So why is he even hopping on the?
But
it would have been cooler. Hold on. It would have been cooler if when they first saw him at the train station, and he was just like, he just said straight up, he was like, blah blah, I don't fucking care. And like that, if that was it for me, I probably like, damn, that was fucked up. After this whole journey, and that was it. That was fucked up.
That is essentially what happened.
Yeah, but like it was just like he hopped on the plane. Oh my God, Hatchin's with his dad now, and then fast forward, yeah, he just ran away again. Like
I think, so
I already saw that happening.
Yeah,
it wasn't. I wasn't like.
It wasn't supposed to be a surprise. I don't think it was. I think the idea is that like when Michiko meets him, and like Michiko and Hatchin 100% undoubtedly finally truly understand this nigga ain't shit and he don't care. I think at that point it's more about like what's gonna happen to Michiko and Hatchin, and like
right.
And
I guess
the ending is more about like, oh no, they're separating now. Michiko's going back to jail and Hatchin's gonna finally live her free life. This needs to happen because like they'll be on the run forever, but I don't want it to happen because these two love each other. That is really the conflict at the end. That's like what the ending's about.
Don't get me wrong, I completely get that, because you know they had that little hug at the end. Obviously, I get it, but I feel like Hiroshi was such a letdown.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe because when I saw this,
Hiroshi too, and like I was just like, damn.
That made me.
I feel like if he would just say like, "Yo, stop fucking following me. I'm not your dad." If he said some crazy shit like that, I would be like, "Damn, holy shit."
But that is what he meant. Like is what like you're saying.
Yeah,
like I wish he said this, but that's what happened. That's what happened.
Like, but when they met, he acted like he cared, and then it was just like, yeah.
No, I disagree.
I'm 32 years old now, and he just left again.
I disagree. Like, when you say they, you mean the people making the show or the characters?
What?
I don't think the characters felt like Satoshi gave any fucks. Hatchin was just sitting there like, I don't care. He was like, what should I call you? He's like, don't fucking call me anything.
No, I feel like you're talking about, well, I feel like she was just upset that fucking Michiko was gone. I mean, but like she showed some, like she cared early in the season.
But as she begins to learn who Hiroshi is, she starts to understand that Hiroshi is kind of an asshole. And as like she starts to learn it, Hatchin starts to separate herself. In the ending scene, the reason why Hatchin is so cold like towards Hiroshi is because she realizes how much of a fucking asshole this dude is, just as much as the audience does. That's why in the narration, when Hatchin is doing the narration, she's like, yeah, this nigga left like 6 months later after a new fucking bimbo because he's a bitch.
I don't know, bro.
I understand. I think because I've seen the show already and because I knew what was going to happen at the ending, I thought about it like more, and I came at it with like, you know, a different approach because I knew where it was going.
Approach. I completely understand it. I get what they're trying to say, and I get your point. But I just feel like he was so whack. Like, it was so lame. Like,
okay.
Like, when I watched Samurai Champloo, I didn't think that nigga was lame. I didn't, like, I was like, yeah, it was like, it's similar, but I was like, damn, that was kind of clean. This show was just like, it was lame as fuck.
I understand what you're trying to say in the sense that the reveal, whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, it didn't feel conclusive or like gratifying enough because it didn't really have this conclusive nature to it. Like, the characters didn't have a strong response. You're saying like you wish that he was like, fuck you, I don't care about you. No, and that would have been more interesting.
I wish they didn't say he was purposely like running away. But I get why, like, obviously it's to show like, yo, this guy doesn't fucking care. But I don't know. I feel like if it was revealed that like, I'm thinking like, if no one ever said he was purposely running away from Michiko,
you'd be so much more surprised and interested in the ending.
It would have been like, oh my god, like, and then like he sees his daughter for like the first time.
It would have been like the Sunflower Samurai.
They don't know he's trying to run, and then he leaves.
That would have been that would have been crazy if like he like made eye contact with them, and then just like and then just walked away. That would have been crazy.
Even if they did the same thing where he went on the plane, he left 6 months after. That still would have been like, damn, like, but bro, we already knew he was running away. Like, I knew in episode 15 what the ending was already. So
yeah, because they say it.
It was already like, this nature of an ending is already underwhelming, but it was like underwhelming times 3. Like, for me personally, I get it. It's not. I know it's not about him though. So
I wouldn't go as far as to say I dislike the ending, but I can agree that it fell. I wrote in my notes, this is what I wrote in my notes before what you're saying. I wrote that I felt like because they tell you and because you know where it's going, there was a point in the show where I was just like, I was excited to see the ending because I like the ending of the show and I think and I like the message and I like what it's going for. But they were taking a while to get to it. I would consider the last 4 episodes the finale, like where the show ends and where the final arc begins. It takes, but there are 2 episodes before that of just like nothing. There's no point to it. There are episodic-y, fillery episodes before then, but it's like, why are we still doing this? We know what the fucking story is. We know what's going to happen at the end. Let's go. The reason why it was happening before was because you had things to do. We still had things to learn about the characters. By episode 11, when Michiko and Hatchin get back together at the end of the carnival scene, we're done, basically. We know all the characters. We know why they're doing what they're doing. We know everyone's backstory. Let's finish the show. The show can end in like a couple episodes, you know? And I feel like there's like 3 episodes that like don't need to be in the show, honestly. I guess 5?
Well, like 5, yeah.
I feel like there were so many episodes that I felt like I don't dislike this, but this is not a show that warrants these fillery episodes, bro. Like, this isn't bebop-y or Samurai Champloo-y enough to justify having episodes where nothing happens in the story. Like the episode where Michiko was like sick and Hatchin had to like do jobs. I like that episode, but I'm just sitting here like, why are we doing this? Like, there's no justification narratively for why this is fucking happening. I understand you want to develop Hatchin as a character and kind of show what it's like for her to be taking care of Michiko and the dichotomy between their relationship on how Michiko is more like a child and Hatchin's more like an adult. I get that. And I don't think
it's like we already got that feeling already.
Exactly, bro. It's like, I get that shit already, you know? It's almost like they were like, well, we only get to make this show once, so we might as well just squeeze in a couple episodes here and there. It's just like, bro, you didn't need to do that. Another episode that felt so fucking unnecessary, this is probably my least favorite episode, was the one with the male actor that played like women in plays. I was like, what the fuck is, like, what does this have to do with anything? What purpose does this serve? So she can have a picture, and so you can reincorporate the picture later when she looks at the fucking picture? Should have done that shit in another episode. It's too late now. Come on.
Didn't that happen so they can get IDs to go into the next city? Yeah, it was that.
Okay.
And then it turns out they get to the next city, it's like, you're 100 years old, and then they start running and shit. Like, literally, that whole thing was so useless, bro. Like,
I actually didn't make that connection, so I don't see it as bad now. Because I mean, I don't know if they.
It really doesn't matter, because them, like, it's like escaping police, going through the border and running into the city. They'll do that anyway. That's the thing they'll do anyway. We didn't need a whole 24 episode about some dumb actor playing games with the Chinese mafia to get trash IDs. Like, it felt so like.
And there's no tension because, like, you know, they're gonna be fine. You know, like there's so there.
Like,
well, you know, he's gonna survive. Like, you know, he's not gonna die.
I wrote this shit down. This show likes to play these fucking retarded ass games. Do you realize, like, remember when they sent that old assassin to go kill them?
That's my least favorite episode. No, it's not my least favorite episode, but like, I remember that shit on my first viewing. I remember thinking that shit was so cool, and watching it again, I'm like, what? Did the episode end? What happened?
Bro, literally, they're talking this dude up. They're like, this is the best assassin ever, and then the crime boss is like, they sent him after me. Oh fuck! What are we gonna do, bro? And then he pulls up on Michiko Hatchin. He's like, hey, let's play a game. Gives her a gun. If you can escape me, blah 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 blah. And then throughout they play another game. And then that Chinese shit actor, the crime boss is like, hey, let's play a game. You guys run off the side of the building and see who like doesn't fall. And they play that. Let's play a game. Remember how there's another show I talk about. They did this shit all the time. Banana Fish. When it was like this character gets kidnapped. This character has saved. Another character gets kidnapped. This guy. And it felt like I was watching. I wrote this shit down. I forgot what episodes it was, but it was like they was always playing some dumb fucking game like that made no sense. The best assassin is letting his prey run and giving her a gun. Let's play a game. I want to see how good you are.
You didn't think that was cool?
No, bro.
Okay. I see it. The way I see it is like he's so good that he just wants to make it more fun for him. And it would be too easy.
Like, they did it. They did it again with the actor. There was like the biggest tension part of the episode was like, let's play a game. Let's blindfold you and run off the side of the building. Like, why are they doing this shit? Like, what is the point of this shit? I don't know. I remember being like watching. I was like, "Oh, what am I watching?" It was only with a couple episodes, but I don't know. That shit kind of got me tight.
Okay, I didn't feel too negatively about that.
Wait, I wrote cons. Let's play a game in parentheses. I was like, for some fucking reason, every bad guy wants to play a game of Fate, and I was like. And I said, literally, as I write this, 2 games are played this episode. I wish I had said the episode. And it said, old assassin playing a game and Chinese boss playing a game where you run blindfolded. And it was like, I said something else.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, I was like, this is kind of getting a little repetitive. I didn't. I mean,
it wasn't the same with the China. I mean, it wasn't. I don't know. With the assassin, it was like, I'm trying to make this more. Nah, it was repetitive. You're right. I can't justify it. It was the same thing.
That's how I felt when I watched Banana Fish. Does it 2 times worse. It's not that bad in this show, but when I then again, I think to all the shows I named, the Dandies, Shampoos, Bebops.
Yeah.
And if they did some shit like that, we're like, let's play a game for no reason. It's like to create some tension in this episode. Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I remember watching it. I was like, oh my god, not another fucking game.
Sorry.
Like, think about it. Like that Chinese actor shit. Nothing happened, and it was like, let's spice up this episode. Let's play a game. I don't know. I don't like that.
I think that's a valid criticism. It's repetitive and it's lame, and I think it doesn't amount to anything. Like I actually like that when that happens. I like when a character is so fucking OD that they're just like, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds to run, and then we'll see from there. I like when characters do that.
I feel you, but that would have been fine if they did it like with the assassin. But when they ran it back with the dude, the actor dude, I think those episodes are like close to each other.
They're very close. I think it's like episode 17 with the actor.
It was like
and
15,
episode 14 or 15 with the assassin. Yeah.
Yeah, so they did it like they did 2 episodes in a row.
And
if they just did it with the assassin, it would have been fine. But
it hurts because
it back, I was like, damn.
Yeah. It hurts because it feels unnecessary. It doesn't feel justified. Yeah.
Bro, the Chinese one was like, what are they doing? Like, that episode was, to me, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like one of the, like when it comes to these episodic shows, it's like one of the worst episodes.
It is one of the worst episodes because it has no purpose. The purpose of that episode was to be like, Michiko and Hatchin really do like each other. That's the only lesson I really got out of that. And it's like, nigga, we know. Like I already know this.
In that episode, it had like the actor's son, who was a boy but dressed like a girl, and they're like explaining why
he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
Like, why he wants to be like his dad, and it was like, what the fuck are they talking about?
That could go somewhere very interesting. That you could do something with that, but they didn't. I thought he was gonna maybe like go outside and like fulfill the acting thing, like he was gonna pretend to be a girl or something. Yeah. But they didn't do anything with that. He like. And it's funny because Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, they both have scenes where they both have episodes where there's like a gay character, right? There's a Cowboy Bebop episode where like you think a character's a girl and then they see him in the shower and it's like a dude and it's like, oh shit. And then I thought there was one in Champloo, but I might forget it. I think I'm wrong. I don't remember. But you can have the gay episode. And you can make it good, but they didn't do that. They kept making it. They kept making sure.
Another episodic show we haven't brought up is like JoJo. Like when it comes to the episodic,
what makes an episodic show feel good? What makes a good episodic show?
Bro, creative episodes, like
diverse. I think what makes a good episodic show, if I had to come up with an answer on the fly, is diverse, purposeful episodes. Those are the 2 words that I would use to make it
and I think
something.
JoJo does that.
Every episode has purpose. You know, there's no episode that I feel like is bad.
JoJo is so good at building like side characters through like episodes.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Like, you see a lot of the stand users before like they end up fighting the main cast, and there's so many episodes where it's like, all right, we're gonna do this, and then there's a stand user. It's like, no, you're not, bitch, and it's like, if they fail, then this is gonna set them back so much. Like the plane episode was so cool to me because it's this one-off episode, and it's like, it's just a random stand user. But now they have to fucking walk. Now they gotta fucking walk, and like it's like, holy shit, they have to walk there because this one fucking dude attacked them on a plane. It was a self-contained episode. Right? Yeah, it's part 3.
Yeah, part 3 has so many great I think part 4 does the best. But
Okay.
Part 3 has a lot of good ones. Of course, JoJo, they're all good. But like the poker one.
Yeah, poker one was so good.
The one with the stand was the whole boat.
Yeah.
They're all different. They're all
different, and they come back into play later, and you know that they matter. You know that they matter because they have an effect on the story. Whether a character gets injured, or whether a character dies, or whether a stand user comes back, or whether you know, like they can't go on the fucking plane, or they can't like they can't go on a bus or something. The stakes are always high, and it always matters. It's diverse, and it has purpose. Michiko and Hatchin has a lot of episodes that don't have purpose.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say one thing. This is about part 4 and part 5. Like part 4 and part 5, the way they introduce like the villain is like it's kind of in an episodic way, and you don't have fucking any idea. It feels like a normal episode.
Yeah.
And then boom, like it's a normal episode, and boom, like the craziest shit happens. I wish I could just say it out loud.
Nah.
But it's like you watch a normal episode and you're like literally, like, what the fuck? And I remember feeling that in JoJo, like literally part 4 and part 5 does that. It's like the whole show just changed. It's normal episodic, just boom, and it's
That's
like
awesome.
And you know, like Dandy does it. Like Dandy's so good.
Dandy seems like it has no purpose, but it does have purpose. Every episode, there are things that happen in each episode that mean something. Whether it's trying to just be weird and conceptual and just like explore like a concept, or like develop the characters in a mild like kind of way, or show this one corner of the universe, it all means something. But Michiko and Hatchin, the reason why I say Michiko and Hatchin is not like that, the reason why Space Dandy is so good in that sense is because Space Dandy has so much more freedom. Space Dandy doesn't really have a story. Space Dandy's just characters hanging out, fucking around, doing whatever they want. Same with Shampoo, same with Bebop for the most part. Michiko and Hatchin is a show about these two characters trying to find a dude, and some characters trying to stop them from finding the dude. So when you're doing anything that doesn't support that, I'm sitting here like, what the fuck are we doing? Even if it's good, I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck are we doing? And I think the entire second half of that show, even the stuff that is about Satoshi and is about like Jumbo, like her best friend, I'm just like, even though you're like, I told you, like every single episode has purpose. There are some episodes that do have purpose where it's like, oh, we need to develop Satoshi and the white guy and their feud so that in the ending, when they fight, you could have just had the dude not get killed and just ignored that. Honestly, I like that. I like that arc. I'm not going to lie. But like, I was sitting there watching the second half of the show like, this is not necessary. It's not. The show could have ended without this arc, and it would have been fine. We know everything. We have everything we need to end the show now. Yeah. So let's just end it because we're done, and I'm here for the journey, not for the fucking, you know, little mini adventures they go on. I'm here to see them find the fucking dude. And every episode up until this point has about them trying to find the dude, and they've been making progress, or there's been something happening in each episode that is like a block in their path. And
bro,
I hope I'm articulating myself well, because like,
no, bro, you make perfect sense. Because the fact you brought up Jumbo reminds me, like, the episodes of Jumbo are like the best episodes.
Do you think the episode with Jumbo and like her going in the Indiana Jones thing? I thought that episode was like,
not like, I'm talking about when it's directly Jumbo trying to stop Michiko.
Those are those are great.
Those are like when then you realize like, yeah, Jumbo's stopping her, but then, like, she's letting her go.
Yes.
Those are like the best episodes.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot, like when Satoshi ran off with Hannah on the bike.
Yeah.
And then Michiko's running after her, and then Jumbo's like stopping her, and then she's like, I'm gonna act like I never met you.
Yeah.
and like,
and the music plays, and she's fucking crying and shit.
Then Michiko's just like, all right. And then also when like she let her go when it was in like the cornfields.
Yeah,
I
loved that. I
like when Jumbo pulled up in some episodes.
In all the episodes,
like that way of like, yo, this Jumbo's gonna stop you from, you know, doing it. Like that like in Dandy, you know how that one gorilla was trying to stop Dandy, but like, you know, he like, you know, it's always in the back of your mind of him trying to, but like Dandy never like encounters him, but it's always just like there. I don't know. I like that you brought that up. That little, what do you call it? Blockade?
Yeah. Don't lose that thought. My dog is barking. I'll be right back. Okay. He's not doing anything. What were we talking about? Let's not lose train of thought.
The blockade. And also on Samurai Champloo, when I remember they fought, I forgot his name, but they call him the Hand of God. When he stopped them, he stopped Ren. He in Samurai Champloo, this is by the end of the show, he fucked up Mugen. And then like Jin had to fight, and that's the dude who Jin did the suicide stab. Where he got stabbed, he stabbed the other dude. That was also like one of the best episodes of Samurai Champloo. So I like the blockade shit. I like that you brought that up. I like Jumbo. I liked how she looked too. I liked her hair.
Yeah, I liked her hair. I liked her character design. I loved all the costumes. I love how all the characters look. I love it's a bunch of nigras running around in a Nigra town. It's pretty cool. I love Satoshi. I love Jumbo. I love Michiko. I like seeing characters who are not the main characters having their own motivations and their own goals in contrast to the main character, and seeing how that bounces off of them. And Jumbo was the best in that regard, where Jumbo was constantly interacting with Michiko, and she had to stop her, but she also loved her, and she also knew that Michiko, this wasn't really good for her, so she was, in essence, also trying to do that, but after a while, she just had to cut her off, and she was like, yo, you're making my life worse. Like, just go do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. And I love in the final scene where it's like, I don't remember what she says, but she's like, I remember she was like, your name's Michiko, isn't it? Like she acts as if she's never met her before. I thought that was so cool. Yeah, such a bittersweet ending. I like Jumbo, but the point that I was making was that by episode 11, all the conflicts of and all the things that we didn't know have been answered. We know Jumbo's backstory. We know Satoshi's backstory. We know who Hiroshi is and what happened. We know the story about the drugs, the drug cartel and Michiko and blah, 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 blah. We know about this. Now, let's just get to the fucking climax. Let's show all these characters trying to find Michiko again and trying to find Hiroshi again. And let's just wrap this up. And they just waste their fucking time. And it's so annoying.
It's so weird how usually in shows like this, the second half should be stronger. The first half,
I know, right?
Trigun's second half is so much better than the first half.
Manny,
Trigun's second half is incredible.
Remember what I said about some shows being a fluke? How the setup is so good and the payoff is not as good? I feel comfortable saying this is one of those shows. I still liked it. I didn't dislike it as much as you did, but I agree that the second half is worse.
I didn't. It's in the 7.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I thought there were some really funny parts. I just wanted to say that real quick. I love the Asian guy that Hatchin works for. I thought the shit was funny. It's like,
yeah, he was funny. Michiko is funny. Like all the bitch.
What's your name? Hatchin. Okay, Hatchin. You go do that dishes. It's so real too, like the background art in this show, and just the cinematography and how it's presented. Everything feels so authentic. It feels like I'm watching the world that these characters are in is so fully realized. Fully realized. Think about that sentence. You have to imagine the world that you're creating before you create it. You know, and think about that. they had to make concept art for what the city looked like before they drew the city. They had to envision what this sidewalk would look like when they drew that one specific shot for that sidewalk. And it's just like, there's so much thought put into stuff like that. And I love how this world looks. I love that it's such a globe-trotting adventure. They're constantly going to different places and they're constantly jumping around. I love the episode when they're in like the water park and like, you know, Michiko's flirting with the white guy with the glasses. I love that episode because it's like such a new place, but it also looks like so real at the same time. Like I said, man, there's no way they made the show without like reference photos or like seeing, like going to Brazil or something. You had to live in that setting. You can't just imagine it. It's too real. It's too authentic for that. I think it's very good in that sense. Do you have a favorite episode? Do you have a favorite episode?
It'll probably be that. I think it was episode 5 with the girl, the girl they killed.
That was episode 4. Yeah.
I really like that episode. I'm trying to think of more. I don't know. Like a lot of episodes for me didn't really stand out.
Okay.
The early episodes really like were great to me.
Yeah, they were great to me too.
I feel like 12 between like 20 and 12 were like kind of a blur.
They're not a blur because I was taking notes and I remember them very vividly, but I do distinctively dislike them more than the first one. I will say though, I loved episode 7 when she's flirting with the white guy. I was like, this is such like a creative episode. You're like telling me that like she doesn't even like this guy anymore. Like, oh my God, you're committing to this idea that like that's so ballsy to tell the audience like maybe she doesn't like Hiroshi that much. Like I'm like, holy shit. And it's so well written and so like the tension is so.
That dude had like a Russian wife, right?
Yes. And it was so, I love like when the wife goes to Michiko's house and she picks up this like the cigar tray and she sees the dude's cigarettes and like the camera like pauses because like she sees it and then it cuts to the cigarettes and then it cuts back to her face and it shows her like regain her composure because she's just like whatever. Filmmaking. Like it's so well done and it's so subtle. I love like all the flirting with the guy and Michiko. I love when he goes to her house, like when he sent her the note, he was like, I'll come at like 1 p.m. and if you don't want me to, then don't answer the door or whatever. And then he like moved his leg over to her leg. Like there's just so much subtle shit. Like that's shit you'd see in a movie, bro. That anime doesn't do that. Anime does not do shit like that. And I just love stuff like that. There's so much thought put into this show in that sense. You know, and Michiko, yeah, I thought that was just a great episode.
And Michiko got jumped by those fucking black kids in that episode too.
In episode 2?
No, but in that episode as well.
Michiko, you mean Hatchin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the Hatchin's little journey. I love when she goes down and tries to get the shit and the kids give her the stuff anyways. I love the idea.
They don't give her the boat though.
They don't give her the. Yeah, but it seemed sincere. Like even though you didn't get to see them, it was like the guy in the hotel was like, they said sorry, they couldn't give you the boat, but they gave you the things that like you said you wanted. I thought that was really cool that like these characters were being nice to her. I love that episode. I thought it was so well made, so well done. So the voice acting really did it for me. Thought it was great. I love the episode with the fake Satoshi. I thought that episode was awesome. I was like, yeah, this is cool as shit. I thought it was so great because it was great character development for Satoshi because you haven't seen him up until that point. Like you don't know who the guy is, so you're just like, oh shit, like what's happening?
Yeah. I just remembered.
Yeah, and he called the hotel. And then his friend gets shot. I love how their friends are like dying, like as they're trying to play the game. And it's the first time.
Game. Another game they played. It was a good game though.
It had more purpose. It was more purposeful because she won, and then it leads into like the next thing. And
it was a cool game. But I think that was the first game introduced.
It was the first game introduced. It's character development for the white guy because it shows how crazy and like insane the white guy is and how uncompassionate and like douchey he is. And all that stuff comes into play later because you see the white guy again. She wins the game. She gets to see Satoshi, which leads to like the whole thing. That one has purpose. The game with the assassin chasing her doesn't amount to anything because the assassin just gives up on the game. The episode just fucking ends. He lets her in her car and then he's like, all right, we'll continue our game later. And then the episode fucking ends. What the fuck? I don't even get to see the end of the fucking game.
That was the assassin that white dude was freaking out about. And
yeah.
Like, that dude, y'all hyped him up this episode. That was his episode. He got hyped up by the fucking like final boss almost.
Yeah,
and
literally, he
it was
did.
Like it was.
I don't think the assassin was bad. Like, no, I thought he was cool. I think the episode just decided we're done because we don't know how to end this. Manny, she got in the dude's car, and then the episode ends. He's like, "Let me give you a ride." He shot the other guy, and it's over. What the fuck? Like, what? Do I even need to?
Yeah, that other guy was assassinated, also sent, right?
Yeah.
And then what was his story? Because
his story, I liked his story. I like how they handled him, but he wasn't the main part. So like,
yeah. What was his thing though?
His thing was that his wife left him, and he was already a badass assassin, just like the other guy, and he was supposed to hunt Michiko from the beginning. Satoshi told the old guy to hunt down the white guy, and the samurai guy was supposed to hunt down Michiko. And he's like, I don't kill women and children. And he's like, and Satoshi's like, do you want money to save your wife? And I love that scene where he's like hallucinating and Satoshi's like fading in and out like all over the place. And then he decides like, I will kill a woman. I'll break my code so that I can get my wife back. My sexy blonde wife.
If your code got you to that point, of what use was the code? he was alright.
Yeah, he was.
That episode was so weird.
Huh?
That episode was just so weird.
It was weird because it didn't fucking. It's almost like it didn't happen.
I feel like there was more games in the show. I just missed. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, there was a game. Hey, let's play a drinking game in episode 4. They did a drinking game, and she told her the information.
That don't count. I don't count that.
What? I'm speaking of that episode. I love.
It's a game, but that was like.
It was a small game. It wasn't a big game.
It wasn't a big.
Another game was the. Would you consider like the Matador, like when they're inside the thing with the bull? Would you consider that a game? Like when they're fighting the bull? Okay.
That episode was kind of cool.
I do like that episode.
I don't like when the villains are giving the main characters this random task. Or games. Like they did it 3 times. Like,
what did you think about the episode with Hatchin and like the boy who lost his memory?
That was a cool episode too.
Yeah, I didn't dislike that episode. That also fits into the whole like. It's hard because like that's a really good episode, but like it doesn't really service the story at all.
I think it's more like Hatchin likes this guy, but it's like this journey. Like I feel like she wanted to stay there.
That's a cool interpretation. I like that.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I was like, yeah, this journey is gonna like just rip them apart. So that's why she was acting cold anyway. She was like,
okay.
She was like, yeah, I'm not even gonna like know you in like a day. So
I like that.
Yeah, that's how I felt.
That's cool.
Was that what episode? Is that early?
No, that's after episode 12. That's why I was kind of iffy on it. That's episode 15. 15. That's after the assassin.
That's the best episode in the second half then, probably.
The best episode in the second half. The best episode in the second half for me would be one of the last episodes. I love the episode with Satoshi and Hatchin. I love the episode. I love episode 18, bro. Episode 18 with Michiko and like the actor, and like the actor calls Michiko and says like, Hiroshi loves you. I thought that episode was awesome. I was glad that that episode was there. That was like the one filler episode, bebop episodic, whatever. That was the one fillery episode that I was like, this is fine. Shrug. Yeah.
It was the thing. It was cool what he did, but
okay.
I guess that episode was all about lifting her spirits up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Michiko, it's episode 18. We gotta keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, but then after that point,
I feel like the episode was a little too late.
Yeah, that's fair.
A little too late in the series.
That's very fair. It's like right before the finale. It's almost out of place.
It's so if that came in like episode, that's like a midpoint episode, right?
That's fucking facts. That is a midpoint episode. You're right.
That's a midpoint episode.
A lot of these episodes feel out of order.
Like the story like kind of shifts a little.
No bullshit. No bullshit.
This is why we have these chats.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does feel kind of out of order and like out of sequence, and just like the second half is oddly like underwhelming. You're absolutely right. That is the best. I didn't even think about it that way. That's so fucking facts, bro. It's like the show wanted to be Samurai Champloo at points and Bebop. It's like it wanted to just have these one-off episodes of just like things that don't really matter, but like, you know, we're just going to put it in there.
Yeah, like, bro.
If you wanted to do this shit, bro, you should have spread out the information that you were doling out to the viewer. Give me a reason to not want the ending immediately.
Bro, for real. Ali, you said it perfectly. Bro, Ali, when you watch Space
Hold
Dandy,
on. Okay, okay. I need to fix the lag, but continue.
Bro, that sums up Michiko and Hatchin.
Yeah. It
when
does.
I watch Space and Dandy, I don't want it to end. When I watch JoJo, I don't want it to end. When I watch Cowboy Bebop, Champloo, Trigun, I want there to be a second season when there's no need to be a second season. Michiko and Hatchin, I wanted this shit to wrap up. Like this shit needs to wrap up. Like
yeah,
the episodes wasn't strong enough, bro. Like damn, that second half, bro. Like damn, bro. Like,
Space Dandy, Bebop, Champloo, all of these shows that you're naming, they all wait until like their final batch of episodes. They trickle things where it's like, ooh, here's a new piece of information. Here's a new thing about. Yeah, go ahead.
Bebop is literally like episode 5. Episode 11, 12, then the last episode. That's it. That's it.
And Michiko and Hatchin is episodes 1 through 12, and that's it. And then the last 4, and then there's a bunch in there that develop this subplot that doesn't need to be there about Satoshi and the white guy and Jumbo. Jumbo doesn't even need to come back, honestly. Honestly, you could have ended it with Jumbo letting her go in the beginning. You really could have. I like the ending with Jumbo where she just rejects her friend, but like, who cares? It would have worked as well if it ended when she let her go in the cornfields. That would have worked as well too.
It is, bro. That was so well said, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad I said it.
That really sums up this show. Like when it comes to anime, like it's sad to say, but this is the worst episodic anime that I've seen.
There's probably some other ones out there that we don't know about.
There probably is, but from what I've seen, like when I think of Mononoke, Mushishi, like all the other ones, like
I like this more than Mononoke.
Not me.
Okay.
I'd rather have like 24 episodes of Mononoke than this. Mononoke is way more creative, way more unique for me.
Okay.
But that's just me. But the show, like that was just well said. Like they try to do that episodic shit. It is, bro. It's way too late to start introducing that
yeah.
shit.
Bro, I feel like if they spread out what they were trying to do in episodes 1 through 12 throughout the entire series, and then sprinkled in some shit like the period episode with Hatchin and like the even the fucking the one with the gay guy. Like maybe make the episode better. Like maybe, I don't know, don't set up things that don't fucking get a payoff at all. You know, maybe do the assassin episode, but just have it be a one-off episode. Maybe don't have it be reincorporated. Maybe don't have it have plot developments and just make it be this one-off episode. Maybe you can do that too.
That phone call, like episode, that should be the midpoint. The assassin episode should be like episode 7. Like, it's way too late, bro.
Yeah,
it's way too late to start doing.
You want to know what the midpoint in this show was? It was episode 16, with the when she learns. That should have been the midpoint. Episode 16, where the fruit, where she goes see the fruit girl. That would have been a perfect fucking midpoint. Imagine the second half of the show changes. It changes so dramatically because you're sitting there like, what? This nigga doesn't care. How many episodes we got? We got the half of the fucking series left. How is this going to affect the characters?
Episode 12 would be that. That's the midpoint. Then the next episode, she's fucking depressed. That's when she gets the call. Then she gets her pep in her step, and then she continues on.
This is why we do this. We fix shows. Yeah. Wow. We did it, Manny. I'm so happy we did this.
I know I've been talking crazy, but I still like the show.
I still like the show too. I don't think that my focus. I don't think that my criticisms will outweigh how much I don't think it'll affect my rating.
Yeah.
Cuz we're articulating it in a way where we understand it more, but I felt this way while watching the show. Like what I'm saying right now does not differ from while I was watching it. Like, you know,
for sure. I still give it the same rating.
Yeah.
But like when I think of Michiko Hatchin, it's like show I didn't want to continue.
That's fair.
Like earlier, like when I watched the dude give the phone call to her, like when I was watching, I was like, I don't know, dude. I give it's still getting a 7 though. Probably like a 7.6. That's pretty good on my list.
Yeah.
My list 7.4 and up pretty much. Like all 7s, I guess.
This is a show that I would recommend to people. This is a show that I would tell people like, yo, give Michiko and Hatchin a try. I think it's very unique. I think it's very different. I think it's flawed, but I still really like it. And honestly, now that I've seen it 2 times, I can just fucking skip these episodes. It doesn't even fucking matter. So I really like the ending. I love the characters. I love the setting. I love the art style. I love the voice acting, the music. I think for the most part, it's a very well executed show. I think it's not a perfect show. When I finished it immediately, I gave it a 7. And then after like a week, I was like, I can't give it a 7. And then I gave it an 8. And now I think I'm going to keep it at an 8 because I still really, really like it. And 8 for me is saying a lot. That's saying I fucking like it. And I do. I still do. I still think it's awesome despite what we just said. Because I don't think I would give Shampoo or Bebop, because I have to ask myself, like, if I'm going to give this an 8, what would I give Shampoo? Shampoo might be a fucking... Shampoo's... I don't think I would give Shampoo an 8. I think I would give Shampoo like a 9 or a 10. Or a Bebop like a 9 or a 10. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to give it an 8. I like it a lot. It's an 8 that's closer to a 7, you know? I'll admit that, but I'm going to stick to my 8. I still really like the show. it had so much effort put into it, and it shows. It's flawed a little bit, but it's memorable. I'm gonna remember this show. I have remembered this show. I love these characters. I love the setting. I love seeing nigras in my anime.
Me, I think I'm gonna remember this show, but I'm not gonna remember it like that.
I understand.
In like a couple months' time, I'm not gonna remember like the episodes. Like Mononoke, I'm gonna remember those episodes.
Really? We're the inverse. Like you gave Michiko and Hatchin a 7. I gave Michiko and Hatchin an 8. And then I gave Mononoke a 7, and you gave Mononoke an 8. So the way you feel about Michiko and Hatchin is the way I felt about Mononoke, which is very interesting. It's very cool.
I'll give the 1 through 12 probably an 8.
Bro, honestly, yeah. Like if you were to separate them,
it's just the fact that like that second half, I feel like I was just watching the show to be like, yo, what happens? But I guess I already knew what was gonna happen. So.
And that's why it's so hard for me to rate it between a 7 and an 8, because it's like, I said this before, it's so easy to forgive anime, because like when good shit happens in the end, you just forget about all the bullshit you just watched, and you're just like, I got to the ending, and the ending was awesome, and it validated like the entire experience. But like, I don't know, like 3 bad episodes don't make a bad show for me. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's like you're wasting my time. So I don't know. I feel like when there's time wasted in a movie, it's so much more apparent, and it's so much more upsetting, and it makes me dislike the movie more, and I can like genuinely like lower my rating. But when time is wasted in an anime, especially if it like comes back around full circle and it like justifies like the rest of the series, and like, you know, it has like a decent ending, and it has like a good it wraps things up like nicely, it's hard for me to get angry. It's hard for me to be like, man, these fucking 4 episodes were dog shit, because it's like the ending was really good to me. So I don't know, like after episode 11, from 12 to 22, there are like, out of those 10 episodes, 5 of them I'm not crazy about. But if I don't like 5 episodes out of a 22 episode series, and at the end of the day they don't really matter, like it's weird, because I don't feel my heart, like in my heart of hearts, when I watch this show and I like emotionally resonate with it. It's so easy to just look past the stuff that bores me and just connect with like what I'm watching emotionally. I can look past the fact that I was bored for like an hour and a half because I'm watching the good part now, which I don't know if I should do, because as a critic, you should take into account that there was an hour and a half that was boring. It's just something that I think about a lot, and I don't really know the answer. I'm just gonna give it an 8 because I liked it. Same with Vivy, bro. There were like 3 episodes in Vivy that I didn't like, but it's like I like the ending and I like the rest of it. It's hard. I don't know.
The shows, I think we've done everything.
Yeah.
The show.
Yeah.
I can't say that the show's better than Mononoke.
My thing with Mononoke, I think conceptually it's a lot more creative, and like it's going for a lot more. I don't like a majority of the Mononoke stories. That's my thing.
I mean, I only didn't like Sea Bishop. Everything else is very solid to me.
I mean, like I said,
I gave it on my list. It's an 8.3 right now.
That's crazy.
So technically, I think it's 8.2, but technically that would mean that Mononoke was the worst episodic show I watched, and that was this one.
Yeah.
It sounds so rude to say it like that, but
no, it's not rude at all. It's not rude at all. Mononoke could have been better, in my opinion, like as a whole piece.
Now that I think about it, because I like to add the 3 episodes from the other show. I add that to Mononoke, but that ups the score a little. I like that story.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. I like Mononoke gives me that feeling of like it's so mysterious. Like,
I feel like yeah. I like that too, but I just think some are just so much stronger than others.
Yeah, for sure. I think like Mushishi is like stronger than Mononoke.
Yeah.
And like I said, Mushishi is stronger, and it doesn't even have the Super Saiyan ability. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right.
It's great.
I think that's it with Michiko and Hatchin. I don't really have anything else to say.
Oh, good. We can talk about Megalo.
All right.
Tell me about season 1.
All right.
I watched that while I was airing.
Yeah, bro. All right. So let me pull up my notes. Give me a second.
Is this gonna be the last show
that we talk about?
Yeah.
For this, I mean, we got Megalobox season 2. Look at what I got, Manny.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. Yeah.
So I refused to watch Megalobox on Funimation, and when you told me that you watched it like already, I was like, "Fuck!" Ah! I was so like, I have to buy the Blu-ray quick, and I have to buy it off Amazon instead of other retailers that I prefer. So I bought the Blu-ray, and it looks so fucking cool. There's that, and then there's the back with Yuri, and I'm like, oh fuck, it's just so OD. And I watched, and there's a lot of anime Blu-rays, including this one, that don't come with any substantial behind the scenes of like how the show was made. It's just like, oh, here's the commercial and here's the opening without the text. And it's like, all right, that's like, come on. I want real behind the scenes. I want like real substance. And there's so much stuff. When you watch the behind the scenes, it's like, these niggas cared. Like they really cared about this. And this is so different and unique than everything else. So Megalobox season 1, if I just had to give my general feelings on it, I fucking loved it. Mm-hmm. I loved Megalobox season 1 because it was just like ping pong. Did you feel that way about you didn't rewatch season 1, so I don't know. Maybe it doesn't resonate with you in that way.
That's a big claim right there.
Listen to me.
Because ping pong is the best sport anime.
Thematically, it is the exact same thing as ping pong. It's not about Megalobox. It's one of those shows where you watch it and you're like, yo, this isn't even about the boxing. This is about like the characters and their relationships with each other and like, you know, what it means to, you know, like accomplish your dreams and do what you like actually want to do. There's a lot of parallels with ping pong and Megalobox. There's a character in Megalobox that goes through one of the same arcs that the nigga in ping pong goes through. The dude in ping pong who's like, oh, I'm just not even good at fucking boxing. Like, I mean, I'm not even good at ping pong. And then he just grows out his hair and he does something else and he gets like a girlfriend, but he still goes to the games and stuff. That happens in Megalobox with what's his face? Mikio? The brother of the girl who makes the AI like things, you know, where he tries to force this artificial thing. You know how in ping pong where it's like all these characters are, you know, trying to force it with this training and it's like, you guys got to train super hard. And it's like, no, bro, you got to have fun. You got to actually be passionate about it and you got to actually care. It's just like this thing that clicks with you. And you could see in that character that like, he wasn't even good. It wasn't even like working with him, you know? I love when he's like fighting Joe and he's like, did I make that decision or did the AI make that decision? You know, if I have AI making decision for me, am I even really worth? I just have the wrong perception of this sport entirely. Like this literally, the approach that I was going at it with is objectively wrong. So he literally just leaves after that. He's just like, yeah, bro, like I was being fucking stupid. And I love that. The analogies that I'm giving to ping pong are like like the two characters, the main thing is just like the core story about Yuri and Joe. And I think the ending is literally the same ending as Ping Pong, where the two characters grow to like appreciate the sport through each other and like grow to love what they do because they love each other and they have each other to like best themselves from that. And just like in Ping Pong, where he like, I mean, it was metaphoric in Ping Pong, but he strips himself of the robot parts and he just becomes like fully human, and he's just responding to everything organically. He's not being super objective about every little move in his head, and he's just playing naturally, and he's just being himself, and he grew his fucking wings. And in Megalobox, he takes off, it's more literal in Megalobox, but he takes off his gear so that he can fight Joe like naturally, so that he doesn't have these artificial things that are giving him perks and boosts, because it's not about that, you know? And they constantly say in the show, it's not about the fucking gear, it's about like you and like what you do. And in Ping Pong, it's not about all these intricacies and what fucking stupid ass shoes you're wearing and what fucking mat you're playing on. It's about just being able to react intuitively to what's happening. Like you said, like LeBron, like you can't be LeBron because he reacts to basketball. He's so in tune with it in a way that not everyone can be. And that's Megalobox has the same philosophy, where some characters just don't get it, you know, or their mentality is on a different path to where they like forgot it. Like Aragaki, he has selfish reasons why he's playing Megalobox. He has selfish reasons why he's fighting Joe. So when he fights him and he realizes like, oh, I was just fighting him because I was like jealous and like I just wanted to like, you know, spite you. I wasn't fighting him to like have fun with the sport and grow as an individual and grow as a person and grow as an athlete. It has the same perspective as Ping Pong. It obviously is not as symbolic as Ping Pong. It's not as nuanced as Ping Pong. It's not trying to be, so I don't really give it slack for that. Ping Pong is better, but Megalobox resonates with me in the same way. Yeah. Why are you laughing? What did I say?
The way you just came out, you're like, Ping Pong is better.
Yeah, it is. Ping Pong is better. Yeah. But this show it has the same like themes that Ping Pong has. I think it's fair to say it has the same message. I'm slurring it because I'm trying to think of
the first season. Yeah.
Yes, the second season.
That message is not like, I don't think it's brought up in season 2.
No. Season 2 is going for something completely different. But I fucking love season 1. And take into account, Manny, this is all a 50th anniversary for Ashita no Joe. This is all in celebration of that. And there are so many references. And I haven't even seen the fucking series. I've just seen screenshots and like I've heard a couple things about like certain events. But like the characters are designed like those other characters, and they fit the archetypes of these characters from the original series. And there are so many moments that just like, they make me so happy when he's like, yo, what's your name? It's like, yo, you choose. Joe. The music kicks in. Joe? And I'm just like, I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. I fucking love that. I love when they're doing the rap and then he looks at the poster and it's just like, what does it say on it says it on like a billboard, like an electronic billboard. It's like there's no place for like an average Joe. So in the universe of Megalobox, that's the context for how he gets the name. And I haven't seen Ashita no Joe, but I'm assuming that Ashita no Joe is also a character similar to Joe in this series, where he's also an average Joe. So I just like when nostalgia is done in a clever way. This is a series with its own universe, with its own characters, and it has all these themes and all these like fan servicing moments that coincide with Ashita no Joe but aren't direct copies of it. And I just think that's so fucking cool. And and regardless of the Ashita no Joe shit, I love the opening scene, bro. The opening scene of Megalobox is one of the best opening scenes in any anime ever. When he's driving the motorcycle and it's playing the soundtrack, and I don't remember exactly what he says, but he says, I think I wrote it down in my notes. Hold on. What does he say? He says, oh, sorry, I was complaining about subtitles. What does he say? What does he say? Do you stay down or fight your way out? I can't do either. I was like, that's so cool. Then like, that just sums up his entire struggle in one fucking sentence. And the reason why he keeps jumping off the fucking cliff with his motorcycle is because he doesn't know what else to fucking do. He's practically like trying to kill himself because it's like, I can't achieve what I want to achieve. I can't do what I want to do in life because I'm stuck in this fucking financial situation that I can't get out of because of this broken capitalist system. And I also, so he's saying like, I can't fight my way out, but he also can't stay down because he can't be a bum forever. He won't be fulfilled. He won't be satisfied as a human. So that's why in the beginning, like he jumps off the cliff and then it freezes and he's like, I can't do either. So it's like, it's just so well done. It's so well done. It's such cool writing, and it's like synonymous with boxing. And the music. Oh my fucking God, the music. Manny, you know the Kanye West song Runaway? You know, in the song where it's like, look at you. Yeah. That's on the Megalobox soundtrack. You hear that in the fucking show, and I'm like, I'm Rick James, bitch. I was like, oh, because that's a Rick James sample, and they use it in the Megalobox soundtrack. I was like, oh my God, yeah, I know. It's on, I think it was on Battlefield, the song Battlefield. I'm gonna try and play it right now. Hold on, if I can find it. Oh man, the music in this show, Manny, is what I love about the show. The music is what I fucking love about this show. And in the first episode, there's this fight scene, Manny, where I'm sorry if I'm just rambling. Go ahead. I have so much to say about season 1. The first episode has this awesome fight scene where he's fighting the dude with like the yellow like Megalobox gear, and the soundtrack is like in sync to the fight, and it's like and then the piano starts playing and he's like, hey, you don't have to keep doing fixed fights for long. And you know, he's sitting there and he's like, I know I can beat this motherfucker. Oh, I just want to clock his ass. And the dude's like punching him, and is like do 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 ba 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 do 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 ba ba ba. And I'm like, oh my God, it's so cool. I'm gonna play that shit right now. Oh, listen to this. Can you hear this? No, you can't. Can you hear this, Manny? No? Okay. I don't think it's picking up. That's okay. But it was so fucking good. I thought it was awesome. All right. Sorry. I'm just losing sight. I love, you know, there are some series. This is another show that yeah, go ahead.
I just found this video called Every Ashita no Joe.
One of the best anime YouTubers, bro. That guy that made that video.
It's a fucking 2-hour long fucking video.
Yeah, Ashita no Joe is his favorite series. I didn't watch it, but he made that when Megalobox season 1 came out, and that's in my watch list. That's a video I'm gonna watch. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I love his video about it because like he references subtle things too. I watched a little bit of it. I mean, okay, I don't know what else I have to really say about Megalobox season 1 that's like super duper important. I love the characters. The emotional moments really resonate with me. The soundtrack is the heart of Megalobox. It is the soul of the show. The show would not be the same without its soundtrack. I love the rap sequences in the show. I love the fucking rap sequences. They're so good. I love one of my favorite scenes in all of anime is when they play the Gearless Joe rap, and it's like reincorporated because you hear the rapper who sings like the song about the slums, right? And it's like, you know, it's about like everybody being depressed in the slums of like the district or whatever, like the world that they live in the show. And then there is that same artist in the canon of the show singing Gearless Joe. singing the Gearless Joe rap after Joe does the shit that he's doing. And it's like the rise of Joe, and everyone's getting, like, you see the girl get a tattoo of Joe, and everyone's like, yeah, he's such an inspiration, Gearless Joe. And I'm just like, it's making my heart swell. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to see, like, the entire world be influenced by this character. He's the Michael Jordan of this universe, and they do it so well. They do it so fucking well. They set it up so well, man. And
I wish I watched like a recap of season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, what that came out years ago.
Bro, I really liked how season 2 was so separate from season 1, and I feel like if I didn't watch season 1 like right before, I feel like I might have liked season 2. I like season 2 the same amount, but like I feel like it might have impacted me more like nostalgia wise if I haven't seen season 1 in like 5 years, and then season 2 comes out and it's like, what's happening? Like when you see Logan and it's like, you didn't watch the X-Men movies yesterday, you watched them growing up, and it's like, what happened to Logan, my baby? It's like the same thing. But yeah, Megalobox, it's a very well done show. It's so well crafted, and it does have things to say, and there are tons of references. Ashita no Joe, I think, translates to tomorrow's Joe, and there's many times in the show where it's like, live for tomorrow, don't live for today. Like you have to like wake up tomorrow. You have to work for tomorrow. You know, you have to strive for tomorrow, and that's just like an analogy for, you know, live for your future. Don't like live for the present. Live for the day that you hope to get one day. Does that make any sense? You know, like it's not.
Yeah.
I love all the characters, man. I love all the characters. I love Aragaki. I love I'm so sorry. What's the Nanbu? Nanbu. I love Nanbu. I love Sachio. I love their camaraderie. I love him being gearless. I love the twist at the end where Nanbu like hands him the thing, like the fixed fight thing. That shit like hit me so hard. I was like, oh my God, no. I was like, no, you can't do that, man. I resonate with the goals of the characters a lot. This is one of those series, I wanted to say this and I kind of got off track because I was going on a tangent. This is a series where characters aren't really developed like, you know, super duper well, and like they don't have like a lot of like development. And this isn't a series where the Megalobox fighting is like super detailed and technical. It's the fighting's not super technical, the character development is not super fleshed out, but it really doesn't need to be. It's really not. It is about the characters, but it's about it's about trying to, you know, like fight your way out. It's about trying to live for tomorrow and trying to work towards something that is better than you. And that theme is just so something that really resonates with me a lot. And that's kind of a theme that's in Ping Pong too. And that theme just carries the show. And, you know, it doesn't need to have, you know, 24 episodes. I feel like a lot of people would give the Rengoku argument of like, oh, Rengoku, if they had a whole season with Rengoku, then I would care if he died. You know, if they had a whole season of the Megalobox characters dicking around and having more technical fight scenes, then maybe I would care more when he gets his fucking eye ripped out. It doesn't matter to me. It resonated with me so much because I just connected to the themes, and that's all I really needed. It gave me everything I needed. It didn't give me any excess to force me into liking this. You know, it gave me everything I needed to like it enough. I don't think I'm articulating myself super well, but
nah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I should have watched the recap. Wow.
It's okay. I'll try to wrap up whatever I have to say. I love the series. I love the ending. I love the music. The music is fucking amazing, Manny. So many great scenes. And in the behind the scenes, there were just a lot of really cool interviews and you know, just like questions being asked. And one of the things they talked about was their original idea for what the series is going to be. So it's a 50th anniversary series. Everyone's like a first-time director, first-time like animation guy. They never worked on like a big project like this. And they're like, all right, so what are we going to do for the 50th anniversary of Ashita no Joe? And they were going to make it about the bad guy of Ashita no Joe, Rikishi. And they were going to do like a backstory on him. And they showed concept art in the anime, like behind the scenes, but they also have it in this little booklet. So you can see concept art.
Do you know what happens at the end of Ashita no Joe?
Nope, but please tell me, because I want to know.
You want to know?
Yeah, I want to know. I think you should
watch like a video on there.
The Blu-rays are coming out. I bought the reason why I didn't want to talk today, on Saturday, was because I was getting the Blu-ray for Ashita no Joe, and I was going to watch it before I came on call with you. So there's no legal way to get the series, and I'm not watching that shit on Kiss Anime. But there are 2 compilation movies, and I will gladly watch that. So I'm going to watch those 2 compilation movies, and then if you really don't want to spoil it, I'll gladly, like, I don't care.
If you're gonna watch it, then
okay, all right. I think it adds context to the ending of Megalobox season 2 and season 1. I think it, like, knowing those things gives context to like certain things in the show that make it better. But I just wanted to show this stuff with Rikishi, concept art with him for like what they were going to do.
Shit.
Yeah. And that's like the classic shot from the anime where he's like standing over him. It's not focusing. Focus.
He has like his arms are like 90 feet long.
I mean, yeah, that's how it is in the show, right?
Yeah. I seen the ending, the last fight of the Ashita no Joe. I think that would have been a great idea, though.
Yeah, and it didn't work out. They decided not to do that, and they decided like it might not be marketable enough. Like, you know, we kind of want this to make money, and not everyone has seen Ashita no Joe, so let's do something that is still respectable of Ashita no Joe, but our own thing. And then I hope I can find it. But Megalobox came into concept because the nigga drew an arm, and I think that's so cool. And just the design for the arm was so good that he decided like, yo, we need to make this fucking series just because of like this concept art that I drew for this arm. If I can fucking find it, god damn it. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it.
Find it.
I'm finding it.
Hurry.
I'm hurrying. They might not have it in here. There's not a lot of... I don't think they might not fucking have it. Hold on. I love the title episodes too. I love the character design, Manny. That's also something I wanted to mention. I love characters that are tall and skinny. And the 2 main characters are tall fucking skinny characters. I love the analogy with stray dogs. I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
You know?
I like that.
They just wander. I think that's dope. Great world design.
I like the opening of the season 1.
Yeah. What does he say? What did he say? Kami taseo. Yaure ichigiru. Kami tsukasero. Kami tsukasero. Yakuna shura soku. Yami yokadeo. Kami yokadeo. Yoichani no shugeru. Yami yokadeo. Yami yokadeo. Wakai no wokeru wa shoi nesu. So like good. That. Yeah. I don't think the arm is even here. I'm like flipping through all the pages. I don't see it. But yeah. It's just a really well done series. It's just there's so much thought put into the character design and how everyone looks, and I love the Yakuza guy. I love the scene where Nanbu rips out his eye and the Yakuza guy's like, let him go. He's fucking cool. I thought that was great. Yeah. Basically all I wanted to say is that It's a very well-made series despite how short it is. And the reason why it doesn't need a lot of character development and the reason why it doesn't need a lot of technical fight scenes is because it's about the themes. It's not about megaloboxing. Like you said, Manny, it's not about ping pong. It's about the characters. And it's not about megaloboxing.
I remember saying, it's not about ping pong.
I watched that shit over and over again. I was listening to the old conversations. They're so fun to rewatch. Yeah. Yeah. I love when Yuri takes off his gear. I think that's so fucking cool. It's the exact like there's so many things that are synonymous with ping pong. Like Yuri gets injured after playing like his game, and like the dude is like in ping pong, the dude's getting injured, and like, you know, these two characters complete each other. There's a character like Dragon, where Dragon's like too obsessed with like the technical aspect of it, and then as a result, you know, a lot of tropes from ping pong to this, which is why I loved it. I love the themes. I love the messages. It really resonates with me. It has an amazing soundtrack. It's hip hop focused, Manny. It's a hip hop focused soundtrack, and a lot of anime don't have that. And it's so and it's so great. It's so awesome. And it, like, if I didn't have, you know, repressed emotions from my childhood, I'd probably cry watching this show. It's awesome. I love season 1. I don't think I have anything else to say. Sorry I went on for such a long time.
Nah, you're good, bro. This is the point of the calls.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, is there anything else I have to say? Let me just skim through my notes real quick.
I would have definitely been adding some in, but
That's okay.
I wish I did a recap.
Great art style. I want to say that. Oh my God. On the behind the scenes, I loved how they were explaining how they did the art style, because the entire time I was like, yo, the show, like, it looks good, but it looks kind of blurry. Like, it looks like kind of like not high def. And that was intentional on the show. And I was like, I knew it. Like, because the guy was like, if it looked clean and digital, it would look kind of weird. So it looks a little messy. And I can't really put it on, but
it does look rigid.
Yeah, and I like that about it. I think it works. I think it's trying to be reminiscent of like old anime and like, you know, old cell animation, and it's great, and it's so awesome. I love it. Yeah. I think the fight choreography is really good. I think there's a lot of fighting that happens in the show without characters explaining it. You just see it. No, like, there's rarely any explaining of the fight scenes. Great world building, Manny. It does things so passively without like any effort at all. Great character development, great world building. It's like it's not even fucking trying. You get to see the worlds in the song sequences, like the rap sequences. You just get to see how people act. You get to see the residential district. You get to see the slums, you know? And people people believe in Joe and blah 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 blah. Let me see.
And I like how you can see how much Joe like inspires people, especially in season 2.
Yeah, man. Joe's how he affects everybody else and how everybody like loves him and like appreciates him really resonates with me. Yeah. And the fights are really well written, bro. It, like, most of the fights, I was like, is this nigga gonna lose, bro? Like, I was like, holy shit, like, what is he gonna do? And that's, you know, that's just good, you know, battle anime writing. That's like, you know, I don't even know how to really explain that. Manny, oh my God, I'm so glad I read my notes. The nigga speaks a different language in this show, just like Ping Pong, just like the other contestants. You watch the dub, so it's probably not different for you, but in Japanese,
in season 1?
In season 1, when they were doing,
no, I watched it when it was airing, so I definitely watched the sub.
Okay, well, in season 1, there are characters that speak when they're doing like the exhibition, when they're showing off like, hey, here are the 4 fighters that are going to be in Megalobox, and it was Yuri, there was the spider Mexican guy, and then there was Lion Leo Whitefang, whatever his fucking name was.
Yeah. Okay.
That the Leo guy was an English voice actor. When I was watching the Japanese version, I was watching the sub version, it was an English voice actor because the character was English.
I remember this shit. I remember, yeah.
Ping!
It's just
pong!
like ping pong.
Ping! Pong! I love it! I love it! I love it! It's just like ping pong! Whew! Manny! What else?
That's incredible, man. That honestly is incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I love this show.
I will never forget.
I will never forget this show. I'm gonna rewatch it like multiple times.
I know. I'll never forget when I called you about ping pong, and then like I didn't know you watched it, and then I was like, yeah, ping pong's like superb. I was like, ping pong's superb, and he was like, yeah, I watched it. I was like, yo, he speaks Chinese.
Oh, so fun. Bro. I wrote this in my notes, and I just want to read what I said. Good ending, good show. Really liked it. I think this show lacked the character development and the technical fight scenes, but that didn't matter, because at the heart of this show is the story about someone choosing to rise up and become something greater than what they are, no matter what. That's why I loved it. That's why I loved ping pong. I can understand someone saying the fights are lame or the characters aren't well developed, but personally, it was just enough. This show didn't need rich character development or deep technical fight scenes. It needed a heart and a message, and that's what it did best. And I think we can close on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, season 1 was really good. I remember watching it weekly with Lewis.
Yeah.
We can talk about season 2.
Give me a sec. I have a couple more notes that I want to scroll through.
Okay.
And the background art is mostly hand drawn. I think that's also really cool. Yeah. Which is insane, bro. There's so many things that I'm not an artist, so I'm not about to sit here and like say like, oh, they did this and that's why it looks so good. It looks good, and they did things to make it look like old and grainy and like cool, and it really worked in that sense. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love the soundtracks and how they differ from each other, because there's things that they did to make the soundtracks like not feel the same and like be different. So like they told the guy who makes the music for this show, like, yo, they just gave him like a description of like, yo, this character is overly confident. Make the soundtrack reflect that. And when you listen to the soundtrack, like knowing that information, you're like, yo, it makes so much sense. And there's so much thought put into it, like with each character. Like a lot of the characters that are part of like Shirato and are like, you know, represent this like pompous, high class nobility kind of thing where it's like, I'm better than you, shut the fuck up. They don't really have like hip hoppy kind of thing. They have synth and like string instruments, and I'm like, that's so cool, but it's only them, and you don't really see that in like the other characters or like the other themes, you know. And it's
right,
yeah, it's great, it's cool. I just wanted to bring that up. Oh my god, I'm so glad I fucking remembered this. On the Blu-ray they have audio dramas. So it's like a PowerPoint slideshow and just the voice actors like reading like lines of dialogue, and the audio dramas were backstories. They were basically like OVAs, like the best version of OVAs they could manage. And it shows how Joe gets his gear, like his original gear, and how he starts like how he meets Nambu and how they start doing underground fights with each other. And it also shows how Yuri starts megaloboxing himself. And the character in season 2, I don't think they ever mention him in season 1. Jimmy, like Jimmy's like boxing thing, they show him in the audio drama on the Blu-ray. And it's like, oh, it's like, wow, he's such a major character in this. That's Yuri's original boxer that he was with. That's the person that he like was boxing with. And that was really cool how they like showed that. And Yuri's backstory was that he was like part of the slums. He was part of the slums just like Joe was, and he was like stealing shit, and then he found megaloboxing through that gym, and then like, you know, he started to respect like the guy that runs the gym, Jimmy, and like they became friends, and that's his coach that he grew up with. And Joe's journey is that he fights someone else that has this gear, and he has his own gear, and like Joe's not really doing good in the fight, and he's like not really great, and Nanbu fixes the fight so the other dude, like he fixes the fight where the other dude has an earpiece in, and the other dude pretends to lose to Joe, and he's talking to the other guy like in secret, and the other guy's like, damn, Nanbu, you're cold. And he's like, yeah, I gotta reel him in, you know, I gotta make him think that he's good. And I was like, whoa, like that's such a cool like backstory for Nanbu. And the other guy that fought Joe in that fight was the person that was doing fixed fights with Nanbu. And then that guy was like, I'm gonna go, I'm not gonna do this anymore, like I need to, you know, I want to live my own life, I want to not do fixed fights anymore. So then he started to ring Joe in that way, and then he gave the gear that his old guy used to Joe, and then he called him Junk Dog because there was like a tattoo on like that piece of gear. That's like where he got the name Junk Dog. Yeah, and I just thought that was really cool.
That's cool.
Yeah,
that was part of the Blu-ray thing you got.
Yeah, that was on the Blu-ray. It was dope.
How much did that cost?
This Blu-ray costs like $40. Yeah. But I love buying Blu-rays because, bro, when I think
is that like the average price?
This is the limited edition. If you want to get like the normal one, it's like $25.
Okay.
And Amazon, if you don't care about like imperfections on the case and stuff, you might be able to get it for cheaper. But if you want to get like an untouched, like clean version, then then it will probably be like, this was like the limited edition. I like to buy the expensive ones because I'm materialistic and I like behind the scenes and blah, 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 blah. But if you want to get the normal one, it's like $25 because it's a 13 episode anime. It's not that long. 25, 20, around that area. I like buying Blu-rays because I like to feel as if I can watch a show whenever the fuck I want. And I don't have to be paying $8 a month for a fucking service that I don't even like to watch a show, you know? So that's why. And bro, watching Megalobox and Michiko Hatchin on Blu-ray was so good because when I would rewind and when I would like skip like forward, it would just be so intuitive. There wouldn't be any fucking lag. And when you want to switch between dub and sub, it's seamless. It's seamless. There's no fucking lag while you're doing it. And the quality never drops because you're watching it on a disc and there's no connection. And you don't think it matters. And to a lot of people, it might not matter enough to spend $30 on a Blu-ray. But these are shows that I think I'm going to watch again one day. So like, I keep them. And I have so many more that I'd love to show you. But yeah, I buy Blu-rays a lot. I don't have a lot to do with my money. So, you know, I would love to buy Blu-rays for every show that we watch. Like if we watch Cowboy Bebop or if we watch JoJo, I would like to buy the Blu-rays to JoJo and like Attack on Titan and stuff. Yeah. That's all I got for season 1. I would give season 1 of Megalobox a 9 out of 10. I love season 1. This might be one of my favorite anime. I love it.
Were you always planning to watch it, or did you watch it because I mentioned it?
Megalobox?
Yeah.
I was always planning. I was always going to watch it eventually. Okay. Like, it's one of those anime that I'm like, I'll get around to this. And then season 2 came out, and I was like, oh, I should probably watch it now. And then you saying you were going to watch it, I'm like, all right, now's a good time to watch it. There's a lot of anime that I want to watch that I'm probably never going to watch, you know? But this was higher on the list, you know what I mean?
A show's second season coming out is like the greatest excuse to finally start watching it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think I'm going to finally watch JoJo Part 4 and Part 5, because Part 6 is coming out. I hope it comes out in December.
Part 6 is going to be so exciting.
Yeah.
The main villain of Part 6.
Don't say shit to me. Don't say shit.
I'm not saying. I don't know anything.
Okay.
I was going to say he has like a little trend on TikTok right now. Like,
glad I don't use those things. I don't want to know spoilers.
Nah, it's not even spoilers. They'll just like show his face and it'll be like a little reference. I think it's funny.
All right.
I see it on TikTok a lot, but
it's gonna be good. All right, now let's talk about the stuff that you've seen. Season 2.
Season 2 had such a strong start.
Bro, fucking... The first episode of Season 2 is so... Manny, I didn't watch a trailer, so I didn't know anything. I knew the nigga had a beard and that he was probably going to be like Logan or whatever, just by the poster. So I'm like, all right, here we go. Click on that shit. Oh my God. The first episode blew me away. Blew my fucking socks off. I loved episode 1 of Season 2. It felt like I was watching a new... It felt... One thing I wanted to mention, and I'm just going to bring it up now. I don't even like to call this Season 2. Like, yeah, this is an anime, but I consider this a different entity. I consider this like a new thing. It's the same characters and it's like the same themes, but like, this is Megalobox 2. What was that?
Yeah. I don't fucking know.
This is Megalobox 2, right? Megalobox 2 NOMAD. They literally call it Megalobox 2 NOMAD. I like to think of it as the sequel. The sequel to Megalobox that didn't need to exist, but it does, and it's going to be great. I love series. You know, I see this as the Blade Runner, like, maybe, no, that's not a great example. What's a sequel that didn't need to exist that does exist? I see this as like, I don't know. No, I'm going to use that analogy. The Blade Runner 2049 of Megalobox. It's like, oh, you could have ended that shit with the first one. Nah, we're going to do a second one, and we're going to explore even more concepts and more themes, and like, what would have happened if this character did it? And I'll be like, yes! Let's go! Oh. So, this is one of those situations where, like, even if, I love Season 2. Spoiler alert, I like it. If Season 2 was bad, it would not affect my opinion on like the first one. They're like so different. They're like they're completely different entities. They're going for like different things, and this Megalobox 2 is the sequel. It's not Season 2. It's Megalobox 2, bro. To me.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Ow.
Who had such a what a start.
Yeah, what a fucking
like
amazing
the difference between seasons is like you're just trying, as a viewer, you're just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
What happened. He's on top of the world.
I know, bro. It breaks my heart because like immediately I'm like, this nigga Nanbu died. I'm like, oh my God. But the show's not like explicitly saying it. I'm just like, Nanbu. I'm so like, oh my God. It's so sad, man. I love Chief, and I love his journey that he goes on with Chief and like that crew. And that whole bit was so amazing. I love the soundtrack, man. I love the soundtrack. They take such a weird, different, unique direction with this musically and tonally. It's go ahead.
What was I gonna say?
I'm sorry.
I like how the titles of the episodes are in Spanish. What did you, bro? That was so fire. I didn't even know what the fuck you were saying, but I thought that was so fucking cool.
I love how the entire theme like of the show was like Spanish like now. The first one was hip hop, and I feel like that can resonate with like a fuck the police, like revolution, like there's kind of like a like hip hop is kind of tied to like this, like let's rise up and let's like, fight for ourselves and take down the things that are pushing us down. Like let's live for ourselves. I feel like hip hop is tied to that in a sense. And I feel like the Spanish music here is so melancholic, and it has a different intention than the music in season 1, and it resonated with me so much because it was like, I feel what you're going for. I feel what this is going for. I love the hummingbird song, right? The Find Your Way Home shit. I loved that. I love do you like the opening?
How did it go again?
I'm sorry. I listen to it all the time. I really should know this. I feel so bad.
I'm kind of upset that I don't remember.
You should remember. Look that shit up. Hold on. Do you want me to play it?
I got it right here.
Okay.
I already remember I've seen it. I like the visuals.
I love the visuals. Oh my god, I forgot to say this about season 1, but I can say it about season 2 too. Megalobox does a lot of things to resemble real life. There's so many things visually that it does. Like there are things that when you have a camera, there are things that a camera does that the human eye does not do. That you have to take into account when you're like filming scenes for movies. And Megalobox has those same things. Like sometimes something in the background will be blurry in a way that can only happen in a camera or in an old kind of anime or like a thing, and like this grainy filter that the entire thing has. It's almost like you're watching it on like a CRT TV. There's so many things that it does visually that make it stand out in a way, and the opening has this type of opening that you'd see in like an old style movie, like the way they edit it together, where it's like changing colors and it's like repeating clips from the show. That is something you'd see in movies. Like old movies would do that, which is why I'm just like, I freak out when I see them. I'm like, holy shit, they're using film techniques for fucking anime, and they're being nostalgia as fuck because they have like a different tone and they're going for something else. I'm not familiar with whatever this is derivative of. I'm not familiar with these type of movies, but like I've seen it before. Like I know it.
Right.
I love the opening for season. I like the opening for season 2. I don't know. I don't really rank openings, but I think maybe it's the honeymoon phase. I like the opening for season 2 more than season 1, I think.
I like the song of 1, but I like the visuals of 2 more.
Yeah.
The visuals. I like how when at the end it was like, the word nomad is like backing up, and it's showing various clips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
I love when it shows like a color, like a red, and I love when it just like shows a cutout of a character, and then it just has the cutout of the character like slightly moving as if it's a camera when it's really not a camera, and it's just like a cutout of a character in like Photoshop or something. That's what they would do for those old movies. Like that's literally trying to emulate that, and it makes me so happy, Manny, because I just love anime that try. Like things that put fucking effort into it. And Megalobox really tries. You can tell that the people who made Megalobox were like, all right, if we're going to do a season 2, we're going to get fucking weird with it. We're going to do some shit that people are not expecting, but we're also going to still remember that this is an Ashita no Joe tribute like project, and there's so much shit from Ashita no Joe in this fucking series, bro. Oh my god, it's so cool. I mean, I don't want to jump the gun, but yeah, I love the opening, and I love Chief, and I love his story, and I love Joe's like struggle. There are so many things that really resonate with me. Like when Joe like sees a poster of himself like all scruffed up, and it's like, oh my God, the king has fallen. No, like what happened? And you don't know what happened, and it trickles it. It trickles it slowly throughout the series to get you more invested.
Yeah. Like the first arc, that was the best part of the season.
It was the most interesting aspect of it. It's what you would expect from a nomadic kind of story. And I love the story with Chief. I love how he dies at the end. I love how he motivates Joe to go back to his family. I love how Joe is like his coach for a little while. I love his gear. I love the sound design in the fight scenes and how the crowd like looks and the lighting. It feels so underground and dark compared to like the harsh, you know, overwhelming lights of like the Megalonia area. It's just so, it looks like I'm watching a movie. It doesn't even feel like I'm watching a fucking anime. I feel like I'm watching a movie. I feel like these settings and these areas are so real. They feel so real. And I can't even fucking explain it. Fuck. I just love it, man. I love that story. La da 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 da.
Yeah, season. Like I did think, me personally, I did think the second half of season 2 was a lot weaker than any part of Megalobox. I thought season 1 was really good. The first arc of season 2 was really good.
Yeah.
But then once they introduced the
Give me a second, Manny. Hold on. All right. You can continue. Say what you were saying.
Yeah. Once they added the dude who fucking put the chip in the buddy's brain.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that part was just less interesting than the first part.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that bad though. I don't know. I feel like the second part wasn't really anything like remarkable.
Okay.
Literally everything else was fine though. Like that, and the ending, the last fight. I don't know. I wish it just went on for a little longer because they only fought 2 rounds. They only fought for like 4 minutes and like boxing time.
Yeah.
And like you think about it, like I thought about it as like from their perspective, like this dude who looked up to like to Joe, who's like a Muhammad Ali figure in their world, and like when he finally got to like live his dream, the fight ended in the second round, like 1 minute into the second round. It felt kind of weird because I remember even like when the first round ended and he sat down, the dude's coach was like, "Don't let that scratch get you. You're fighting Joe. Like that's not gonna affect you, right?" And I was like, yeah, damn. Like I was feeling it, and then they just throwing the white flag, like, they're throwing the white flag, and I was like, they could have kept that going. Like, even though it wouldn't change anything in the show, like, or it's not like because I wanted to see a crazy animated fight. It was like, I kind of felt weird.
I completely understand, and I think a lot of people will feel the same way you felt. I don't know if I guess we can just talk about the ending. We don't have to talk about the in between. I can go back to
anything you wanted to bring up from before the ending.
All right. Well, I love all the stuff with Chief. I love the way he dies. Blah 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 blah, and I love the whole thing that this story is trying to talk about. I think if I had to say that what the main theme of like this was, it's obviously grief, but it's also like, I don't know if I can explain it in one word, but it's like sometimes you do things that like are bad, and sometimes you feel like people won't forgive you for those things, and you know, sometimes, you know, that's like your family, or it's like a home, and you don't want to like face those people anymore. And that's something that I really connect with. So seeing him like go back there and like confront them, and I thought I was really like, part of my heart was like, I just want them to forgive him. I don't give a fuck what this guy did. There was a part in my soul that was like, that wanted that. But then when they go there and like, they're like, yo, fuck you. I'm like, but I like that happened. I like that he has to just kind of come to terms with like, yo, I did a terrible thing, and I like should have stayed. I shouldn't have left, regardless of the reason why I did.
So you think he's wrong that he went to go fight?
Went to go fight. What? Like
when thing was done? No, like you're talking about like when the kids got mad at him that he went to the fight, right?
I understand why he went to a fight, but wait, hold on. Let me think about that question before I answer it. I think it's more because he left. I think that's more the issue than the fight itself. He shouldn't actually, like, I don't know. The fight was his choice, and whether he regretted that choice, that was on him. But like, it affected everybody when he fucking left, and he just left them to like handle themselves, you know? And like, that was the bad thing that like I think everyone was mad at him for. Sachio expressed explicitly like, you should have been there when he died. He wanted you to be there. He wanted space. But like at the same time, it's like, it's Joe's choice, and he told him like, yo, I want to fight again, like while you're still here. And guy was like, okay, you can. Like the guy literally said like, all right, you can go. You know, it's, I mean, like the whole reason we're a family is for you to like do your thing. So like, go do your thing. So like, I can understand why some of the characters are mad, but that's not really why I feel like Joe is like, people give him shit in the show. I feel like people give him shit for leaving.
I know that's not the reason. I was just asking, like, would you do the same thing? Would you go fight? Like, I wouldn't go fight. I know that's not why they're mad at him.
Yeah. Would I do that?
There's no way I'm doing that shit.
I don't think the show really expressed his logic as well as they could have.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to really put myself in those shoes because I don't fully understand why he fucking does it. It's like, you got 6 months.
I wish he had a little more like internal conflict. It was like, like, should I fight or should I stay?
It seemed like they, I don't know if I want to say rushed, but it seems like, but when I was watching it, I was kind of like, huh? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, I don't fully understand why he's doing what he's doing.
It felt so strange. Like, bro, your coach is dying, bro.
Yeah.
You can hold off the fight.
Bro, it's one of those things where, like, I feel like they do explain it, but they just don't explain it very well. And it just kind of goes in one ear and out the other, or, like, flies over people's head. I think the explanation is, like, you're going to die, and I want to be able to fight while you're still here one more time. Like, I want to show you that I went out there and I like did a victory, and I want you to be able to like, you can't see, but I mean, I want you to be able to at least hear me like fight one more time, and for me to tell you that like, you know, I'm the fucking champ and stuff. I think that was the reason. And there was internal conflict. You're saying there wasn't, but there actually was. They explain a lot at the end how like he just wanted to be a beacon for everybody because Nanbu was going to die. He wanted to be somebody that they could look up to even when Nanbu was gone. So he wanted to kind of do megaloboxing to, you know, live up to other people's expectations and thing, but he wasn't doing it for the right reasons, right? We talk about in ping pong how you have to have fun with the game, how you have to derive that intuitive gratification, but he wasn't doing it for that. He was doing it for ulterior motives. He was doing it for the admiration of others. And as a result, that fucked with his game, and it's why he lost. And they didn't explain it well, and I'm not going to really defend that, but I think they did explain it. And I was like really giving it my full attention. I was like, okay.
I feel like even though like he wants to be a pillar, like I feel like he already was like he was already like the champ.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to justify why he couldn't just like wait like 6 months. Yeah, it does.
I bet he
kind of
can
weird.
call off the fight like
in the middle of it too.
Yeah, I felt I don't know.
It's
I know there was some kind of conflict, but I didn't like.
Things feel strange when you don't understand why people are doing what they're doing in a show. When you don't understand the conflict, when you don't understand why things are happening the way they are, it's like, huh?
Yeah.
And that was a lot of this show, because it was very vague as to like how characters were feeling, and it was just like, you get it. This is how they're feeling. Read in between the lines. And sometimes I couldn't read in between the lines. I was like, huh? What is Sachio? Is he mad? Is he fine? What's going on? I don't understand. There was a lot of that in the second half, and I will admit, but I honestly liked the second half a lot. I really did.
I didn't dislike it. I thought it was weak compared to the parts. Like when I first started season 2, I saw this dude taking drugs. And it's like such a down moment. I thought something crazier happened, you know, because when he started having like hallucinations of his coach just talking behind him or something, like I thought something way worse happened,
bro. And that's something that I was so scared about. I was like, if they reveal what this nigga did and it's not even that bad, it's gonna really make that whole first half not as impactful. And I like the backstory, but they really sugarcoat it. They try not to make it seem as bad as it is, when it is bad. And you can take everything that happens in the backstory and just make it worse. Make it like show I don't understand why there wasn't a scene of the kids when he wasn't there. That would have hit me so fucking hard if it showed him leave, and or if it showed the kids like they're being like, where's Joe? Like, where'd he go? And then just like that would be such an emotionally resonant thing if you showed me that. But they never do. And I think it's just kind of weird. And it's like the reason why he left is like understandable in a way where it's like it's hard to be mad at him, because it's like, oh, I get it. Like it's like, so it's hard to you need to feel like Joe, what he did was bad. Joe understands that what he did was bad. Everyone else in the show is saying what he did was bad. And if I as a viewer can't also feel the same way, then I'm not really going to resonate with all this redemption shit that he's going through.
True.
And I think for a lot of people, it's not going to do that. But for me, it kind of did. I didn't dislike it that much. I think I will honestly say, I think this is just a hard bias because I really resonate with this kind of story. I connect with this kind of scenario of like feeling like you won't be forgiven and not wanting to talk to the people that you don't think are going to forgive you, but like going back to the place that you need to go just because you need to go there. And I love how he's like, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm here to do what I need to do for me. And I think that's really good. And I love that.
Yeah.
And in regards to, we'll get into Mac and like the other characters. We'll get into that later. But in regards to the ending, I don't fully know what happens in Ashita no Joe. And if you don't want to tell me and you want to keep it ambiguous, that's fine. Spoiling.
I can tell you.
Okay. Here's my understanding before you tell me. In Ashita no Joe, to my understanding, it is left ambiguous whether Joe dies or survives. It's like an open-ended thing, and it's open for interpretation, and you're supposed to kind of come to a conclusion yourself. To my understanding, I haven't really, like, this is just what I think based on what I've seen. And based on that ending, I get the impression that Joe has a fight, like the original, like Ashita no Joe. He has a fight, and it's a fight that he really shouldn't be doing because it's like a strain on his body, and he's not really like, he's like fucking himself up physically, but he really wants to do the fight because he loves fighting and blah, 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 blah. And then he might die or he might survive. Who knows? We don't know. It's left open-ended, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who wins. Like you said, Manny, like you said in ping pong, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter who wins.
You know the ending then.
Okay, good. Do you want, I mean, okay.
I think he dies. It's so like, it's so.
Right. So, and I love the ending of this in Megalobox season 2 because it's does he fight Rikishi at the end? Is that the final fight?
Probably.
Okay. So Rikishi, the person who's synonymous with Rikishi in this show is Mac. Mac is the one that has a character design that looks very reminiscent of Rikishi. There's so many shots and moments that are similar to Rikishi in like Ashita no Joe. And so basically the ending of Megalobox season 2 is Rikishi versus Joe. And I imagine that in Ashita no Joe, there's a part where Rikishi like starts to overpower Joe and like starts beating the fuck out of him and like, you know, really like just bringing him down. And in this series, in Megalobox season 2, Joe is an old man and he needs to retire and his body's getting old and he really can't, he might not survive. And he's doing this for himself and he's doing it for his journey and to better himself and to be like a better fighter for the good reason that he should have been doing it, but he's getting old and he can't really do it anymore. And I love how like the series, the Megalobox season 2, it's setting up to be the same ending as Ashita no Joe. It's setting up to be the same ending where it's like, this nigga's gonna die. Like he's gonna die in the ring. And then it's supposed to be a subversion of your expectations because Sachio, he like lets go of his towel. He's like, I'm not gonna throw it because I can see he wants this. I can see he wants this. And then it cuts to Sachio throwing the towel. It's like, oh shit. It's like, nah, bro, let's have the happy ending. You know, after all this grief and after all this hardship, let's have the ending where he survives. Let's have, like, I understand you want this fight, but you know, your time's done. It's over. And that's okay that it's over.
The thing is, I get that he's old, but I feel like if the series if they mentioned that he has some type of strain or like,
actually, I don't think it's more that he's old. I think it's just like Mac was gonna beat the fuck out of him, and even if Joe won, he might have been injured or might have died like in a way that is irreversible. Because Yuri did that. That's what happened to Yuri. Like Yuri's in a wheelchair and shit.
Also, but like, the thing is like, because the other team was like, yeah, if his brain waves are too high, we're gonna throw in the towel. And then I see what the show's trying to do. But they're like, yeah, if he goes to that mode where he can murder Joe, we're gonna throw in the towel anyway. But I don't know.
But they didn't.
But he didn't get to that point though yet.
He did. He did get to the point, but he was doing it by himself. He wasn't relying on the chip in his brain because he overpowered it and he was remembering his family. So they were saying like, oh, he's performing at Mac time levels, but it's not the chip. Yeah.
But when he was performing at Mac time levels, was he even like dominating him? It was just more like back and forth.
The way they wrote it, it was, at least from Sachio's perspective, they were like, he might get injured if he keeps going, right? And he might not be able to he might not live like a normal life. And that's, you got to understand, like, that's like I think that's the thing with Chief too. Like you see Chief die in the ring and you're like, fuck, like, you know, people get hurt in the ring. Like that's real, Manny. I don't know, maybe it's because I watch a lot of Joe Rogan, but
trust me, I get it. I'm into comedy. I said I get it. But
I think it's such a twist, and it's a good twist. It's like, let's have the happy ending instead of the bad ending.
I don't know. I feel like if it was me, I feel like it should have like been obvious that I was getting to that point, because it was like the fight was going either way. Literally, it was like Joe's. You're not gonna be like, oh, I'm scared of him getting injured if he's like, like smiling in the ring. I feel like if it got to a point where Joe was like, oh, and Joe's not smiling anymore, then it'd be like, throw the towel. Then
well, it's not
like,
about whether he's like Yuri got injured and he was smiling. It's not about like Peko got injured and he was smiling. It's not about like, oh, I'm scared I'm gonna die. Like they're having so much fun that they don't care about their injury. They don't care about like losing a piece of themselves if they get to have this one moment of like euphoric, you know, growth as an individual, you know, by fighting someone that they love. And that's why I love, you know, because you have all of these stories, Manny. You have the story of the coach in ping pong who can't play ping pong anymore because he fucked up his leg. You have the story of Yuri who can't fucking Megalobox anymore because he wanted to have that one fight with Joe that soon, and now he's in a fucking wheelchair. You have the story of Ashita no Joe who fucking dies at the end, you know, and just like at the end of ping pong where it's like, I don't want Peko to be in a wheelchair, and then it shows Peko like still plays ping pong, and it's like, yes, like he's vibing, like it, you know, he didn't have to sacrifice a piece of himself just for that fight.
The thing with Peko is different, is that they made it like they showed the viewer like what could they made it obvious, like, yo, he has his injury, he's playing through his injury, he's having fun, but this could happen. I feel like with Ashita Joe, like we knew, the viewer knows the consequences of what could happen. We know Peko, what could happen to him. Yeah, we didn't know about the other dude in a wheelchair, but I feel like if the show mentioned like Joe like had something, I don't know. And, like, I get it.
You weren't convinced that if the fight were to continue, Joe would have gotten injured.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced. It makes sense though, like the Mac time.
Yeah, I like the ambiguity of it though. I like the idea that like Sachio wasn't sure either, but he didn't care and he just threw the towel anyways because he's like, Joe, I want you to live. Like I understand you want this, but like we need you, and like we care about you enough to where like we want you to be in our lives regardless of your wishes, regardless of the fact that you love this match. Like we don't want you to get hurt. And I thought that was really cool because it's a reference to Ashita no Joe, and it's like a subversion of that, and it's almost in a sense like Ashita no Joe lives on through this Joe because this Joe gets to stay alive, right? So it's I don't know. I just kind of see it as symbolic in that sense. Yeah. So I like your perspective too. I think a lot of people will agree with you, Manny. I don't think a lot of people are gonna love this ending either.
It's not that I liked when I watched it, I enjoyed it. Mm-hmm. But I just wasn't convinced. Yeah. Like when I watched the Peko shit, I was convinced. Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
Imagine if Joe was just like, yeah, I started having a lot of back pain in like episode 5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it was a cool ending. It was a nice nod to Ashita no Joe too. I liked it. But.
I thought it was extremely thoughtful, and it like really, because I compare it to ping pong and shit so much, and it's like because it's an Ashita no Joe thing, it surprised me so hard. I was like, oh, he gonna die. This nigga gonna die. And I was like, oh shit, he not gonna die. Like, so I just loved it. I loved the ending so much. I agree in the sense that like the writing was kind of shoddy and like I didn't fully understand a lot of character motivations, but honestly, bro, like I'll just rewatch the show and see if it like resonates with me like more, because like I think it's there. I think it's just hard to decipher. I don't think the show is bad. I think I'm just bad at understanding the show. And maybe the show should have been a little bit more generous with like what the characters were thinking at any given moment and not try to be as nuanced and fucking ambiguous with it. Maybe they need to, you know, get a little jab for that. But honestly, I didn't dislike this season like that much.
I didn't
like I love how creative it got. I love the Spanish music. I love all that. I love yeah, so that's the ending. I mean, do you want to talk about like Mac time, like Mac, Mac time, Mac and fucking Leo, his apprentice?
Leo.
What's his name? Yuri's apprentice. The one he fucks up.
Yeah, you said Mac times apprentice. I was like, what the? But yeah, Leo. I like his little.
I love the fight that he has with Joe, like in the sparring thing. I thought that was really cool. That was like the best animation in the entire series. Honestly, it was like, whoa, this budget. Hold on, show got money. I was like, damn, show look good. look like My Hero Academia.
Yeah. It was a strong season.
I liked Mac because of his analogies to Rikishi. I love when he started to like. I don't really know Rikishi. I've never seen Ashita no Joe, but I love how Mac, like turns like kind of evil for a little second. You know, with his Mac time. I love when he goes Mac time for the first time and he beats the shit out of Leo. I was like, oh fuck! It's Mac time. Watch out!
That's so fucked up.
You know, seeing Yuri like scared was so impactful to me. I was like, oh, Yuri's so sad. Yuri's never sad. I loved Max. I love the analogy with the nomad, like, and the hummingbird like story and how it ties into the characters. And I love how that analogy ties into Joe's storyline, but it also ties into Mac's storyline. And I love how like they both come together. It's a theme that I connect with this story so much because the first Megalobox is very much, you know, it's about fighting your way out of it, and you know, it's about like the spirit of like, you know, achieving something that's greater than you. You know, that's the message and stuff, and blah 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 blah. But it's also about family. You know, Sachio and Nanbu and all the kids, they're a family and they're all friends, and like, you know, they've grown because of Joe's ambition, and then it broke up, and it's really sad to see, and it hurts your feelings, and seeing them come back together by the end of it is very heartwarming, and it makes me happy, and I genuinely feel like I learned from this show, and I want to rewatch it, and I want to watch it over and over again, like as time goes on. Yeah, I love the ending, and I love Mac. I love all the stuff with him. I love the entrepreneurial guy. I love when he's tap dancing. He's like, that's a fucking meme. I love that shit.
Yeah, my box is always good.
Yeah, I love all the stuff with the entrepreneur. I thought all entrepreneurial shit. I thought he was cool.
Shit.
There were so many moments that I thought was like so impactful to me with Mac. I love how Mac, you know, he just turns into like a baby when like randomly, like that's so scary. Like that's such a scary thing. Daddy, stop eating my potatoes. Oh my god! Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Bro, I love how the mafia guy was low key, like looking after Sachio. I love how that was presented and like delivered to the audience, and I just love conceptually that like the mafia guy like expresses some level of compassion for like Nanbu, like after he passed away. Like that's so fucking OD, bro. Like I fucking love that shit. That was amazing. That was like one of my favorite parts of the show.
I forgot about that. That was cool.
That was so fucking cool.
He should have got more screen time.
Nah, that was more than enough, bro. Honestly, for me. Oh my god. Okay. I also wrote this in my notes. the person in episode 11 when Mac is, you know, out on the streets and he's like drunk and he's like sad, and then they play the song like the la da 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 la da da da, like they play the song again and it's like some dude in the street. The person who is singing the song is the person who made the soundtrack to Megalobox. They did the soundtrack for season 2 and season 1. So it's so like meta, and it's like a little reference, and it's so cute because the guy's in the show, and like it resonated with me so much because I'm like, oh my god, that's the nigga who made the soundtrack. Like they drew him into the show, and they like got his hair like the same that his hair is in real life, and it's so cute, and it just shows how much passion they have. Like little things like that, Manny, just show how much people care. It shows how much people give a shit, you know? And when I was watching the behind the scenes of season 1, the guy who made the soundtrack for Megalobox, he was saying in the behind the scenes, like, yo, when I die, like, and I have grandkids and like I'm on my deathbed, I want to just tell my grandkids, like, yo, I made the soundtrack to Megalobox. Like he was saying like he's so proud to like have worked on this show. Like he thinks it's so good that he's so happy that he got to make the soundtrack. And then he comes back for season 2 and does that shit again like it's nothing. Fucking effortless, bro. And then he's in the show and it's so cute because like it's not just a random insert. It's like thematically appropriate because he's kind of the heart of Megalobox because the music is so integral to like the show's personality, and he made that song, and there's so many different variations of that song, and I love it so much, Manny. I love it so much. And I also love like Joe doing the thing. Go ahead.
I didn't even know about all that.
Yeah. Most people won't notice.
Yeah.
But I noticed, and it was awesome. I fucking loved it. I love Megalobox. I love it. This might be one of my favorite anime, Manny. Bro, I'll admit, I'm a little biased because this shit just connects with me so personally. Is it the most well-crafted show? Is it as well-crafted as Ping Pong? No, it honestly isn't. And maybe a 9's too fucking generous. Maybe it's more of an 8, but I don't give a fuck, bro. I gave season 1 a 9, and I'm giving this shit a 9 too. Fuck it. I love it. I love Megalobox season 2.
Hell yeah.
I love it, man. I love it so much. If I didn't have repressed emotions and I was a vulnerable human being, I would cry right now. Like just thinking about it like makes me like get some type of way. I love Megalobox. Yeah. Megalobox.
Nah, I'm happy you enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'm glad you watched it, Manny. If you didn't watch it and we didn't do these calls, then I wouldn't have watched it. And I'm glad I can say I watched it. I'm glad I can cross it off my list. And it was so good. It exceeded my expectations. It really did. I did not think season 2 was going to be good. I had 0 expectations, and I didn't know anything about it either. That also helped a lot. I didn't know shit.
Yeah, I didn't
I
either.
avoided. Once I saw the thumbnail for the trailer, I was like, I don't want to know shit. I want to go into this blind as fuck. And like, I'm so happy I did.
Once I saw first episode, I already knew it was going to be good.
Yeah. Even if you didn't like the second half as much, the first half is so great. It's so awesome. Yeah. I love how he wears the dude's gear at the end. And the thing that they did where like they like put their hand up to like the grave, like where he's like, you know, connecting with his son or whatever. It shows Mac do that, and then it shows Joe do that at the end. And Joe's like, he's like, Nanbu, I know you're not here, but like, you know, I'm reaching to you like emotionally. I'm like, I'm like, I love that. I love it. It means so much to me. I connect with it so much. Megalobox, Megalobox, Megalobox. Yeah. Are you in bed?
Am I in bed? Yeah. So the charger's right here.
Oh, okay.
Well,
yeah, that's everything that we've talked about. We fucking went on for a long ass time. I went on for a long ass time.
The Michiko and Hatchin talk was long.
Yeah. There's a lot to say. I had a lot to say about that shit. It's a long ass show.
I had a lot to say. Yeah.
All right. I mean,
what's next now?
What would you rate Megalobox? That's what I want to say.
Probably give it an 8.
Great. Awesome. Do you rate like season 1 differently, or do you just rate it as a whole like an 8?
I rate as a whole.
Okay.
So the show to me to be like a 9 or 10. I know it's not about the boxing, but I feel like the ping pong matches in ping pong are more entertaining than the boxing matches in the show. So I feel like ping pong really had it all, to be honest. If Megalobox had like some real boxing,
yeah,
it would have been cool.
Mm-hmm. I really want to watch Ashita no Joe because like I agree with you in that. I agree with you in that sense. I feel like Ashita no Joe would be more interesting.
No, it's not even Ashita no Joe. Ashita no Joe is more about characters too. Like a boxing show is Hajime.
I know, but it's like 70 fucking episodes. How do you have a 70 episode series and just not have like relatively technical fight scenes, you know? I don't know. It's so much longer. No, Ashita no Joe. It's too long to like have fight scenes that are overlooked by character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe, I mean, the movies are probably going to be truncated as fuck and not have any fight scenes, but whatever. Yeah. I also wanted to say that in Megalobox season 2, when he goes Mac time for the first time, that's a reference to when Rikishi beat the fuck out of Joe, and the scene where Rikishi's like standing above Joe and he's like looking down on him and Joe is like bleeding the fuck out in Ashita no Joe. That exact same shot was duplicated in Megalobox season 2, and I was like, oh fuck, like, oh my god, the nigga just went Mac time. Rikishi is back in essence, and I just thought that was really cool because I recognized it. I haven't even seen Ashita no Joe, but I recognize that shot because it's the cover of the Blu-ray. The Blu-ray that I just fucking bought is the cover. Like they redid the cover, and I'm like, fuck, it's so fucking cool. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it, man.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this reference video.
Yeah, I hope he does one on season 2, if he does. That's one of my favorite YouTubers, bro. You should watch him. You should watch him a lot.
Yeah, check him out.
He's so good. He's so thoughtful and open-minded. He's one of the better ones, honestly. Yeah. Anyways, I guess that's it. I mean, I guess we don't really have anything else. I don't got anything else.
I got nothing else. Just
Vivy is a 7. Michiko Hatchin is a 8, and Megalobox 1 and 2 are a 9. All right, what is next?
For me, I'm gonna watch.
I was gonna propose To Your Eternity because that's gonna end this month.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But I'm probably gonna watch the Fate movies first.
Yeah, there's only 3. I'm probably not gonna watch that, so you can watch that and then tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're movies. They won't take up a lot of time. So, do you want to do like fucking 3? Do you want to do a throwback? Do you want to how do you want to do this?
Probably gonna watch To Your Eternity and Tatami Galaxy.
Oh, you're gonna watch Tatami Galaxy? Manny, you can't just not tell me you're gonna watch Tatami Galaxy.
Might as well watch it now. I don't really got anything else to watch.
Okay, give me a second. How many episodes is Sunny Boy? Sunny Boy is...
It's 6 episodes out right now, I think.
Okay. So... I'm going to watch Sunny Boy when it ends. So Sunny Boy's not going to end for a while. So...
Actually, I was going to watch this show called Deca-Dence.
I'll watch Deca-Dence. Do you want to watch Deca-Dence?
You like it?
I saw clips. I know it has good animation. I'll give it a try. And it's short. It's short enough to where I'll
When you
give it
say I watched it, I thought you watched the anime.
No. I've seen clips. And like I've seen like Sakuga. Like I've seen good animation on it. Yeah, and that came out in 2020? I thought that came out this year.
Yeah, it was recent, yeah.
Yeah, it's only 12 episodes. I'll gladly watch something that's that short. And it doesn't look bad. Like, it looks good. So I'll watch Deca-Dence. You're not really expressing a lot of interest in Odd Taxi, but I really want to watch Odd Taxi. And that's also really short.
Like, watch it.
It's so unique.
Watch it and tell me about it.
All right. What about Wonder Egg Priority? Do you have any interest in that?
I heard a lot of bad things about that, actually.
But it's animated so well. I heard bad things too, but like I still kind of want to see it. I really do. Like I don't know how a show can look that good. All right, that's another show that you want me to watch on my own? That's okay. I want to know the things that you're not going to watch. Like,
yeah.
I need to know these things so that I don't feel like... Because you watched Megalobox, and I was like, fuck, I didn't know he was going to watch Megalobox. So I had to, like, buy the Blu-ray, like, last minute. So I need to know these now so that I can get a head start, so I can buy it, and then I can watch it, like, when I get it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're actually going to watch Tatami Galaxy this month, let's do it. Like, let's actually watch it. So To Your Eternity and Tatami Galaxy. Is To Your Eternity only on Verve? Crunchyroll?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm probably gonna watch Deca-Dence first.
Okay, so you're not gonna watch. So are we doing 3 or are we doing 2? What are we doing? Deca-Dence, To Your Eternity, and Tatami Galaxy?
It's weird. Nah, because I'm gonna watch the movies.
You can watch the movies. Movies don't take that much time, do they? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like they do.
I don't know how long they are.
I mean,
they can't be that long.
Heavens Feel, Fate Stay Night, Heavens Feel. The first, hold on. Trying to look it up.
I want to watch this movie called Sword of the Stranger.
That's a movie? I thought it was a show.
Nah, it's a movie.
I want to watch that too. I have that on my watch list. Tell me what you're going to watch though. Give me a bona fide, like, I'm going to watch this and this and this.
I'm gonna watch Deca-Dence and Tatami Galaxy.
And To Your Eternity, or just those two?
To Your Eternity. I'll just text you once I get to that, after I finish these two.
Okay, so you're gonna do those two first.
Because since I'm going on vacation,
you want to kind of take a break?
It's gonna, not a break. It's gonna slow shit down.
That's okay. That's okay. Take a break. Take a break from anime. Yeah, all right. Deca-Dence and To Your Eternity. I mean, sorry, Deca-Dence and thing.
I think we're in a trip for Tatami Galaxy.
Manny. Okay, how long are you gonna be here? You need to tell me these things. What are you gonna do while you're here? Do you want to do anything? I mean, it's up to you if you want to just chill with the fam or whatever. I mean, I don't really know what we would do, but, you know, anything. Just to see each other.
Yeah, I know on the weekends, well, me and my brother, he wants to go clubbing so bad, so that's why when you said like taxi driver at night on Friday, I like 12 down.
Yeah, that's when I'm gonna see that. Man, that sounds so fun, clubbing. I'm such a beta though.
You'd be fucking out for the club.
I've never done it before. I feel
there, you listen to music, and you go home. So, and if you want to get a go, you gotta go.
Yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. One of these days.
You're 21, right?
Yeah, I'm 21 now, so I guess I can do.
You just turned 21 like a couple months ago, right?
Yeah. In July. Episode 3. How much is Deca-Dence Blu-ray?
News: Netflix will stream Baki Hanma anime worldwide in September. Oh,
that was
brother.
fucking. That was. You're gonna watch it?
Yes, I'm gonna watch it.
By the next episode?
How
long is it gonna be? How many episodes?
I don't fucking know, but
All
I'm
right.
too far deep.
Yeah, I need to ask you something, Manny. There's a bunch of anime news. My Hero movie's coming out March. No, not March. Sorry, it's coming out October 29th. Did you know that? Yeah. So keep an eye on the tickets, and make sure we'll talk about that on the day that we talk. Yeah. And there's that, and then there's fucking Lupin the Third Part 6 is something I'm really hyped about. I'm gonna make a video on that before it comes out. I'm gonna make a how to get into Lupin kind of video, so hopefully you'll enjoy that.
Upload to TikTok too.
Yeah, maybe I will. I was gonna ask if you wanted to watch Lupin the Third Part 4, like before, because that's what I would recommend people should watch before they watch Lupin the Third, like anything else. And I was gonna ask like if you wanted that to be a recommendation, because I think that would be a great recommendation. I think that would be a good, because it's a good show.
You said Part 4?
Yes, Part 4, because it's like the newest. Well, Part 5 is the newest one, but Part 4 is like, it was the first one that came out like in the modern era, where like animation's better and it's like more modern and like, you know. So Part 4 is the one that I think is like the easiest to get into, because it's like animated well, and like the story has a lot more thought put into it, and like the voice acting's like really well produced, you know. Part 4. But I'll make a video on it, like, you know, to make you understand like why I picked that one even more. But once you see my video, then you can decide yes or no.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm so excited for Lupin the Third Part 6. Too many things coming out. Have you seen Kakaguri?
Dropped it.
Did you watch the entire first season or no?
No.
Really?
Really?
You didn't like it?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the fuck was happening.
It's a gambling anime. They gamble.
I know. It's Food Wars, but gambling.
Yes. Yes.
But I don't like Food Wars.
You don't. You like season 1. Yes, you do. Am I wrong?
I feel like if I watched Food Wars now, I wouldn't like it.
You really think so? Like season 1 of Food Wars. Why do you say that?
Oh, I watched it in my amateur years of anime.
Really? You don't think it's like one of the most well-written shonens like ever?
What?
I think Food Wars is one of the most well-written shonens ever. I would put Food Wars like close to like, and because like the way you write like fight scenes or like competitive scenes, some people do it well, some people do it poorly. You don't think Food Wars is like godlike in that sense? Season 1, you don't think those are like some of the most tense like fucking competitions like you've ever seen put to the fucking silver screen?
Hell no.
Okay. Fuck.
I don't
Damn.
know. I don't even remember what happens in season 1.
The Food Wars?
Let's fucking watch every single season of Food Wars.
No. Fuck you. Don't, no.
But Ali, don't you think it's one of the greatest
Season 1, goddammit. Season 1. I will rewatch season 1.
It's the same fucking thing.
What do you mean?
It's like the same fucking stakes in each season.
Yeah, the rest is bad, but season 1 is great.
What's so different?
Because they don't well, season 2 is practically filler. They just dick around, nothing happens, the stakes don't really escalate. You say the stakes are so high in season 1. Everything feels like it's the end of the world. And then it doesn't feel like it's the end of the world. Anime Attack on Titan the final season part 2 to premiere next January.
Let go. It's not better written than that show.
Obviously not, Manny. I'm talking about only season 1. It had a great setup and a bad payoff, okay?
It's not better written than Yu Yu Hakusho.
No, I don't imagine anything
it's
is.
not better than Hunter x Hunter.
I'm not saying it is, goddammit.
Or Metro.
I'm saying it has amazing fight scenes. It does a great job at making you feel like the stakes are high and like the characters are in a bind and you don't know what they're going to do and you don't know how they're going to get out of it. It does a great job at making you be like, oh shit, he got out of it. And like, oh fuck, that was badass, you know?
No.
All right, bro. Okay.
Look, this dude has a recap. I'm gonna watch a fucking Food Wars recap and get back to you.
Okay.
Because from what I remember, what did I rate it? That's the real question.
You rated it high.
I must have shit taste.
I remember you rated it pretty high.
Burn the Witch. You should watch that.
I don't like Bleach. You said isn't it just Bleach?
I told you to watch it. And no, it's not Bleach. It's 3 episodes.
I know it's only 3 episodes. I'll watch it.
I think it's fire.
Whoa, they're doing an IMAX screening of Ghost in the Shell? What the fuck? September 17th? What the fuck?
Girl, don't worry about that. Worry about Burn the Witch.
No! Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone.
I guess the last fucking Evangelion movie came out.
Oh yeah, it came out in theaters. Like, it was in my theater, and I was like, I can't see it because I haven't seen Evangelion. Oh my god, Manny, I have to tell you this stupid fucking story about how I spent $300 on a Evangelion Blu-ray. So Evangelion is actually coming to Blu-ray for the first time. It's like historic. A new Blu-ray is getting released of Evangelion, and it's gonna have the original dub, not the fucking neutered Netflix dub. Well, it's gonna have that one too, but it's gonna have the original dub, the classic dub. And I'm gonna watch Evangelion in its original format, the way everyone else said it was good. So I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna compare and contrast, and I'm excited. I'm actually gonna watch Evangelion on Blu-ray. I'm so excited. And then I'm gonna watch all the movies, and I'm gonna understand what all the hype's about.
I'm not interested in the movies, but the end of Evangelion, that movie is so fucking good. It's crazy.
We'll talk about it around Christmas. December, I'll watch Evangelion, regardless of whether you watch it or not.
Wait, what?
I'll watch Evangelion around Christmas time, regardless of whether you watch it or not.
What do you mean if I watch it or not? Come on,
Like,
rewatch it?
Yeah, I've never seen Evangelion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rewatch it.
Yeah. So like I'm gonna watch it, and then I'll we can have a small chat about it maybe.
Man, that movie.
What?
The movie is better than the anime.
What?
The end of Evangelion. I know there's like no true ending, but that is the ending in my book.
Yeah. We'll see. I'll watch them all eventually.
I gave Food Wars season 1 an 8.
Yeah. Give her a
Point
fucking
up.
8. Yeah, you see, and you specifically wrote season 1. So I was like, all right, Manny agrees with me. He agrees with me that season 1 is godlike. You gave it an 8. Give it a fucking 8.
It's not 8.
Okay. On my scale, if I give something an 8, that means it's pretty goddamn good.
Godlike on my shit.
Yeah, but if you
8,
give some shit an 8, you give it 8.1, you said?
8.0.
That's not in your top 50, is it?
Fuck no. Food Wars in my top 50?
Did we talk about Comey Can't Communicate? Have you heard of that? Did we mention that before?
That's the one coming out, right?
Yeah, that's the one coming out October 6th.
Yeah, I was probably gonna watch it.
I love the manga, bro. The manga is really fucking good. They might fuck it up in the anime, but we'll see.
Oh yeah. When does the new season start? Because it's time.
New season of anime?
Yeah.
October, I guess.
I need a fresh batch.
October. We're this month basically. There's gonna be a bunch. Hold on. Let me go on my anime list.
Because Jobless Reincarnation is coming back.
Oh, good. Manny.
That show is good, bro.
All right, let's see.
86 season 2. I watched the first season.
All right, next season, fall. Comey Can't Communicate. I mean, October is when it's gonna start. That's when the season's gonna start. World Trigger.
Dominate this fucking season. Platinum End. So big.
Sakugan? Sakugan. That's a really interesting poster. Hold on, let me look this up. Sakugan. What is this? Whoa, this animation's OD. What the fuck?
Why is these fucking Japanese dudes so unoriginal?
Holy shit. I see the same posters every fucking day.
Yeah.
These dudes don't even try.
The anime that I am looking forward to next season are Lupin the Third Part 6. Fucking Comey Can't Communicate. And I don't know, maybe there will be a sleeper somewhere, but
you're missing the best show.
What? I don't even see it. Jobless Reincarnation?
It's the first show.
Oh. Well, I gotta watch the first season. Platinum End is made by the guy who did Death Note, I think, or directed by the director. If it's by the same director, that's not the same as the creator. But like,
Ali,
I saw a trailer for Platinum End, and it's a Crunchyroll show, Manny. It's a fucking Crunchyroll show.
Just look at the poster. It looks like ass.
I know. I know, man.
This dude has wings like he's fucking in ping pong, bro. Wings should only be used in ping pong. Like, it's like if you use wings, like, you better have some good shit.
That's really funny. I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen now.
Attempt suicide. Graduation. What do you say about pure white girl named Ness, guardian angel, superpowers, and chance to become the new god. And all this, he must defeat 12 other gods in 1,000 days. Begins to struggle to survive as a terrifying battle royale. Battle royale. 24 episodes. This is here to stay, dude. I might fucking watch this for no fucking reason.
Manny,
and you're gonna watch it with me.
I will. If you watch this piece of shit, then I'll watch it with you.
And every episode, we're gonna have 2-hour discussions about what happened that episode.
Oh, you want to watch it weekly? Oh my god, it's 24 episodes. Jesus Christ.
You think I'm gonna? I'll keep. I've done worse. Trust me. I've done worse.
You're gonna give these niggas money for like 6 months just so you can watch this fucking show? This piece of shit?
What if this show becomes like
godlike? It's like the next best thing.
Dude.
But Manny, it's produced by Crunchyroll.
That makes it funnier. Tack up Destiny and the story. Then one a black meteorite fell on the world. I haven't seen that one before. More completely changed. The meteorite produced what's a monster D2. Who makes these covers? These are insane, bro. Where's Mononoke season 2?
That's just never happening, Manny, and you know that. It doesn't exist. It will never exist.
I'm gonna get rich, right, and fund Mononoke season 2. I'm gonna fund that project.
Make it better than season 1.
Huh?
Make it better than season 1. Man, this anime looks so ass.
What?
Platinum Ends. Look at this trailer. Makes me mad.
Stop judging shit like by trailers and like that's not.
Manny, you've been judging this shit. You've been judging the fucking poster. You've been saying it looks like shit the whole goddamn for the past like 3 minutes.
I wasn't even talking about that one. I was talking about a different show.
I'm talking about Platinum End.
No.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a different show. Sword Art Online is getting a new movie October 30th.
Do you still care about that stuff?
Fuck no. I didn't even bother watching the last 2 fucking seasons. What am I, gay? Let me go watch this trailer.
What, Platinum End?
Yeah.
Let's watch it together. All right, Manny.
All right, bro.
All right.
Bedtime. Good talk. Good shows.
Bedtime. Good shows. We'll see you
Good
next
anime.
episode.
Good life.
Good life. All right. Bye, buddy.
All right, bro. I'll catch you next time, all right?
Deuces. I wasn't fucking recording the whole goddamn time! Ah! Fuck me.